V21 Chapter 241 Operation Mjolnir. This is Anvil 6 to all Anvil and Raindancer elements. Be advised, all Vanguard units have taken off from the FOB. The mission is a go. I say again, the mission is a go. All tanks and artillery proceed to Objective Altar and rendezvous with Hunter. Immediately provide support for them when we get there. Remember, we must cause the mother of a ruckus to lure as many imps away from the castle. Advance and engage any enemies you see. We are weapons free. Over. Anvil 6, this is Anvil 2 to 1. Roger that. Interrogative, what's our ROE in the AO? Over. Anvil 6 to 2 to 1. Ister has triple-checked that our AO all the way to the castle is devoid of any civvies. It was practically empty before, and all it took for the stubbornness to finally get out of Dodge was the news of our tanks on the horizon with a couple of surgical airstrikes. So any civilians left are currently huddled at the other side of Sadera trying to flee. So, any infantry you see not bearing any allied units markings is fair game. Over. Hell yeah. Finally, I get to drop some steel rain on Sadera. That's affirmative Raindancer 1 to 3. Now shut your chatter and get your head in the game. And that goes for all of you. We do this right, and we end this war. Right here, right now. Lock and load, it's game time. Final approach to Sadera, Alcatraz region. Date, August 7th, 2026. With a sudden strong wind impacting the Black Hawk, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe had to grab the handle to balance himself from the turbulence. This gave him a good view of the helicopter window. All around were the 160th Night Stalkers, transporting other Vanguard Rangers in a battle, ready to storm the enemy capital city of Sadera. As part of the first wave, their goal was to establish a beachhead and secure strategic points at the Royal District for the second wave to arrive. After, Empress Pina Colada and the second wave would launch a full-scale assault against the throne room to either capture or eliminate the leadership of the League. With the completion of the highway through the Dumas Mountains and the total annihilation of the last remaining League force in the mountain range, along with the death of General Hasulo, there was nothing left the Falmart League could do to stop NATO armor and mechanized forces. Securing the other side of the mountain range was swift. The issue before was not that NATO couldn't attack the cities east of Dumas, but hold them. Without a land route to supply and provide armored support, any assault force would struggle to hold long-term from any counterattack and insurgencies. Early in the war, the U.S. gained full control of the terms of engagement as it was deemed not willing to put itself in a disadvantageous position when they could be far more aggressive and inflict more damage against the Empire elsewhere. Not until the full weight could be brought onto the city. After taking the city of Didwali, an air assault-focused FOB was quickly established to allow the 101st and 75th Rangers to strike the attacks against the city without needing an in-flight refuel like was needed the previous times. 12 helicopters headed directly for the Royal District. I wonder what will happen after this? Rory mumbled. What do you mean? Sharpe asked. I'm going to miss going on all these adventures, Rory said. Meeting you guys at that forest was the best thing that has happened to me in centuries. It has been so much fun. Say for yourself, Alicia said. Since we met Rory, we have all been in more near-death situations. Even a cat would lose all their 9 lives. Hearing her joke, her fellow Rangers chuckled throughout the Black Hawk. Why are you bringing this up now? Sharpe asked again. I do not know, Rory said, poking her index fingers together. I guess it just hit me. I knew this day would come. It's just weird that it's finally happening. I wouldn't worry about it, Sharpe said. All wars do end, but history tells us that the work rarely ends there. I talked with Colonel Young, and he said the Vanguard program is going to be split off from the rest of the 75th into its unit with the intent of assisting in the post-war peacekeeping and stabilization effort. That means there are plenty more adventures to come. This topic wasn't recently brought up. It had been brought up at the onset of the war, maybe even when the war was declared. The Iraq War gave a valuable lesson to American leaders and military leaders in NATO that post-war is as important as the war itself. It didn't take a year for the coalition forces to capture Baghdad and capture Saddam Hussein, but the real struggle was the insurgency that happened after. And this time, the president, her cabinet, and the military leaders had planned. Supporting Pina's regime was merely one of them, and the Vanguard program would not be the last. for they were not naive enough to think that those alone would be enough to bring stabilization back in the region. After explaining, Sharpe saw Rory's face glows up in excitement. Satisfied with bringing back her mood, Sharpe heard an announcement from the Black Hawk's crew chief on his radio. All Vanguard teams, be advised. We are rapidly approaching Satera and are 5 mics out from the LZ Juno. I say again, we are 5 mics away from the LZ. Everybody check your gear and prepare to dismount. Hearing the announcement, all the Rangers prepared their weapons, doing final checks of their equipment in near sync. Hey, do you guys see that? Scott asked, leaning out the window. No, what? Andrew asked. Wait, I see it, Alicia said. Those flashes over there just outside the city. They are very colorful. Those must be magic attacks from Imperial mages, Lelei explained. They must be trying to stop your ground assault before reaching the city wall, knowing it could easily breach it. But I do not know what those white flashes are. Specialist Daniel Chapman laughed and then said, I am no magical expert like Sweetheart here, but if I was a betting man, I would assume that is 120 millimeters and 155 millimeters fire. The unit laughed as they realized the joke. Sharpe glanced toward Lelei, noticing the confused look on her face. He means tanks and artillery are blowing up enemy positions. Oh, why did he not just say that then? Lelei asked with confusion. Sharpe then looked toward Rory, and the two shook their heads from Lelei's lack of understanding humor. But he was mainly thrilled that everyone was in high spirits and ready. They all should be. Unlike the other times, they came to this city. This time, they are here for the kill. Whoa! Scott suddenly exclaimed as Sharpe and the rest of the Rangers immediately turned to see the cause of the commotion. Everyone on board the Black Hawk looked outside and saw a series of explosions going off at around the same place where they saw the artillery hit before. What was that one? Scott asked again. Steel Rain, Sharpe said. HIMARS dropping cluster munitions and GMLRS. You just can't mistake that view for anything else. The battlefield buckshot, Alicia blurted out. If there are any imps not afraid of seeing that raining down on them and still live, I'd say they deserve some beers. Alicia joked again. Shifting his view, Sharpe saw their escort Apache attack an unknown target. Probably some type of ballistic weapon. While no match against a moving target like the Apache, it still posed a serious threat to a stationary target like a Blackhawk offloading. As the Blackhawk moved into position, the rope dropped. One by one, the Rangers slid down and secured the area. There was rubble and debris scattered across the intersection with destroyed buildings all around that provided excellent cover for the Rangers. Unfortunately, it served to hide enemy archers and mages as each other engaged one another. To stop the incoming arrows and magic blasts, Lelei cast a protection spell, providing a mana barrier over the group. The enemy attacks so far had been disorganized. Without knowing where the Rangers were going to land, the Empire wouldn't be able to set up a proper defense, so only a few trickled at a time up to this point. As they began to clear the landing zone, they noticed that the ones coming forward wore nothing but drags. They looked like slaves, tightly clutching onto the meager and rusted weapons they were given. Fear had shrouded their faces, but they were still determined. Stop! Drop your weapons and move to the side, Andrew ordered. Move, and you won't be harmed. The slaves ignored the warnings. They moved forward, some shaking violently, knowing what fate awaited them. It was a sickening sight, Sharpe thought. Forcing their own slaves to fight in this pointless war was barbaric. Not knowing what they were promised or offered, he knew they had to be taken care of. Sharpe knew that they wouldn't pose much of a threat, but it was only a matter of time before a more organized counterattack would come, so he needed to get going now. He gave his final warning before, with a heavy heart, gave his order to cut them down. Sir, Alicia said, breaking Sharpe's gaze from the horrific sight. I got word from the other Vanguard teams that have touched down. All sections had met little resistance, mostly slaves it looks like, but areas have been secured and Rose Knights are inbound. Sharpe shuddered, but was slightly confused on that piece of information, but pushing the thought behind. He acknowledged the update. He responded, Good. Tell all teams to proceed. Sergeant Major, prepare the men to move out. Lelei, maintain the protection field and attack only if necessary to reserve your mana reserve when we deal with Famulus and Apostles. Rory will take point. Once the team formed, they followed behind Rory and headed to the Royal Palace Plaza. This was the team's fourth time being in the city. However, this time felt different. Usually, the city was buzzing with life. Even at night, this time it felt lifeless. While moving through the broken stone and marble streets felt like déjà vu for the Rangers. There was a soulless fear in the air, and no one knew if it was from their attack or something else. According to the after-action reports for the past few months, most civilians had fled the city from the military and economic attacks from both Army and Air Force missile bombardments. Something everyone could see. The damage was so immense that the once proud buildings were now in rubble, littering the streets. Vanguard 7, this is Vanguard Actual, Sarah said. All teams are engaged. IRS showed that Airborne had successfully blocked Imperial reinforcements from entering the Royal District. Vanguard 5 and Blitzing Death have already broken into the east side and are about to capture or eliminate the military and Oprachmina leadership. You will also regroup with Vanguard 2 in about 5 mics. Break. Imperialists are forming a large shield wall ahead of you. As expected, Actual, Sharpe said. Thank you and out. As Vanguard 7 approached their destination, Sharpe saw the shield wall of enemy infantry that Sarah mentioned. The Rangers that were on point stopped to engage the enemy force. Scott with his M250 machine gun tore through the shields like butter while Frost, Sophia, and Andrew picked everyone who remained off. Stand by, Sarah said. The shield wall you are engaging in was a delaying force. IRS shows that the enemy is gathering behind the Royal Gate. It seems like they are ready for you. Thanks for the heads up, Sharpe said. Rory, move ahead and secure the plaza. Secure that landing zone, but don't overextend. Roger that, Tiger, Rory said with a satanic giggle. She then leaped over the Rangers, landing on a roof, and then jumped onto the wall, heading over. According to history, around this time is when an apostle would appear to cause trouble. There was always some trick that threw everything off. Sharpe requested an update on all teams, asking if anyone noticed any apostles, which all teams reported negative. He found this confusing, but welcomed the news. However, the Rangers were still cautious since Talon or Mabel might pop up somewhere. The rest of the Rangers continued their advancement. The sound of weapon fire from the other teams echoed in the surrounding area, can be heard with all the support assists like close air support. Sharpe noticed Andrew had stopped, gazing toward the city. He also stopped and saw the battle raging below. According to his visor, it must be the 2nd Brigade, 1st Cav with one of the Peprio's 8th and 14th Reformed Legion. While the airborne mission was to secure key points, those forces assaulted the front door. It seems like NATO forces were making strong gains in the city, dividing the enemy. That should keep the Imperialists busy, Randy said. Agreed, Sharpe replied, but we cannot slow down now. I don't want to miss our objective because of some random secret passage, ambushes, or any other surprise. Hearing Vanguard 2 battling the enemy, the Rangers quickly moved forward, neutralizing any resistance that stood in their way. Like before, there was much building rubble scattered throughout the streets that they had to climb over. Some seem recent while others seem to have collapsed long ago. Once reaching the end of the road, Sharpe saw that the other Vanguard team had already secured the outer perimeter of the Royal Gate. Among them was Rory Mercury, standing above a half-dozen corpses. Report, Sharpe asked the approaching Johnson. We arrived a few minutes ago, Johnson said. Their defenses seemed to be all over the place. Not like the first time we came here, Sharpe added. Being over a year ago, the first time the Rangers assaulted the city, the battle was intense. Enemies were everywhere, nearly losing all their air support from a mage. A few of the Rangers died, and many more were wounded, all in the name of saving 6 people. He himself nearly lost his life to Talon. The only thing that got them through that night was their professional training and being the best warriors of the 2 worlds. Anything else? Sharpe asked. We already tried to break down the gate, Johnson added. It seems that they reinforced it with both steel and magic. Rory, Sharpe shouted as he looked toward the gate that had been heavily reinforced and imbued with tons of protective runes. Here is the plan. Prepare the recoilless rifle and blow the door. When the Knights arrive, they storm in, and I want the Rangers to provide cover. Then both groups will leapfrog until we reach the throne room. I do not want anyone to stop until we get there. Number 1 priority is to reach the leadership. The Rangers took cover by some rubble and buildings while the Rangers took cover by buildings in the rear. Archers took position on the wall, trying to pick off anyone they could, so they became a priority target. Specialist Daniel Chapman grabbed the Carl Gustav recoilless rifle, and once everyone was clear, he fired. The rocket blew the door wide open. As the gate fell to the ground, a cannonball cut through the smoke. The cannonball crashed through a pillar on the plaza and impacted a building, exploding into an inferno. The side of the building was engulfed in flames, slowly consuming the entire building. As Randy worked on getting their Rangers out of the burning building, Sharpe remembered the recent stories during the Dumas Mountain campaign and during the raid on Outpost Romsha 1 about magically enchanted artillery weapons developed by dwarves and rondel mages, and later, Darlco. Lelei assumed the cannonball was enchanted with a fire rune. However, she had no idea how the Empire developed it, being a new level of enchanted development. Johnson, secure the gate, Sharpe ordered. Jerry, casualties? All alive, Jerry said. Some are just dusty and hearing ringing. Good, Sharpe said before pointing toward Lelei. Lelei, return fire with fire. Alicia, call in air support and take out that cannon. Everyone cover her. On it, Lelei said as she leaped toward the gate. Rifle sounds echoed from both teams as they attempted to secure the Royal Gate. The Royal Guard launched a counterattack, trying to recapture the plaza. With Tuke's flame wave spell, it stopped them in their tracks before another mage countered her flames with water. Standing in front of the gate, Lelei generated a powerful magnetic field, which when the cannon fired its second shot, the cannonball was redirected away from the plaza. This allowed an Apache attack helicopter to swoop in and take out the cannon with a Hellfire missile. Cannon down, tell the second wave to land, Sharpe ordered. With the plaza and gate secure, Sharpe gave the order for Pina Force to land. Watching the battle below from the back of the Chinook, Pina watched NATO aggressors and the League defenders clash. While she couldn't see the flow of the battle, it was clear the enemy was using the destruction of the once glorious city as cover to lure NATO closer. Even though the League was entrenched, Pina was impressed with how much progress NATO and General Peprios had made. Noticing her best friend, Boses, approaching, Pina said, "We are finally home. It feels like forever since we have been here, but we are finally home." "Yes, we are, my Empress," Boses replied. "And this time, we will not be fleeing. We will reclaim our home and build a better future. But I will say, I do not enjoy watching our beautiful city crumble like this." Unable to respond, Pina looked out at her once beautiful home. Even though she is at war with the city, in her heart she had never stopped loving it. She could only hope that she could rebuild the city to its new glory once the war ends. She even dreamed that she could build the capital to one day rival that of Washington, D.C. or London. As she dreams, she sees a familiar face approaching her and looks at the city. "Good to have you join us, Frera," Pina said to her former knight, whom she had wronged long ago. "I don't do it for you, Empress," Frera replied. "I joined this operation because it is my duty. It is where they want me. As I said a dozen times before, I will not rejoin your Rose Knights. The Legrath Knights gave me a home, and I am not betraying that." "I know," Pina said. "I should not have kicked you out of the Knights, and I cannot fix the past. There's a lot I would fix if I could, but I'm just happy that we can do this together, and I hope after this is over that we can start over." "We will see," Frera said. "But once everything is over, maybe we could find a way to restart. New era, new start." Hearing the pilots say that they were on their final approach, the Chinook slowly swung around. Below, Pina saw both Vanguard 2 and Vanguard 7 engage with the Royal Guard. Above them was an Apache that was destroying an unknown target. As the Apache flew away, the Chinook began lowering to land on the plaza. The other two Chinooks were preparing to follow them in. While taking a deep breath, Pina felt a nervous chill rush down her spine. She turned to face her fellow warriors, a mix of Rose Knights, Legrath Knights, and hand-picked elite legionaries from Fabius Legion for this assault. All of them stared at her. "My fellow Republicans," Pina said, "there was a time when all races and vassals looked upon us with respect and honor. For 600 years, our kind stood tall and made our place throughout Falmart. We were the ones who ended the Dark Ages. We pushed back the dark races from the Heartland. Today, we are facing a new enemy. Unlike all our enemies of the past, this enemy is deep within us. The corruption, the dishonorable, the self-interests. As you all know, many of our leaders whom you swore an oath to fight and protect, betrayed the empire. Betrayed our people, our families, and our original way of life and philosophies of nobility. Today, we will storm the throne and capture the ones who betrayed us. We will bring honor and glory back to our people. For the Republic. The warriors all cheered, chanting for the Republic. Once the Chinook landed and the rear ramp lowered, Pina pulled out her sword and pointed to the palace. Charge! Running off the ramp and stepping onto the stone plaza, she could feel the tremble from all of her warriors charging. 150 warriors charged past the engaged rangers, past the shattered remains of the royal gate, and clashed with the royal guards and Talus Knights. Keep pushing forward, Pina ordered. Beefeater, keep pressure on the right. Panache, get your team and secure those barracks. Boses, on me. Looking forward, Pina saw the Senate door. She knew it would take everything they had to take that chamber. The only thing between her and the senators were the few defenders in between. A guard raised his sword and swung down hard. Pina blocked the strike with her sword, being forced to step backward. She blocked 2 more strikes before retaking the initiative and landing a few jabs in the open sections. Utilizing her speed against his strength, she dodged the guard's strike and slashed his unprotected leg. With the man wounded, she then quickly decapitated him. Looking up, she saw an enemy mage on the roof, which she recognized as none other than Senator and Archmage Goddison. You shall not go any further, Pina, Goddison shouted. I will kill you for the Empire. Goddison formed a large ice ball that was hovering above the battlefield. It then cracked into smaller ice shrouds that rained over everyone, regardless of if they were friend or foe. Seeing a few of the shrouds heading toward her, out of pure reaction, she raised her shield to protect her head. Darkness suddenly blinded her as 2 of her legionaries placed their large shields around her. The tips of the shrouds partly penetrated the shield, inches away. Thank you, Pina said. While she was saved by her men, she noticed not everyone was so lucky. Some of her legionaries lay dead or wounded from the attack. The Rangers provided suppressive fire against Goddison, trying to pin him down, but his protection barrier deflected all the bullets. Lelei shot a magic blast at the roof part where he stood, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Goddison tried to use a spell to cushion his fall, but he was shot dead mid-air by Yao. His lifeless corpse merely fell onto the floor. This is it, Pina yelled. To the doors! As Beefeaters and Panache's teams secured the flanks, Pina and Boses led their teams forward. The few remaining royal guards who regrouped at the doorsteps did not last long, with 7 surrendering after watching Goddison's death. Once reaching the top of the stairs and securing the prisoners, everyone formed into a shield wall formation toward the entrance. The Empress got behind a shield, ready to storm inside. Boses and her knights reached the door and placed charges. Once they cleared the thick and massive door, 8 small explosions knocked out the locks and joints, causing it to fall. Push forward, Pina yelled. The legionaries marched into the Senate chamber. A hail of arrows impacted the shields as they marched into the first line of Royal Guard defenders, which were then quickly dispatched by the long-range support by the Rangers. Looking through a gap between the shields, Pina saw a large number of Imperial soldiers, Royal Guards, Talus Knights, Oprichnina agents, Ticaret soldiers, and other groups. Behind them were many of the remaining senators, guild leaders, and some of her brother's henchmen. However, she noticed that Zorzel was missing. Lieutenant Colonel, I have most of the objectives besides the Emperor Zorzel and Empress Famulus, Pina reported. I do not know where they are. However, one of them should know. Sharpe appeared behind Pina within the shield wall. Then let's make this quick and find out. Seeing that enough legionaries and knights had entered the chamber to turn the tide in her favor, Pina gave the order. The rear troops flanked out and charged forward, engulfing the enemy. Swordsmen from both sides clashed. The carnage of steel colliding with steel echoed throughout the chamber. Yelling and screaming were heard from the warriors who were either fighting or dying as they let out one last gasp of hope to survive. As the Empress gave directions, she saw General Calasta Helvius and General Herm Fuel Mayo ganging up on Bozes, so she quickly rushed over to help her friend. As Herm swung his sword to strike Bozes from the rear, Pina blocked it with her blade. She then goes for the strike, but finds her blade unable to cut through Herm's armor. "We have come prepared, Pina. Your blade will not penetrate our magic armor," Herm boasted as he swung his sword. "It is not the weapon, Herm. It is the person behind the weapon," Pina said. "Always too busy to scream your way through the social hierarchy besides building your status with merit. That is why you will lose. You are such a foolish girl, but thank you for bringing everyone in here," Herm replied with an arrogant tone. A loud roar suddenly echoed throughout the chamber. "If it is our time, then we are taking you all with us." The marble floor shook with pieces of brick from the ceiling started to fall. Before Pina could react, a second roar echoed throughout the chamber. Then a large steel sword pierced the floor as a large beast emerged. To her shock, Zorzel was on the back of a massive minotaur, riding and commanding the monster. What organization that the Rangers and Legionaries had went out the window as everyone took cover, dodging the giant battle axe. The Rangers quickly reacted to the new threat. The bullets struggled to take down the massive beast, as the sheer size of the monster made any damage less than a rocket launcher pointless. "Soldiers of the Empire," Zorzel yelled with a sadistic laugh. "Kill them all? Leave none alive." Pina heard Sharpe barking orders as he tried to reform both the Legionaries, Knights, and Rangers near him to counter the new threat. Taking advantage that Sharpe would never abandon a fellow comrade, Zorzel had the Minotaur stampede through anyone that was in the way, breaking the formation. The Minotaur then reached down into the crowd and grabbed Sharpe. While Pina could not hear what Zorzel told Sharpe, she could easily assume. From the first time they met, they hated each other. They had faced off before in battle, with only a third party intervening that prevented either of their deaths. A loud, painful roar soon followed as Rory bashed her halberd as hard as she could against the Minotaur, pushing the beast through the weakened wall, and the four fell out of the throne room and down to the lower levels. Pina started to rush to see if her friend was still alive, but she was forced to stop as she felt the building starting to shake. After looking up toward the ceiling, she noticed it was going to collapse. "Lelei, stop that ceiling from coming down on us now," Pina ordered. Annoyed by the fact that Pina was trying to give Lelei an order, the blue-haired mage then noticed the ceiling and realized the danger, so she quickly told her elf sisters to assist her. The three cast a thick ice layer to stop the ceiling from crumbling. A stream of freezing beams impacted the collapsing ceiling, freezing it and creating a thick ice layer that acted as a temporary support structure. Sergeant Major Randy Dodson rushed over and said, "We need to head out and find the colonel." "No," Pina boldly ordered after suppressing her feelings. "We must focus on the objective right now. Get everyone out, even the wounded. Once we secure ourselves, then we can go find out." Noticing that Randy wanted to protest, she continued, "Look, it is what he would want. The mission comes first. Besides, Rory is there with him. If we split up now, then dash dot." To Pina's surprise, she saw Randy's eyes grow larger, assuming he was about to protest her order anyway. Out of all the Rangers she has worked with, he always seemed the most understanding and experienced. To her shock, he grabbed her and tossed her to the ground. "Sergeant Major?" Pina yelled before watching a pillar drop where she was standing. "Oh, think dash dot." As she spoke, she saw General Herm's blade go through Randy's vest. Anger flowed through her blood as she grabbed her sword. "Enough, Herm." Herm pulled the sword out of Randy's vest and noticed that the vest's ceramic ballistic blasting blocked most of the blade, so the general took a stance against her. He then ran toward her, screaming with anger. With the incoming strike from above, Pina quickly blocked. She then moved low until she got behind Herm. With one quick strike, she slashed her blade into the exposed part of his leg. Herm let out a loud, painful scream. Seeing an opportunity to end the fight, Pina gripped her hands together and with all her might knocked Herm onto the ground. Keeping the blade in the Herm general leg, Hamilton placed her blade against the formal general neck, just in case he decided to try anything funny. Pina pulled her blade out of his leg and put it away after deciding to keep him alive to face trial. She noticed that the battle was coming to an end. Due to the stubbornness of the Imperial senators and generals, most of them were killed with only very few captured. Among the dead bodies, she also saw guild leaders, but most of all prominent figures of Zorzal's regime like Clayton, Padawan, Tortuous. As everyone evacuated, Jerry helped Randy back to his feet, with only a little blood coming from his chest. With the rest, the healthy soldiers were struggling and gathering the wounded and getting them out of the chamber quickly. Now, Herm, where is Famulus? Pina asked. Pina, Lelei said. That ice layer cannot hold for long. Looking up, Pina saw pillars breaking the ice. One marble ceiling piece fell, but was caught halfway in the air. Then an orange glow appeared around the ceiling, reinforcing everything. Confused, Pina looked and saw Empress Altoria Famulus lowering herself to the ground with her wings. Her hands were in the air as she assisted Lelei for some reason. With no time to ask questions, Pina gave the order to take the prisoners and get everyone out of the building. Rangers and legionaries grabbed senators, and the few remaining royal and Oprichnina guards are being escorted out. Scott, Frost, and Chapman each picked up the girls and rushed them out of the room to prevent the ceiling from falling on them. The thought of Famulus assisting baffled Pina. The only thing she could think of was that this was some trick. As she prepared to ask Herm what the plan was, his eyes showed the same shock and confusion as hers, making her believe something else was afoot. Once outside, the Rangers put the prisoners onto their knees. The last to get out were Lelei and Famulus. Moments after they exited the Senate chamber, the roof of the once proud governance of the Empire collapsed. But Pina and the rest were baffled at the actions of Famulus in saving their lives. Several leading figures of the League, ranging from Count Vervin, Mortimus Gummus, the Moon Elf Elders, as well as some of the leaders of imperial vassal kingdoms, appeared alongside Famulus. Lelei, Tuke, Yao, the knights, and the soldiers formed around the Dark Empress and the League leadership while aiming their weapons and magic at them. Famulus then raised her hands. We wish to speak with Empress Pina Colada. Confused by the strange manner of the Dark Empress, Pina asked, Why? What is your game? My game is that we wish to surrender to the new ruler of the Empire, Famulus said. That being you. Surprised by what was said, Pina glanced over to her friends for a sign on how to make sense of what just happened. Everyone was expecting a fight to the death, not a sudden surrender. They all shrugged their shoulders with confusion and signed to press further. Pina then looked back toward the Dark Queen and said, If you wish to surrender, why did you not aid us back there? I did save you from a collapsing building, did I not? Famulus quickly responded, And we refuse to surrender to the Otherworlders. We will only surrender to the new Empress of the Empire. It is not the Empire anymore, Hamilton corrected. It is the Republic. And why is that? Oiloyat asked. Yeah, you could have prevented Zorzal from taking our commander with him, Randy said as he was held up by Andrew and Frost. We will not place my people's faith in your kind's hands, Famulus said. Regardless of what you will call your new country, you and my people have a long history. Unlike the Otherworlders, they were the reason why I joined the war in the first place. Can we find peace once again? Queen Famulus, I will accept your surrender and no harm will go against any of you. She looked around, making sure everyone understood her order. She then looked back to the Dark Queen. But it was a bad move not to stop my brother when you could have. Lelei, Tuke, and Yao watch her in them. If they do anything, kill her. Randy, Oiloyat, and Bozes take charge here. Andrew, let us go find Sharpe and Rory. Hamilton took a record of all the prisoners and commented, By the way, if all the remaining League leadership are here, where is Sven Hardmoon? We have no idea where he went, Famulus said. He and the Harrio tribe abandoned us weeks ago, like they knew what was about to happen. As the team left to go find Rory and Sharpe, Pina noticed Hamilton was distracted. Hamilton stopped staring at the sky. We must hurry. I know, Hamilton said, keeping her gaze upward. But something seems off. I see dark clouds appearing in a strange way. Confused by the strange statement, Pina looked up and noticed a few gray clouds scattered throughout the sky. They seemed to appear out of nowhere, not blowing away like normal clouds do, but remaining over the city. Strange indeed, but these are just clouds. We need to go now. Slowly waking up, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe noticed everything was bright around him. Looking around, he saw stone and marble pillars holding up a dungeon hallway. They all seemed extremely old. Feeling the pain all over his body from the fall, Sharpe slowly got back onto his feet, realizing he was still in a combat zone and had no idea where Zorzel or that Minotaur was. After trying to use his radio and getting nothing, he headed down the hallway, searching for them and Rory. As he ventures down, he hears and finds nothing. A tight path like this should amplify any sound, so he expected to hear something. Not just that, but it baffled him how far he fell into the Capitol building. Complex dungeons are standard in this world. However, there was no logical way he could have fallen from this deep. "Rory, do you hear me?" Hearing nothing again, Sharpe prepared his knife and kept searching. As he keeps moving further down the path, torches started to ignite as he approached a new opening. Before he reached it, a blinding light emerged from opposite the hallway, forcing him to cover his eyes. Sharpe's eyes were forced to adjust to the new light. Once the blinding light faded, he noticed a humanoid figure emerge from the light. As the dark figure formed, he realized it was a man. Assuming it was Zorzel, Sharpe prepared for battle. However, the strange man held out his hand, chuckling. "Oh, dear Sharpe, you always assume the worst." Realizing it was not Zorzel, Sharpe still stood his ground. "In my line of work, the worst usually happens. Now, who are you?" "I should feel ashamed that you still do not know," the strange, shadowy man said. "Maybe I've been too hidden. Anyway, it means nothing. We have been engaging in conversation for years now. All the conversations we have had since you arrived in this world." "Conversations?" Sharpe asked. "I think I would have remembered someone like you." "No one ever wants to see what is right in front of them," the strange man said. "It is a sad state of mortal life. But all I will say is that I have been there during your darkest hours." "Darkest?" Sharpe said, confused by the situation. "I hate to say it, but I had a few. I do not recall you. So what do you want?" "Where is Zorzel?" My, the strange man replied. "I was there when you first assaulted Sad Era, when your people were about to leave without that little girl. I was there when you rescued your wife. I was there when you took Legrath. I was there when Darlco summoned a Balrog in Rondell. So, you see, we go back a long way." The first reaction Sharpe wanted to do was tell this man to screw off and that he wouldn't fall for this trick. However, his gut was telling him to trust this strange man for some reason. Thinking back on those events, he recalled a few moments of hearing voices and talking to someone. Sometimes, people told him he was talking to himself, and they thought it was his problem-solving. However, when the Balrog appeared and seemed unstoppable in Rondell, he remembered talking with his wife about how to stop the beast, that she gave him a pep talk that he would find a way. Later, Sarah said she didn't recall that conversation, and he boiled it up to high stress. "What do you want?" Sharpe asked again. "Why are you saying this?" "An age is ending, and a new age is about to begin," the strange man said. "What has once come will now arrive again. Once again, you will have stopped them, or the end time shall reign over this world forever. Once you are done with your current task, find this place." The strange man then turned around and started walking back into the light. Sharpe stood there confused by what the strange man said, finding that it made no sense. Taking a quick look around this hallway, he saw nothing noteworthy, so he asked, "Who are you?" The man turned around and had a big smile. "You know me as Michael." Before leaving, he added, "Jackson, you might want to wake up." Feeling a massive headache and pain all around his body, Sharpe quickly opened his eyes after hearing an intense scream. Even though his eyes were fuzzy, he saw a sword above his head coming down for him. Realizing what was happening, Sharpe moved his head just in time, barely dodging the sword's tip. The body went into automatic mode from a decade of military experience, kicking the attacker back and rolling right onto his feet. As Sharpe rose from the ground, he felt lightheaded. Soon enough, his situational awareness readjusted, and he saw Zorzel, having one hand on his head from the kick and the other holding the sword. The two stood their ground for what felt like forever. Each refused to get distracted by anything else, as the two knew this would be their last fight. No words needed to be said, as the two already knew what the other was thinking, that only one will stand and the other will fall. Zorzel then smirked as he walked to the left. "This time, no one will come and save you at the last minute, especially your cute whore of an apostle." Sharpe decided to follow Zorzel's lead, pulling out his knife. Noticing that his primary weapon was missing somewhere in the rubble of this collapsed building. Before he responded, he heard a roar from the Minotaur from before and clashing sounds. He decided to smirk, flinging his knife between his fingers as a show of confidence. "I think my cute little apostle is busy cleaning up your mess," Sharpe said. "I find it interesting that you thought you could only take me on if you brought a minotaur with you." Zorzel's smirk switched to a hateful glare. He then charged toward the ranger, taking the offensive. Sharpe was forced into the defensive, dodging each strike without a ranged weapon and stuck with a knife. Sharpe moved around the remaining pillars and jumped over any debris to add some distance between his opponents. With the sword, Zorzel had the extra range, making a quick stab in the open sections of the armor harder to exploit. Seeing a sword among the rubble, Sharpe feigned a mistake to get Zorzel to strike. Taking the bait, he ducked and rolled behind Zorzel, grabbing the sword. After grabbing the handle, he quickly turned around and blocked the incoming strike from the Emperor. As the swords clashed, the two found themselves in a struggle match of strength. Both stared at each other as a test of will, refusing to give an inch. Sharpe could see the confusion on Zorzel's face regarding Sharpe holding a sword. The Emperor did not know that Sharpe had trained with Grey on swordsmanship to help fight battles against Talon and Chrysis, all under the belief of know your enemy, an investment that paid off more than he wanted to admit. The ceiling shook as rubble fell all around them. Sharpe had no idea what was happening above them, but had complete confidence in Pina's command ability. She has grown into a great warrior and leader, so whatever the situation is, she could handle it. The fight continued as another pillar fell next to them and their blades disconnected. Not wanting to lose the initiative, Sharpe continued to engage with Zorzel. As more pillars and stones collapsed around them, he noticed fear creeping on his Zorzel's face, worried about the deteriorating environment surrounding them. Maintaining the pressure to prevent Zorzel from escaping, he saw the fear growing, so Sharpe refused to give any ground, showing that he refused to back down. As another ceiling stone fell between them, Zorzel broke the engagement and backed away. Seeing an opening, he stormed off to save himself. Sharpe chased after and got in front of the Emperor to block his escape. Sharpe took a step back, allowing more debris to fall between them. Once clear, he wasted no time and lunged forward, swinging his sword at Zorzel's armor. While not penetrating, it forced the Emperor to go on the defenses, blocking every one of Sharpe's strikes. "Is that fear I sense?" Sharpe asked, seeing a path to a balcony. He continued to press forward as he tried to prevent Zorzel from escaping. However, the entire ceiling began to entirely collapse. The two stopped their fight and rushed to the balcony because there was no more time and staying any longer would mean their death. Once outside, he caught his breath as a small ash cloud blew past them, covering the area in a light gray haze. As Sharpe regained his senses, he carefully paid attention to any detail that might give him a hint as to where Zorzel might have gone. Rainfall began dampening the balcony and removing the smoke. Unable to see far, Sharpe prepared a defensive stance and carefully looked around. Hearing slashes of charging footsteps, he turned around and deflected the attack with his sword. With the rain strangely coming down harder, Sharpe found it hard to maintain balance with the slippery marble ground and keep pace with the swordsman's attack. The only luck was that Zorzel struggled to maintain speed with his metal boots on the now slick balcony. With the next strike, Sharpe's grip loosened as the sword broke. Seeing only one chance to end the fight, he moved in and grabbed Zorzel's right arm, preventing him from using his sword. Twisting the arm, Sharpe wrapped himself around Zorzel's body and used the weight of his armor against him, taking him and swinging the Emperor onto the ground. Moving on top of the Emperor, he placed his leg on the side to keep Zorzel pinned while grabbing the arm. Emperor Zorzel L. Caesar let out a painful scream, and he tried to desperately break free. His metal plating couldn't gain traction, slipping on the wet floor, and his other arm could not gain leverage. Sharpe, using all his strength, pulled onto the arm until it cracked, breaking it. Sharpe quickly rolled back onto his feet. He noticed the Emperor slowly standing up as he held his arm. His body was shaking, not used to suffering from pain. He wondered if this was the first time a bone was ever broken. Right then, Sharpe noticed something strange. The puddle under Zorzel's feet was red. The rain of Uros is no different than the rain on Earth. It is clear blue. At first, he assumed the puddle was filled with blood. However, Zorzel's arm was broken, not bleeding out. With the battle momentarily over, Sharpe glanced around the balcony to investigate the strange rain. He noticed all the puddles being red. Checking his wet clothing, it had a hint of red. Even the water flowing down Zorzal's armor was the color red. Looking into the sky, he noticed gray clouds emerging. From what he understood from the Space Force weather reports, it was supposed to be clear skies. Deciding not to worry about the weather for the moment, Sharpe looked back toward the struggling Emperor. Pain, fear, and exhaustion all spread throughout his, realizing that it was all coming to an end. Zorzal pulled out a knife with his left hand and charged. Sharpe easily dodged the desperate attack. He took the knife from Zorzal's hands and stabbed him in the armor's gap. Quickly turning around, Sharpe kicked Zorzal in the back of the armor into a pillar. As the body returned from the impact of the pillar, Sharpe grabbed the rim of the armor plating and tossed Zorzal onto the ground. Zorzal quickly stood up and threw a punch before being blocked and receiving a left hook, causing him to fall to the ground, incapacitated. Taking a deep breath as Sharpe placed his hand on his wound as he looked down at the defeated former Emperor. Hearing footsteps coming from behind, Sharpe turned and saw Rory Mercury approaching. Her clothing was torn apart, cuts throughout her body as blood flowed down her legs, dripping from the tips of her Gothic dress. However, she walked confidently, smiling, humming, with her eyes glowing with a sense of victory. "I see you've been busy," Sharpe commented. Without a word, she stopped by Sharpe's side and tossed a Minotaur's head onto the ground. Seeing the Minotaur's head, Zorzal could only laugh as he sat down against the balcony railing. "It is over then." Confused by the sudden words of defeat, Sharpe responded, "I did not expect your ego to allow you to admit defeat." He then heard more footsteps and saw Pina, Andrew, Delilah, and others appear. "All I ever wanted was to be emperor," Zorzal said. "It was my birthright, but my damn father had to ruin everything. In the end, it is still only about you," Sharpe said. "Here you go, Jackson." Rory handed him his Colt .45. "I found it while battling the Minotaur among the rubble. It assisted in blinding that monster, so I could finally kill it." Taking the pistol, Sharpe stared at it. A simple weapon, but has such a history. Being with him for most of his Special Forces career. Given to him by his mentor Major Harper after his death from their North Korea operation. The pistol has seen so much, and it was always there when the going got tough. One way or another. What is so funny? Sharpe then aimed the pistol directly at Zorzal's head. However, what he saw wasn't fear but joy. "The end," Zorzal said as he coughed up blood and looked at Sharpe and the others. "I will die. Everything I ever wished for will not come to pass. But I will die knowing that the end for all of you will soon arrive. You all will come with me toward Hardy's pit." "What are you hiding, brother?" "As far as I know, you never have the guts to accept death like this," Pina asks, only for Zorzal to spit blood on the floor to mock her. Carefully listening to every word, Sharpe could tell that they were not an empty threat, whatever the meaning of those words. That the formal emperor sincerely believed that the end was coming for them soon. "Do it!" Zorzal spat. "Is it not what you came here to do?" Taking aim, Sharpe hesitated to pull the trigger. Something didn't feel right. For someone like Zorzal, who struggled so much to finally accept the end, bothered him. The threat he just made sounded serious as well. He knew he couldn't just end it here as he wished. If the threat was real, we needed to know what it was. Seeing the hesitation, Zorzal lunged at him, refusing to be taken as a prisoner. Out of pure reaction, Sharpe refocused, aiming once more, and placed a bullet through Zorzal's neck. He stood for a moment before the light in his eyes completely vanished. Letting the moment, Sharpe lowered his pistol as he watched the lifeless body collapse to the ground. "Damn it," he thought to himself. "Vanguard 7, this is Vanguard Actual. Do you read?" "Over." Sharpe heard Sarah's voice from his radio. He was still catching his breath before the radio received Sarah's transmission again. "I say again, Vanguard Actual to 7 Actual. What's your sitrep?" "Over." Sharpe wanted to catch more breath before he replied. Still, with Sarah trying to contact him with an increasingly worried tone, he took a deep breath before reaching for his radio. "Actual, this is Vanguard 7 Actual. Over." "Oh, thank God, Sharpe," Sarah replied with a relieved tone. "Are you okay? What's your sitrep?" Sharpe glanced at Zorzal's body again before going for his radio. "Vanguard 7 Actual to Vanguard Actual. Message to Overlord and all friendly call signs. For God and country, liberty, liberty, liberty. There was some pause before Sarah responded. If Sharpe had a guess, it's probably that the operators from the other Vanguard teams in Sarah's room heard his message, probably throwing some congratulations and celebrations around before resuming their duty and passing the message to their respective teams. After a while, Sarah finally responded. Vanguard actual to Vanguard 7, Liberty confirmed. I'm passing the message along. Great work, Sharpe. I knew you could do it. Finally, it's over. Yeah. Sharpe simply replied before taking another breath and basking himself in satisfaction with what he had done. Ending the war. You did it, Rory said. It is finally over. Almost. We still have to take his body with us. Pina walked over to her brother. I honestly thought I would be pleased to see him dead. But now seeing it, I do not know how I feel. He was a bastard, Pina, Sharpe said. There was nothing good about him. I know that he was your brother, but after everything that he'd done. Either way, it is done, Rory said. Now, we can move forward and put this war behind us. Starting with explaining why it is raining blood. Sharpe looked toward Rory and asked, Is it blood? Yes, Rory replied. I was hoping you would know why. I have never seen this before. Pina pointed toward the sky. And I thought Sarah said we were supposed to have perfect skies today? We saw the clouds form into a ring as we searched for you. Looking toward the sky, Sharpe saw what Pina described. He realized he should have focused on this manner earlier, but wanted to finish off Zorzal. Everyone seemed just as confused as him about this crazy weather storm. All the clouds are acting differently, Sharpe said. See, they're going against the wind. Some of the clouds are just hovering in place. Look, Hamilton yelled. There is that green spark on the tower. We better regroup, Sharpe said. With Rory helping Sharpe walk, the group quickly moved through the ruins of the Royal District. Once they reached the Royal Plaza where the main group took shelter, Sharpe saw the prisoners from the throne room. To his surprise, he saw the Dark Queen Famulus helping the wounded while chained underground. Still, assisting her enemies surprised him. The other surviving Imperial leadership was all bound, waiting to be shipped back to Alnus and sent to Washington, D.C. to face war crimes or negotiate with the U.S. government. Delilah came to Famulus and demanded the release of Alambula from her brainwashing, to which Famulus complied. Alambula was confused about everything after being released from her predicament. Still, Delia comforted her and slowly told her everything. Jerry quickly raced over and told Sharpe to gently lay down. Colonel, I'm starting to think that I'm your personal physician, Jerry sarcastically remarked while tending Sharpe's wounds. Funny, Sharpe replied with a sarcastic tone. I almost thought you really were my personal physician. Petition to hire Selena to be my permanent assistant. Colonel, with all of these injuries, she can heal you better than I could, Jerry jokingly replied. Sergeant Major, how many PWs do we got? Sharpe asked. Almost all of our objectives have been acquired, Randy said. Still a few missing. Captain Bailey reported that they captured General Woody and some of his staff and senators. Almost? Sharpe asked. Who is left? The King of Hearts, Svenhard Lupus Moon, the Oprichnina leader, Randy replied back. He's not here, and nobody among the prisoners knows where he is either. Damn, Sharpe cursed. He remembered the last time he ran into Svenhard Moon, being forced to kill the wife of a senator's daughter. I hope he won't give us too much trouble after this. All the more reason to find him fast, Randy replied. With Zorzal dead and Famulus captured, he's basically the next in command for the Imperial forces. And he's the leader of Oprichnina too, the masters of spying and subterfuge. Of all the ones we could miss, he's the worst one in my book. As Sharpe was being treated, he felt pain from the med gel that was injected to stop any internal bleeding. Pina, how is the battle in the city? All engaged units are wrapping up their objectives, Pina said. Holdouts here and there, but hearing that their leadership has fallen broke their will to fight. Good. Tell command to bring over the Chinooks to pick up the prisoners, Sharpe said. Once Jerry was finished, he walked over to Lelei and Rory, both staring at the green thing on the tower. Have you two figured it out yet? No, Rory replied. It is nothing we have ever seen or heard of. Wait, Lelei said. It is doing something. Something is forming. Looking at the tower, Sharpe saw a figure emerging from the green glow. Something was off, and he felt like someone was trying to warn him before. For some reason, he thought about his dream during his fight with Zorzal. By the gods, Lelei mumbled. It is a person emerging, and it looks like Lord Valker. What? Sharpe forced himself to get up despite still being treated by Jerry and zoomed in on his visor for a closer look. He remembered the encounter when his team raided a Dalco facility, too, and faced him in battle. Only through the intervention of Fryen and Lelei working together could they defeat him. The green light morphed into Valker, standing on top of the tallest tower that overlooked the city. Then, the Phantom leader reached into a bag and pulled out a head. Is that a demon head? Rory asked. It looks like something we fought in Rondell. How would he get something like that? A loud voice echoed throughout the city, saying, I am Zuffmet, and I am here to bring new light and order. All who oppose shall be swept aside and cleansed in the fiery pits of hell. Sharpe looked around and saw the same confused expression on everyone's faces. Everyone was looking toward the tower, never seeing a god before. Above, two Apaches encircled Valker, who declared himself as Zuffmet. The helicopters engaged the Phantom Lord. However, that green field from before absorbed everything thrown at him. In return, Valker raised his hand toward the Apaches, and a large energy wave pulsed out, destroying both helicopters. Valker then placed his hand on the demon's head, engulfing it in green fire. The head's eyes glowed bright red, and it was engulfed in green flames. The head started to float as Valker placed his hands around the demon's head, hands glowing green. Hugh pressed against the head until a strong green energy wave ripped throughout the city. Sharpe looked around to see what had just happened. A dry moan could be heard nearby, just slightly to get everyone's attention before it became more prominent. The corpse that was once Zorzel slowly stood up, head hanging toward one side, eyes fixed right at Sharpe. Pina let out a slight yelp, watching the state of her deceased brother, blood continuing to ooze out of his mouth and nose. His deranged, bloodshot eyes refocused on her, but before he could lunge, Sharpe shot one last time. This time it hit its head, bringing down the Emperor for good. Sharpe! Lelei shouted with panic as she pointed. He looked where she was pointing, toward the capital. To his horror, he saw hundreds of previously dead soldiers that were killed before had begun assaulting them. In comparison, he had seen necromancy magic before, never to this scale. Assuming it was necromancy magic at all. Rangers, get into defensive position and dash, Sharpe said before Rory interrupted. She pointed to the destroyed capital, where more ghouls kept emerging. However, Rory was pointing toward not the fresh undead attacking them, but a summoning portal. A monster the size of a minotaur emerged from the summoning portal. Soon after, dozens of other summoning portals appear as more monsters emerge from them. Vanguard 7, this is actual, Sarah quickly said. IRS is showing that everyone who was killed inside the city is rising up. Reports of these monsters, of these things emerging across the city. Everywhere. These are not just monsters, Rory said. They are the demons of the past that once ravaged this world. It is Rondell all over again, Lelei said. Not just the undead, but demons as well. But how could he summon so many? I have never heard of an entire city population being turned into ghouls at this scale and speed like this. There are too many. He just turned them all at once, Tuke said. Lelei, how is that even possible? I have no idea, but it might have something to do with that demon's head, Lelei replied, unable to look away while unfolding. Do you know about this Famulus? Hamilton asked. Valker came to us after what happened in Rondell and threatened to kill us if we surrendered, Famulus answered. We knew he had a plan, but we didn't know what it was. I didn't even expect that he would do something like this. We underestimated Darlco, Pina said. They were not just going to hit Rondell. My city is next. Sharpe carefully analyzed the situation. While he couldn't admit it, his heart was pounding. While they have been through many horrible situations that seem impossible, he couldn't have the worst moment. Valker is more potent than before and clearly made some form of alliance with the god Zuffmet. Unable to run and surrounded, the only thing he could think of was to defend this ground until reinforcements arrived. V21. Chapter 242 Hell on Sad Era. This is Jaywalker 2-1. We are surrounded. They are rising back up. All of them. We are trying to regroup with the rest of Jaywalker. Fall back. Somebody get flamethrowers on the flanks. Request legionnaires for assistance. This is Rebel 3 to 3. Echo 4 Delta. We're being ambushed by a horde of some kind of demons. Some of them are over 8 feet tall, multiple rounds needed to neutralize. They are firing magic blasts and are bombarding us. We have multiple casualties, including our CEO, and we're being pushed back. Requesting assistance. Greg, keep shooting them. Hold them back. Everyone else, focus your fire on their heads. Prioritize the ones that are about to launch their fire. Oh shit, incoming. Get clear, get clear. This is Ironhide 3 to 1, calling any and all friendly call signs in the area. My platoon is being ambushed by what looks to be demons. Ironhide 3 to 3 just received a mobility kill, and we're cut off. I say again, we're cut off. We're holding our ground for now, but we're running low on 25 millimeters and TOW missiles. Is there anyone who can assist? Over. Overlord, this is Talon 1 to 1. My flight is being harassed by flocks of what appear to be gargoyle-like creatures. Our door gunners are doing their best to shoot them down, but the skies are swarming with those things, and they are bombarding us with some type of breath attack. Airspace over Sadera is contested. We have to pull back. Shit. Some of them have latched on a Talon 1 to 2. Talon 1 to 2. Shake them off. Fuck. They're ripping off your tail. 1 to 2. Land your bird now. Fuck. Fuck. I can't. I lost my vertical control. Mayday. Mayday. Talon 1 to 2. We're going down. I say again. Talon 1 to 2 going on. Fuck. Get these fuckers off me. Ah. Talon 1 to 2 is down. I repeat Tal dash. Talon 1 to 1 come in. Talon, do you copy? Outskirts of Sadera. Date: August 7th, 2026. Hanging high above the sky, the yellow light from the hot blazing flare had been beating down on the open grass field. Soldiers of both worlds sat by and waited to see if they would be summoned to storm the city of Sadera, the capital of the crumbling empire. Devoid of shade, the waiting soldiers found whatever they could to stay cool. Kilometers outside the city, a long line of soldiers, equipment, and hardware were positioned to assault the city if requested. As the invasion of the city unfolded, it became clear that no one will be needed and boredom unfolded among the ranks. To help pass the time, each side started to mingle amongst themselves. As the flare moved higher into the blue cloudless sky, General Crisis noticed a few Republicans and Terrans start to engage in conversation. Some of the encounters had been groups arguing regarding past battles and the differences in politics between the two worlds. On the other hand, other groups joined in each other's games of cards and dice or sports. Regardless of what world a warrior was from, it was clear that all warriors spoke the same language. One of them being the anger of being left out of a battle, being put on the sidelines as if they were no longer needed. In my entire life, I had never sat out a battle, Crisis said as he put away his leather water pouch after wiping the sweat from his forehead. I have never been more humiliated in my life. Stop being dramatic. It does not suit you, Melina said, and I highly doubt this is the most humiliating moment of your life. Crisis gave the warrior bunny a glare, which she only responded with a challenging smirk. She helped save him from the Ticaret prison from a plot to trade him to Zorzel. At the time, he had no idea why the Ticaret were so desperate to hand him over to the Emperor until his sister told him. During his recovery, for some reason, she had been by his side at the hospital for the better part of a month. While he hated to say it, the truth was that she was correct and that he was being dramatic, placing his hand on what reminded him of his armless arm, reminding himself of his most significant defeat. I am a general. I march soldiers into battle. I do not like standing around. I understand that feeling all too well. But as my late master used to say, you have to be patient. Wait for your opening and then strike. Our moment will come. In the meantime, keep your blade sharp and steady, Melina reassured him. While gazing towards Sadera, he saw lights appear and disappear from explosions and magical strikes. The zooming sound of nearby artillery fired from a cannon to support the invading infantry. Helicopters and airplanes flew above the buildings, firing at enemy targets. However, from this range, they only looked like black spots. Looking at the ex-mercenary warrior bunny, Crisis asked, "Why are you here, little bunny? I highly doubt you are being paid at this point." "Do I have to be paid to be here?" Melina asked. Then you are here to watch the city that destroyed your kind's livelihood burn, Crisis said. Cold, but I can understand. I was not in the bunny burrow when it fell, Melina said. My mother and I were never welcome there. I never had a stake in that conflict. My loyalty has always been with my current clan. And once again, the question has not been answered, Crisis said. This time Melina glared at him, looking away in disgust for some reason. Once all of this is over, my clan will split apart. To be honest, I already see everyone going their own way. I hope to stop it, but I no longer see that as a possibility now. So, I figured I would join this campaign and see what opportunities it might bring. An opportunist, I see, Crisis said. I understand, though. As the conversation continued, Crisis noticed an American soldier strangely staring toward the capital city. Soldiers playing games, gossiping about their women, and adventurers suddenly stopped what they were doing. One by one, everyone stopped whatever they were doing and gazed east. Out of nowhere, soldiers began to cheer. The word liberty started spreading throughout the ranks, the code word that meant that the emperor was dead. So, they did it? Melina asked. It seems so. So much for that opportunity to strike, Crisis said. So, Jackson Sharpe killed that little bastard of an emperor. The war is finally over. Too bad. I wish I was there to see it, or even personally execute him myself. He let out an annoyed sigh. You should have been the one who killed him, Melina said. After what they had done to you. Blood is paid with blood. Never would happen, Crisis said. Even though I would have done anything for that opportunity, the powers at play would never allow one of us that honor. Besides, this war may be ending, but my war with the Oprichnina has only begun. Then allow me to accompany you for that, Melina offered. Crisis looked over at her and gave a slight nod before being interrupted. General, Fryen said, look there by the Tower of Uros. That shimmering green light forming at the top. Looking toward the city again, Crisis saw what the apostle was referring to. A strange green light hung above the city, like a lonely star above the sky. While everyone gazed at the light, Crisis could only wonder what it could mean, as it was not there a moment ago. He wondered if it was a new NATO weapon. From his experience during the Ely's campaign, he noticed that NATO weapons emitted light once fired. However, if the Emperor was dead, there would be no reason to employ a new weapon as the war was closing. And a strange light above the city. He could not think of an application for such a weapon. How interesting, Crisis mumbled before turning toward his apostle. What do you think of this? I have never seen anything like this before, Fryen said. I need more information before I can form a theory. Then let's see if all this technology these people rely upon has any answers. Crisis quickly turned toward the rear of the formation. Wait, where are you going? Melina asked, chasing after him. To the den for answers. As Crisis moved through the formations, passing more soldiers who were reacting to the strange green light above Satera. Once reaching the commander post, nicknamed the Den, he approached a large tent with 2 guards with patches that said MP. The bunny and pointy-ear elf are here with me, Crisis said while he bypassed them, as they knew better than to stop him. General, what is the status of the attack? Crisis saw Lieutenant General Charles Stanford looking toward the main screen with a half-dozen smaller ones around the main one. There is this look of shock and horror across his and his staff's faces. Did the League defeat our forces? No, but something much worse is happening. See for yourself, Stanford said. Walking over to what the Terrans called a monitor, Crisis expected to see League forces standing over Terran bodies, celebrating their victory. What he saw on the screen was unimaginable. While laughable, the look on Stanford's face didn't tell a story of a great win, but a great defeat, so he was forced to assume the worst. However, what he saw made him wish it was only the League defeating Terran and Republican forces. At least that could have been dealt with later. On the 7 screens, corpses were shown rising from the ground and attacking. Terrans, legionaries, royal guards, civilians, and anyone killed during the assault or bitten by these corpses all swarmed anything alive. In addition, giant black organic-looking monsters summoned from the ground had joined in on the attack and begun attacking everything that moved. Can you tell me what is happening? Stanford asked. Besides the fact that the dead are rising as ghouls, most likely some kind of powerful necromancy magic, those tall black abominations are none other than the demons, Fryen answered. Demons? Stanford slowly replied. So, you're telling me what happened in Rondell wasn't an isolated incident? Apparently not, Fryen replied. This is Darlco's doing. Somehow, they have found a way to summon demons. And these are not just basic summons that are temporary and can be commanded. Maybe teleportation might be a better term than summon, or a combination of the two. Interesting. Silencing the Apostle's small rant, Crisis said, regardless of how the enemy has made their move, the question is why. Analyzing the live stream, he noticed a strange man hovering next to the tower, where the green light was. He told the operator to freeze the stream. Who is that? That is Vokr, the leader of Darlco and Lord of the Phantoms, Fryen said. Some time ago, Lelei and I faced him at one of his research facilities. He was doing some kind of unknown research on my body. DARPA could not figure out what they were trying to do. It is clear it is related to this moment. Question is, how is he doing this? I recall Lelei talked to me about that event. Fryen then pointed to the demon head that Vokr was holding. This must be how they summoned the Balrog. Darlco must have discovered a demon corpse in the Aran Labyrinth. It doesn't matter right now, Stanford said. How do we stop this? Simple. Crisis reached to his hip and unhooked his helmet. He slowly placed it over his head and tightened the strap with one hand. We march in there and meet this new enemy head-on. As Stanford began giving new orders to send reinforcements and whatever assistance they could muster, Crisis exited the command tent. Crisis marched to the front of the army. Seeing the smoke and dark clouds above the city, he walked up to an Abrams tank and climbed on it. For a moment, he struggled to get up with his one arm, but then Melina jumped up and helped him up. To his annoyance, he accepted the offer. Once he gained his footing, Crisis gained everyone's attention and gave a short speech. My fellow warriors, today, we are witnessing events that neither of our worlds has foreseen. I am not going to lie. The gods have challenged the realm of men, and they have sided with the forces of darkness. The legend says 2,000 years ago, a demon army came through the gate and tried to conquer all of the known worlds. We defeated them then, and we will defeat them again here. He then pulled his sword from his sheath and aimed it toward the capital city. My fellow warriors, our comrades are facing the ultimate threat, and they need our help. I will not be on standby on the sidelines as our comrades fight for their lives. Republicans and Terrans are all fighting for their lives and this world's sake. Charge now, and we will repulse these demons back into the abyss like our ancestors once did. Come forth, my warriors. Let's save this world again. Royal District. What was intended to be an invasion to bring an end to war turned into a battle for survival. The fall of the League was now a struggle against an army of ghouls and demons that were summoned by the Dalco Lord, Vokr. With the continuation of the blood rain falling across the city, the ground was stained in red. Uniforms and weapons alike were soaked as soldiers were forced to adapt to these strange conditions. Taking advantage of the boxed-in nature of the Royal Plaza, the Rangers and Republican forces dug in as they realized that they were surrounded. Sharpe quickly devised a plan to hunker down and become a rallying point for any Allied forces that were nearby. A somewhat safe zone until a better plan could be figured out. Taking a quick mental inventory, Sharpe accounted for Pina's Knights and her legionaries, Delilah's Bunnies, his and Johnson's Vanguard teams, plus 3 more Vanguard teams who managed to reach their position, however with losses. Surrounded, every officer and NCO rushed along the battered lines, maintaining order and preventing any gaps from forming. The ghouls amassed and rushed toward them along with a huge group of humanoid demons and some slow-moving giant demons. With only myths and legends from Rory and Lelei, there had been only a limited amount of information on how deadly these monsters were. Unlike most life forms who react to pain and wounds, these demons, aside from their abnormally tough skins, ignored any damage that was inflicted by their rifles, or at least none that Sharpe could visually see. While the Rangers had killed a few, it had taken far more bullets than he would have liked, creating concern they would run out of ammo before help could arrive. Sharpe saw a lot of activity in the direction where Vanguard 5 should be. Bailey, status? Pin, sir, Bailey responded. Everyone we killed is now trying to kill us. Found the remnants of Vanguard 4. We're trying to get to the surface. Roger, Sharpe replied. We are coming to your position. Vanguard Actual, this is Vanguard Lead. Requesting fire support, Sharpe said. There is a short delay with a disappointing response by Captain Sarah Sharpe. Request is on queue. However, I wouldn't expect it anytime soon. Everyone is requesting every assist, and there isn't enough to go around. Every unit is being engaged and bogged down. You can't even get me one strafing run? Negative. Literally, everything is queued up to 6 deep. Even if there's one available, we don't know how to direct them to you. Not with those gargoyles swarming the skies. Just hang in there. I'll get you something the moment one is available. I promise. Looking toward the city from the Royal Plaza, Sharpe saw skirmishes scattered throughout the city. Artillery landed throughout the suburbs and markets as soldiers tried to use that as a shield. The airspace around the city wasn't much better as their helicopters were busy fighting these gargoyles, and some of them managed to take down some gunships and transport helicopters. Actual, keep the IRS in our position. I want no surprises. After figuring out the distance between their position and Vanguard 5, Sharpe gathered Rory, 8 Rose Knights and Legionaries plus 6 Rangers. Placing Pina and Johnson in command in the plaza area, they headed out. The Rangers took center while the Legionaries and Knights positioned themselves on the outside. With their heavy armor and shields, there to be the barrier to keep the ghouls and the demons away, as the Rangers used their range weapons to snipe anything that approached. Rory remained in the lead, clearing a path for the group, so they would not be overwhelmed. Beefeater, taking command of the Legionaries, said, "Keep those shields to the side. Whatever you do, maintain the shield wall. If anything gets close, cut them down but do not leave the formation. That being said, be careful what you aim at," Andrew added. "Don't waste your ammo. Only attack the ones that are getting close." Beefeater, Sharpe said, "When we get to the stairway, I want you to form a perimeter while we get Bailey's team. Rory, you take the lead and make sure we don't get swarmed." As they passed through the remainder of the Imperial Senate building, they found ghouls everywhere. Over in the distance by some rubble, the group could see a group of ghouls consuming civilians who were probably trapped. The ones that still remain intact were transformed into ghouls themselves. Elsewhere throughout the Royal District, they could hear screams from trapped civilians and soldiers, probably being swarmed and slaughtered. Sharpe saw in the eyes of his team that they wanted to go off and help, especially the Knights and Legionaries, as this was their home. However, he knew they couldn't. Going after Bailey was already a high risk, and going further would probably get everyone here killed. The only option now was survival. As the rescue team advanced, Rory and the Legionaries had no issue cutting down anything in their path with their weapons. Unfortunately, one was killed by an ambushing demon. With everyone they killed, it seemed that another one appeared. "The stairway is around the corner," Sarah said. "Take that left and you are good." Acknowledging the directions, the team stopped at the corner. Seeing 2 Rangers from Vanguard 5 protecting the entrance of the stairway, Sharpe, Andrew, and 2 Rangers turned the corner and opened fire, clearing a path for Beefeater's group to form a perimeter. One by one, the ghouls were picked off until they turned to face them. Once the ghouls started approaching their position, the Legionaries and Knights charged toward the remainder, cutting them down. "Hold fire." Sharpe watched as Beefeater's team cleared out a path to the pinned-down Rangers. He gave the order, and they advanced forward. With the area secured, a loose shield wall was formed. As Sharpe approached the Rangers, he noticed another ghoul drop from a nearby building. The monster was wearing a U.S. military standard uniform with a Vanguard 3 insignia. Sharpe stopped and aimed his pistol, putting a bullet through its head. As the corpse fell to the blood-soaked ground, a chill went through his body as it did not feel right to kill a fellow Ranger. All he could do was hope that killing the soldier brought some kind of peace from whatever hell was brought upon him. "You guys are a sight for sore eyes," the Ranger named Private First Class Daisy Wallace said. "I thought we were screwed." "No time to celebrate," Sharpe said. "Is everyone ready?" "Hold on," Daisy said. She then called down the stairway. Bailey quickly rushed up. "Thank God you guys came. Can you move out? Give me 30 seconds. I have General Woody and some of his staff with us." As Bailey gathered his forces, Sharpe rejoined the rescue team to strengthen the perimeter. Hearing Frost warned of demons approaching, he looked toward the collapsed building and saw 3 of them. Each one had this black, organic, thick skin, while 2 had this wolf-like face the third one had more of a flat, humanoid look. All had these long arms with sharp claws, blisters that beat like heart's pulse throughout their body. While being nightmarishly ugly, their bodies could take such physical abuse while remaining mostly unharmed. The three demons leaped from their positions and fell to the ground on their feet as the Rangers began firing upon them. They dropped 3 stories to the ground, a drop that would have broken or killed most men. However, it barely affected them. Before the Rangers could adjust their fire, the 3 demons ran straight toward them. Andrew and Frost adjusted and focused fire on the closest demon. It took about 3 to 4 bullets each to finally kill it. However, while the humanoid one went down easily, the other 2 leaped and landed directly in front of the legionaries. The first legionary that was closest raised their sword to strike. The demon knocked one of them over while grabbing the other, crushing the legionary head with ease. "Holy shit," Andrew mumbled, shocked by what he just saw. "They just don't go down." "Deal with it later, Andrew. Reform the breach now," Sharpe quickly ordered as he aimed his pistol, but was nearly struck down by the second demon. It was Andrew who tackled him to the ground that saved them both from the abomination. However, from the tackle, he felt a sharp pain on his bandaged side, a final parting gift from Zorzel. The demon approached, but Beefeater charged past it and sliced its arm off. The demon let out a roar and swung his arm around, knocking her into one of the other knights. As the beast was distracted, one of the Rangers opened fire at it with his sidearm. However, it had little effect outside, blood oozing from the holes. "Nergoni, protect the colonel," Beefeater said as she was getting onto her feet. "Everyone else, reform the line." She then rushed toward the demon. Ducking low and getting behind the beast, she sliced its other arm clean off. Hearing the demon growl and turn toward Beefeater, she felt a deep fear overcome her, unable to understand how this being was still standing. Then its head split in half as blood spilled over her. After the body fell, she saw Rory standing behind. As the legionaries and knights surrounded the demon, half blocked each strike from the abominations while the others cut it down. While the ability of these beasts to ignore pain was impressive, with enough damage they still die. With the demon dead, the group found themselves becoming surrounded. However, Bailey and the rest of his team stormed out of the stairway and joined in the fight, assisting in pushing back the enemy. Sarah informed Sharpe that more demons were appearing and heading toward them. Seeing Vanguard 5 and what remained of Vanguard 4, he gave the order to fall back. Taking a quick head count, 2 legionaries had died, and Vanguard 4 was missing 3 of their rangers. As the group headed back to the established perimeter, piles of corpses lay in front of everyone. Most dead from their heads being destroyed, however other undead still clawed out once they saw movement, crawling, or reaching out mindlessly as they passed. A demon dropped next to the group. As it prepared to strike, a strong firebolt impacted the monster, engulfing in blue flames. The demon screamed out as it burst into flames, wailing around as its arms slammed against one of the soldiers' shields. Looking over, they saw Lelei, Tuke, Yao, and the other rangers waving. Once back with the main group, everyone reorganized into their formations and reinforced the lines. Everyone realized the key to survival was to dig in as best as possible. Once the situation stabilized, Bailey asked, "Jackson, what the fuck is going on? One moment we were mopping up some Opernina bastards, and then everything we killed attacked us. It will take too long to explain," Sharpe replied as Jerry rushed over to inspect his wound again. "I honestly don't fully understand it. We just have to hold out?" "With what?" Bailey asked. "I have 2 more magazines left of my primary." Johnson approached and said, "Glad to see you alive, Bailey." "Jackson, how much longer do we have to wait? We did not bring enough supplies for a siege. And my men are getting tired," Penis said. "We should make a break for it." "Hell no, lady," Bailey said. "You are not out there. It is hell. The moment we leave, we will be swarmed without mercy. We barely got here alive." "Bailey is correct," Sharpe said. "We have too many wounded and prisoners to take care of. We are not near a FOB, and with the amount of destruction, we wouldn't be able to properly stay in formation. It will be the Battle of Teutoburg Forest all over again." "What is that?" Pina asked. "A battle where the Germans slaughtered 3 full Roman legions," Sharpe explained. "They were trapped in a line of 20 kilometers. While this is not the same situation, the result would be the same. Then we hold as long as we can until help arrives, Johnson said. No choice. They know we are here, Sharpe said, and they will do whatever it takes to get to us. The question is how long. Our response needs to be, as long as they need to reach us. Taking a quick look around, he noticed how red everything had gotten. While it is not pouring, it has accumulated enough blood to form pools on the floor and soak everyone's clothing. Sharpe then said, "This is the plan. Pina, you command the main formation here. Johnson, you on the north side, Bailey on the south. Do what you must, but we hold here until either help arrives or we see a window to escape. I only want the rifles to pick off only when they are too much, either to thin out large groups of undead or incoming demons. Let the swordsmen take care of the undead. Also, I want everyone to turn off their NETT warrior." "Sir?" Johnson asked. "Right now, everyone is connected," Sharpe said. "I don't want people distracted by watching their comrades being slaughtered and consumed. Our only chance is if everyone is entirely focused right here." Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, Famulus said as she approached, hands bound. "I request that you let me, Count Vervin, and the Moon Elves as well as other elven leaders free, so we can assist." "Hell no. You cannot win without help," Famulus said. "You are famous for pulling victory against overwhelming odds. However, I doubt you can defeat this horde in this current situation. I have no interest in dying like this. Or just fly off," Bailey added, "leaving all of us to our deaths." "Don't do it," Rory said, glaring at the Dark Empress. "She will betray us the moment we let our guard down." "All of them will." To Sharpe's confusion, he noticed the Dark Empress glancing toward Pina for support. While he agreed with Rory's statement, it seems something happened between the two empresses while he was dealing with Zorzel. Now that he thought about it, he had no idea what happened. "Pina." Taking an exhausted breath, Empress Pina Colada responded. "During the battle, the ceiling was collapsing on us. If it was not for her, we all would have been killed or buried. She then voluntarily surrendered to me. I was going to bring it up after the battle until this all happened." "Then it is your decision," Sharpe replied. "Fine," Pina said. "Famulus, Count Vervin, Moon Elf Elders, and all rulers of the elven vassal states. For now, I will release all of you. However, if any of you act hostile in any way or betray us, future consequences will fall upon your people, and Rory will not need to wait for my permission." "Not that I would have waited for it," Rory commented as she took guts off her weapon. As Famulus was released, Herm and Calasta started begging to be released. "I do not want to die like this," Herm begged. "Give us a sword, and we will help." As he spoke, the Imperial Senators, guards, staff, and Oprichnina all started begging for freedom. "No!" Pina yelled, staring at Herm directly and then slowly at everyone else. She then approached all the prisoners as they sat on the plaza concert, soaked with the blood rain. "To the Royal Guard, I will give you one option. Renounce the old regime and embrace that I am your new ruler. Help us save this city today, and I will pardon your treachery." "What about us?" Calasta asked. "You said no to us, but you were giving them a chance?" "That is because, at the end of the day, the Royal Guard was just defending who they thought was in charge," Pina coldly replied. "For you two, the Senators and the Oprichnina, all of you have betrayed the Empire, the Legion, all of Falmart, and me multiple times for your own self-interests. When at Hell's Gate, you have proven you cannot be trusted. Be happy we are not using you as a meat shield." "Are you sure about this?" Sharpe whispered. "With them, there is no way we can trust them," Pina replied. "When we were fighting your people, with everything stacked against us, these people still chose themselves as my nation was falling apart. Look how many times Oprichnina betrayed the Ely's legions." "Point taken," Sharpe said. "But the meat shield part doesn't seem like a bad idea," Bailey added. Sharpe gave Bailey a look that showed that it might come to it if things get bad enough. He then saw 17 of the 20 Royal Guards agree to Pina's terms. As everyone acknowledged their orders and got to work, Sharpe remembered the book World War Z by Max Brooks he read early in the war. A similar situation happened in the book when U.S. forces faced off against zombies using the old land warrior. Being highly networked, every soldier saw and heard their comrades being eaten. The book's conclusion said it demoralized and spread panic throughout the U.S. forces, resulting in massive casualties and fleeing the battle. While he had no idea if that conclusion would apply to a real-world situation, he has no interest in testing that now. An hour went by, and they were able to repel 2 undead waves. It seemed like it would never end, making Sharpe wonder where they were all coming from. With the heads up that a wave of Tomahawk missiles was approaching, Sharpe, Lelei, and Randy watched the weapon fly toward Valker, who remained on the tower. Valker looked directly toward the missile and phased out. The missile went right through Valker. "It is Valker," Lelei said. "Physical projectile weapons will not work against him. Remember, last time we faced him we needed to use electricity to inflict damage on him. It is his only major weakness we can exploit right now." "I know that, but it's probably a Hail Mary attempt," Sharpe replied. "Colonel," Pina yelled. Looking over, Sharpe saw a large mob of undead approaching. There were enough of them that Sharpe thought they could break the shield wall. "Rory, take Famulus and reinforce Pina's position." As everyone moved to assist Pina's flank, Rory approached, soaked in blood. "Is anyone else wondering where all the demons went?" "I noticed that too," Sharpe said, and the current push seemed to focus on brainless beings. Hearing a helicopter from the cliffside, Sharpe and Rory turned around for a small moment. He saw that the Imperials placed their capital on this cliff as it had an amazing view of the city. From the position, they could see about half of it. Below the city streets below, the sounds of battle echoed everywhere. With a quick glance, it seemed that most of their allied forces had regrouped into defensible positions. There were still small battles scattered across the city, either patrol, rescue teams, or last-stand holdouts. Artillery rained down, leveling everything in desperation to help keep the enemy from overwhelming NATO and allied forces. To Sharpe's surprise, there seemed to be far fewer helicopters than he expected. With the sudden appearance of this new enemy, they must be burning through fuel and ammunition as they engage the gargoyles. While a makeshift airbase by Didwali cut the need for aerial refueling and increased mission loitering time, it was not prepared to support the massive amount of support they needed now. It would take time to establish a steady flow of refuel and rearming to get back into action. Knowing that the casualty rates were probably going to be high, Sharpe turned to Rory. "Is Roy protecting the lost ones?" Sharpe asked. "I hope so," Rory replied. "I feel the souls passing through my body. However, I have yet to hear from Roy. I am surprised the gods have allowed this to happen." Noticing the helicopter focused its attention on them, it was a French Eurocopter Tiger. It fired its chain gun at the cliffside. While it was in no danger of attacking them, the angle bothered him. "Rory, grab my belt." Once she grabbed his belt, he looked down the cliff. To his horror, about a dozen demons were quickly climbing the cliff. "Rory!" She pulled him back as a demon jumped right past him to strike. The demon landed behind them, and Sharpe prepared his Colt .45. "Everyone, we have been flanked. Rear flank." He then fired as Rory cut down another that appeared. As everyone turned around, realizing that their once safe spot was now a battleground, more demons appeared over the plaza cliff and attacked. One grabbed a wounded ranger and crushed him, while another demon went directly into Bailey's position. Being forced to back up, Sharpe turned his magazine into a demon before Lelei finished it off. From what he could tell, 8 demons appeared inside their formation and wreaked havoc, being forced to pull soldiers from the perimeter, swords and riflemen alike. No one was able to establish a perimeter, each fighting alone or in small groups to isolate a demon. As the attack continued, Rory sliced a 4-armed demon in half. "Get away from my friends, you bastards!" With a bright light from Lelei's staff, engaged with blue fire, burning the incoming demons and ghouls. With the flames, she intentionally tried to create firewalls to help slow down the demonic army. Rory sliced an arm off and turned around, holding her halberd side to stop a troll-like demon from attacking. With a short tug of war, she overpowered the demon and jumped over and sliced it in half. To her shock, Famulus assisted by removing some of the demons, flinging them off the cliff. In combination with Rory and Famulus, the two finished off the last demon. Sharpe walked over to a demon who was crawling on the ground, a ranger arm in its mouth with the corpse behind it. Stepping on its back, he shot 3 rounds in its head, killing it. Feeling exhausted, he saw Rory and Famulus give a rare positive gesture toward each other as they won this skirmish. The 3 remaining medics tried to treat the wounded, and he saw gaps in the shield wall with not enough men to maintain the perimeter. However, it seems the worst had passed, as even the undead seemed to lessen. "I think we should take our chances," Randy proposed. "There is no way we will make it," Johnson said. "But stay here?" Randy replied. "Half of our rangers are out of ammo. We are basically throwing rocks now. We cannot move," Jerry said as he sewed a wound shut. "We have 15 wounded. Who is going to carry them and protect them?" Sharpe realized that he only had 2 options. They wouldn't be able to carry the wounded out and be able to defend themselves. Either they abandon the wounded, which he refused to consider, or hold here. "We stay here." "It does not matter," Rory said as she walked past them. "Valker has arrived." "Fuck," Sharpe realized he let slip out of his mouth. Turning around, all he could see was a blood-stained rumble of the collapsed Senate building. Suddenly, Valker walked through the rumble in his phased form, like they were not even there. Many of the demons and ghouls formed behind him, somewhere summoned. "I got this," Lelei said. "Hold on, Lelei," Randy said. "You needed the mana of an apostle to beat him last time, and I can only assume you are almost depleted. Do we have a choice?" Lelei asked. "Whatever you are planning on, I can assist," Famulus said. "I'm not an apostle, but I assume I am better than nothing." "Everyone prepare yourselves," Sharpe said. "Everyone else, grab the wounded and fall back into the plaza." "And where?" Panache asked. "That is a cliff, remember?" "Do as you are ordered, Panache," Pina said. As everyone abandoned their positions and gathered in the plaza, some of the rangers opened fire on Valker. The bullets did nothing as they passed through him. Behind him, summoning spells appeared as more demons emerged. Sharpe held his hand, signaling to everyone to hold the position. Rory walked to his side and prepared to strike. "Prepare, Lelei." Valker marched with confidence, hands glowing green. He sped up and leaped toward them with incredible speed, heading toward them faster than Lelei could respond. To what could only be considered a hand of God, as Valker leaped toward them, he rammed into what Sharpe could only explain as a mana barrier of some kind. A spiderweb crack spread out from where the Dark Lord impacted the crystal-clear barrier, with the center forming a giant shield. It then disappeared. Valker stood there, carefully looking around like he was analyzing something that no one else could see. Gripping his right hand, he thrust his fist toward it. The crystal-clear shield barrier re-emerged with a loud clash sound echoing through the plaza. "Emroy," Rory said with excitement. While a large relief spread, the Rangers and Legionaries all stared at the Dark Lord as he continued to bang against the barrier. With every thrust, the cracks grew larger, like it was going to collapse at any moment. Suddenly, Valker stopped and placed his hand on the barrier, activating it again. He phased out of their realm, and his fingers slowly passed through it. "He is getting through," Lelei commented. "How? How can he be stronger than a god?" Rory asked. "How can he be stronger than Emroy?" "Because he is one now," Famulus said. "As I said before, we surrendered to his rule not long after what happened in Rondell. But Valker took over the League against our will. I think one of the gods possessed or merged with him." Seeing that Valker's arm was already halfway through the barrier, he felt like he was grasping straws for a solution. An electrical strike suddenly hit the barrier, forcing Valker back to the other side of the barrier. Confused about what just happened, Sharpe heard Lelei shout Fran's name. Fran approached, hand aimed at the barrier. "Lord of the Phantom Realm, you will not advance any further." A short staring contest persisted between the 2 phantom mages. Valker, the Lord of Dalco and the Phantom Realm, shook his head and placed both hands on the barrier. He phased out again, but his hands glowed brightly, injecting much of his mana against the barrier. As Valker reached halfway through the crystal-clear barrier, Fran placed both hands together, casting a gravity spell on Valker's position, concentrating as much of the gravity as he could onto that one position, trapping the Dark Lord within the barrier. Lelei rushed and prepared to cast the same spell. Fran rejected her offer of assistance and said, "It would be wise if you, Tuke, Yao, and Famulus continue regenerating your mana." Let me and my master buy us time until everything is ready. Your master is here also? Sharpe asked. The demons that were behind Valkyr shifted positions, staring at the sole entryway to this plaza. With the ground rumbling, everyone saw a general of Army Crisis riding on an M1 Abrams with an attached plow on its front. Ghouls and demon corpses scattered all over the front of the tank, with the plow being used to cut down anything in its path. The tank stopped and aimed at the demons. With the loud sound from the Abrams cannon, the blast dismembered many of the demons. First Cav infantry stormed the sides and engaged the remaining enemy forces. Behind the tank, a twin pair of Humvees equipped with .50 caliber were engaging the gargoyles. Valkyr only turned as the blast and sudden weapons fire had no effect on him. Fryen, I am not disappointed by the assist, but everything you brought will have no effect, Sharpe said. Honestly, it seems all you are doing is pissing him off, Andrew added. I explained this to General Stanford and the weakness that we discovered at that facility, Fryen said. Lelei rushed up and said, energy-based weapons? Correct. Hearing that, Sharpe spotted among the armored convoy a striker getting into position. Unlike most strikers, which had either a .50 caliber or a 30mm weapon system, this one had the special-purpose 300 kW class mobile expeditionary high-energy laser weapon system on it. Now Sharpe realized the plan. Fryen was trying to keep Valkyr in one position, as it would take too much time to set up the weapon. Everyone, get back and take cover. Whatever you can. Lelei, you are up? As the Dark Lord began breaking through the shield barrier and Fryen and Lelei's gravity well, the 300 kilowatts laser system opened fire and hit him. Valkyr let out a scream, showing for the first time he felt some kind of pain. A second beam came from the sky, as Sharpe could only assume it came from one of the two remaining AC-130 gunships high above the swirling clouds. Lelei took a deep breath and aimed at her staff. The blue orb on the top of her staff glowed a bright blue as an energy-shaped arrow formed. A powerful, energy-sharped arrow forms in the middle of her palms. Using her signature spell, she infused her hypersonic spell with electronic properties and fired directly at Valkyr, causing an explosion. As the dust settled, Valkyr was on his knees. With a feeling of victory, Sharpe approached Lelei and Fryen, pistol aimed at the Phantom. Other Rangers aimed their weapons toward him. To their horror, Valkyr stood up. He took one look at everyone and backed away, vanishing like dusk. What felt like an hour, moments went by as everyone waited to see what would happen next. With everything that had happened, everyone expected something else to appear. Once it became clear that the battle was over, a sense of relief swept through the ranks. Everyone sat down. Some were crying from the battle. Others only started to factor in that their best friend and comrade were killed, or that they might have killed them when they were turned into ghouls. Sharpe patted Lelei on the shoulder and complimented her, telling her to rest. Looking over, he saw Crisis and Colonel Harold Kurt approach. Colonel, Sharpe said, I need medics and water. A lot of us are in bad shape. Don't worry about it, Kurt said. He waved to his men to rush over. Once we figure things out, you're heading to FOB Yakusho. From there you can rest. Sharpe replied, Thank you, Colonel. Don't be, Lieutenant Colonel, Krut retorted. If anything, I'm sorry we couldn't get to you faster. Had that damn laser striker arrived sooner, we would have charged in sooner as well. If you didn't bring it, we all would be dead, including you, Sharpe said. Rory walked over and grabbed his side. You really need to sit down, or your wound will only get worse. I will make sure everyone gets the care they need. Deciding not to argue with an overprotective apostle, he agreed to sit down. Once sat, he took his helmet. He saw Pina give Crisis a long and deep hug, breaking down crying from the stress of the battle. A moment he wouldn't blame her. Once the hug ended and she went to help her people, the general walked over. It seems like no matter where you go, trouble follows. Not now, Crisis, Sharpe replied. Nothing to worry about, Crisis replied. I'll be taking over as command for now. We will sweep the area, and I promise I will get everyone out of this district, living and the dead. Before Sharpe could respond, he saw Crisis offer a hand. He took his hand and stood up. Just then, Sharpe and Crisis looked over to see a flight of 3 Ospreys approaching from the horizon. Looks like your transport is here, Sharpe, Crisis said. Be ready to get on it, and get your men and yourself some well-deserved rest. I will take care of everything here." Feeling reassured by Crisis, Sharpe smiled at him before giving him a pat on his shoulder, just as the Ospreys were touching down in the middle of a clearing right next to them. "Thanks, brother." V21. Chapter 243, The Chamber. Sadera, Alcatraz Region. Date: August 10th, 2026. "My God," President Emily Potts blurted out as she watched over the city post-battle from the borrowed CV-22. The helicopter identified as Marine One was circling the capital city of the Empire to get a good view of the situation. "Camp Akusho, this is Marine One. Approaching Sadera, 5 miles out." "Over." "Solid copy, Marine One. You are cleared to land on Helipad 3. The ground crew and escort contingent are standing by." "Over." "Solid copy, Akusho. Marine One, on final approach." "Out." After the battle against Valkyr, NATO established a forward operating base in the district of Akusho, where the CIA held a section of the city before being driven out by the Oprichnina. Before the final evacuation, the CIA burnt the district to the ground in one blast. The once destroyed district now looked like a paradise compared to the rest of the city. The sections to the northern, southern, western, and royal districts had been leveled by either artillery, airstrikes, magical, or simply brute force. As the president gazed at the city, while she felt bad for the losses of her people and angry for the unforeseen events by Darlco, there was no emotion for the destruction of the city. While she never could say it in public, a city for a city, the only concern she had was if the cost of life was worth it. As the Ospreys steadily decreased their altitude to land, President Emily Potts could see the ground even clearer and what was littering the streets below. While serving in Afghanistan, it was common to see body parts from IEDs and mortar rounds. While many times the dead were fellow Americans or NATO soldiers, most of the time it was civilians who were just going on with their daily lives. However, Potts never saw anything like this outside of what happened in Philadelphia. Below, she saw countless bodies that were littering the streets. Many, if not all of them, were mangled beyond any recognition, similar to the reports of those infected with the Aaron virus. According to Fryen, after witnessing how Valka used the demon head, the outbreak was a result of demon blood which animals drank. Over time, the virus spread until an outbreak occurred. A secondary outbreak has become a key concern with hundreds, if not thousands, of demon corpses scattered all over the city. Every corpse they found was gathered next to several large fire pits spread around the city, waiting to be burned by Rondel mages. According to the reports from Vanguard 7, Rondel mages know best how to deal with necromancy magic, and it was decided to let the experts handle it. Just as many as the human bodies littering the street, Potts also saw countless bodies of creatures that she had only seen in pictures. The bodies of demons, as the American troops nicknamed them. Also littering the streets and the rooftops were ghouls and gargoyles, as the natives called them. Marine One, touching down. Opening ramp door. Engines shut down. "Madam President, this way, ma'am." President Potts stood from her seat and carefully followed the crew chief off the rear ramp. Despite the city now under NATO and Republican control, one cannot be too careful, especially concerning the president. Right after she walked out of the Osprey, the first thing she noticed was the horrible smell hovering over the streets. It took a moment to get used to the smell. After being given a cloth, she saw the place that was once a Cusho district now repurposed as a helipad and base camp for NATO and Republican troops. Just beyond, the base soldiers and civilians cleaned up the city from the rubble and deceased bodies. After conducting a quick inspection of the camp, wanting to get a good sense of what has happened here, she was immediately greeted by General Charles Stanford, who promptly gave her a salute. "Madam President, welcome to Sadera. I'm sorry, but I wish we could give you more tidier receptions," General Stanford said. "I insisted on coming here, General. Now, shall we move on and figure out what just happened?" Potts asked Stanford to move on. "Of course, Madam President. This way, please." Stanford gestures to Potts to follow her to the awaiting convoy, to which Potts eagerly followed him. Arriving at the convoy, Stanford opened the back door of an MATV for the president to enter before Stanford followed her in. Right after the convoy started moving, Potts immediately turned to Stanford with a serious look. "What the hell happened, General?" I don't think I need to explain the shit show that is happening on Earth right now. I am sorry, Madam President, Stanford said. I fully understand your concern, but please let us wait until we have arrived at the command center. There we can give you a full debrief. After a short drive, the convoy finally arrived at a 3-stories mansion that used to belong to a pro-war noble and now had been repurposed as a command center. Inside the mansion, there were staff everywhere, all arranging and coordinating the cleanup effort, managing and reorganizing their forces, and gathering and cross-checking intelligence for the upcoming fight. And the focus for the staff of the latter right now is researching anything that could give clues regarding Valkyr and Zuffmet. Mages from Rondell, biological scientists, historians, and to the president's frustration, Wiccan specialists. Once reaching a large makeshift conference room, one table had all these maps, scrolls, and other types of documents from both worlds, while another table had other staff, mages, sages, and other experts. While most of the people that were assembled at this meeting, some she recognized and others she regretted having to meet again. On the other hand, there was a green orc standing next to the old lady, which confused her. Finally, we met. At last, Madam President, an old lady said. My name is Mimosa La Mare, current head of the Rondell Magical Academy. Taking the older lady's hand, Potts smiled and shook. I have heard much about you from our mutual blue-haired friend. Thank you for coming so quickly. It is no problem, Madam President. I am happy to help, Mimosa said. Let me introduce you to Skroderot. He will be assisting me. After the introduction, Skroderot approached and shook hands. The next person to approach was Grand High, which Verona Swordin of the North American Coven Council. While the president extended her hand to the witch, Potts did not accept the gesture. Fancy seeing you again so soon, Grand High Witch Swordin. I hope this time there will be no surprises. Swordin replied after retracting her hand into her dress. There will be none from me, Madam President. I promise. Good to hear. Potts walked over to the other side of the talk and stood next to Empress Pina Colada. She noticed these dark rings around her eyes. I can tell you have had better days, Empress. I am sorry about your city. No, you are not, Pina sarcastically but coldly replied. But thank you. If I may ask, Madam President, why didn't you shake Swordin's hand? I thought your people have accepted mages. I hope you haven't forgotten what happened the first time she introduced herself, Potts explained. And just to let you know, I am still recovering from it. Pina nodded her head back and forth as she saw where the conversation was going. And now a magical demon god called Valkyr gave us a giant bloody punch in the face. I cannot imagine the political hell you are going through right now. That is the understatement of the century. There have been 4 major shocks during Potts' administration. First, when the gates suddenly opened. The second was when Swordin and Lelei conducted their stunt for magical civil rights. A Balrog appeared in Rondell, destroying half of the city and killing thousands. Now Sadera with her people is stuck in the middle. As everyone gathered around the table, Potts spoke first to set the tone. All right, people. I'm going to ask this once, so I apologize in advance for my outburst. Now, can anybody please tell me how the hell what was supposed to be our greatest victory and the conclusion of this damn war turned into our worst disaster since the Second Battle of Fallujah, and second only to the Tet Offensive? Everything was going according to plan until this point, Stanford said. All Vanguard teams completed their objectives at the Royal District. The enemy leadership was either captured or killed. Emperor Zorzel L. Caesar was confirmed killed by Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe to neutralize the target. Stanford continued to explain the recent events, moment by moment, that the clouds in the sky appeared out of nowhere, forming a spiral around the city, that it started raining blood. The next thing was a bright green light that appeared before Lord Valkyr emerged. From there, everything fell apart as demons and the undead appeared and attacked everything in sight. That any unit that was not with the main force was overwhelmed, killed, or turned. It was only the intervention by M. Roy that forced the Phantom Lord to retreat. The recently revised casualty report has stated that Republican legions suffered the highest number of military casualties, suffering around 700. American forces come in a close second with about 500. As Stanford concluded what happened, his opinion said that Valkyr used the giant city walls to create a pen, trapping everyone inside the city to be slaughtered or turned. I am sorry, Madam President, Mimosa said. I am sorry that your people got dragged into our rivalry with Darko. They must be angry that you stopped their plan from unfolding and decided to strike against you. If I may, I believe that's not the case, Pina interjected. Hearing Pina's statement, everyone's eyes turned to Pina, including Potts. What do you mean, Your Majesty? I have only discussed it a little with my Rose Knights and the Legion generals, Pina continued. If this was merely about the feud between Rondel and Darko, Valkyr's action would not make sense. What was the point of summoning those demons here and risking erasing Sadera off the map for an old feud? Sadera, beaten as it may be, is still important as the capital city of the Empire, as it still housed important documents regarding our territories and resources, and as the symbol of the Empire. Destroying it meant collapsing the Empire, which would have a negative effect on them. Maybe they're planning to secede themselves from the Empire and declare their own countries? Stanford voiced his opinion. That's one of the conclusions that we came up with, Pina replied. Best case, Darko are planning to create their own country, maybe setting the goal to be the next superpower in Falmart after the Empire's fall. Worst case, the gods are plotting something bigger, using Valkyr and by extension Darko as their puppets to do their bidding. Whichever it is, I'm afraid it's much bigger than the Rondel-Darko feud. That is a sound point, Sordin said. While I never have faced him, from what I have read, he couldn't have done what he has done. I think it is clear that he received outside help. Why else would the Uros gods directly intervene? That means the gods must consider Valkyr and Darko as equal threats, Pina said. Rory Mercury and the other apostles said when they faced off with the Darko brainwashed apostles, they kept talking about Zuphmet, the god of order. I think it is safe to assume some kind of alliance has been formed between the two factions. While listening to everyone's points of view, Potts breathed heavily while pinching the bridge of her nose, trying to alleviate the headache she was having as much as possible. So let me get this straight. Right now, the gods of Uros are having a civil war, and we got dragged into it. With the weight of Potts' question, everyone in the room looked down, unable to deny the possibility. With everything that has happened until now, I am afraid that it is the path that we are heading to, Madam President, Mimosa replied with a heavy heart. If it'll alleviate your concern, Madam President, I don't think the situation has reached the status of war yet. I believe it's still on the level of internal dispute, Pina interjected, trying to alleviate Potts' mood. Hearing Mimosa's and Pina's response, Potts tried her best to contain her groan while resting her head on her hand on the table, massaging her own head as much as possible. She appreciated Mimosa's and Pina's honest answers, but she really wished to hear different, honest answers right now. At first, Potts' plan was to gain access from Falmart to Falmart, and annexing territory here would be beneficial in boosting America's economy with new resources and magic. Now, her head was filled with nothing but frustration as a war similar to the Titanomachy loomed on the horizon, and America is threatened to get dragged into it. Now, she felt like she was stuck between two difficult decisions. The expression stuck between a rock and a hard place wasn't enough to describe her situation. Should she pull all of her forces and NATO back to Earth's side of the gate and close it for good? Or should she stand her ground? If she pulls all of her forces back, that will mean all of the investments and war expenditures that she had poured into Falmar will go down the drain. But if she stays, America had acquired a lot of experience fighting multitudes of wars. They even had prepared to fight a nuclear annihilation war. But all of those were fought against fellow humans. But against gods, is it even possible? Would they stand victorious? Noticing the mood in the room turned gloomy, Stanford coughed to get everyone's attention before continuing the meeting along. We are currently moving our satellite to Overwatch Darko. I will discuss with General Crisis, King Duran, and the rest of my staff regarding the next invasion plans. The key problem is how far Dalco is, Pina said. There was a reason why we kept them as far east as possible. At least 2,000 of your kilometers. I have already talked with my staff on this matter, Madam President, Stanford said. We agree after these two events, they are planning something major. Rondel was not a one-off to settle a grudge. We need to react as soon as we are able. But do you have a counter to them if they do the same thing again? Potts asked. I understand your concern, Madam President. Stanford tried to reassure her. But after these two incidents, it's become clear that Darko is more of a threat than the Empire could have ever been. If left to their own devices, what would stop them from pulling this same move anywhere else in Falmart or worse, American soil? I am no military expert, Sordin said. But from how I see it, they are no longer operating in the shadows without us knowing about it. Every act they have conducted came to pass because of our lack of understanding of the situation. Now that we know they are a threat, but that is something I wouldn't leave to chance. Potts merely sighed and massaged her head further. These were all fair points. Darko was a threat, one that she couldn't ignore. Pushing this off would threaten the United States and her allies' interest in the continent in the long run. All right, but let me be clear. What happened in Sadera and Rondell can never happen again. General, I want to plan as soon as possible. Understood, Madam President. Setting the risk of getting dragged into a war between gods aside, the idea of expanding the war did not settle well for the president. This was supposed to be the end, but now it is including half of Falmart. What is bothering me is why did they do this? People only form alliances because there is a benefit. According to now Queen Famulus, Pina said, Lord Valker approached them and was forced to surrender to his will. From what I understand, they were not included in his plan, however. I have my doubts. Potts adjusted her glasses and said, speaking of Famulus, I noticed you did not include her with the other prisoners. Do I have to remind you of our treaty? I remember everything, Madam President, Pina said. The ex-general of Army Woody, Herm, Calasta, Mortimer Gummis are being transferred to your military police. However, Famulus surrendered to me, so I will deal with her. She was the second in command of the League, Potts stated. I know, but she intentionally surrendered to me. The thing is, I have a security interest in keeping her around. Without her, the Eastern Dark Kingdoms will collapse, and right now, I don't have the manpower to secure the eastern frontier. I need as much stability as I can get. Finding the spirit from the young empress amusing, the president mentally debated what was said and decided a stable Falmart is more important right now. She had enough to face trial fine. But I also have terms for her surrender. Pina nodded. Now, can we talk about the supply problems for Sadera? And then there's the problem of the appearance of new kinds of enemy. Our forces need to adapt. And we have some proposals that require your approval, Madam President. Stanford said to Potts. It seems today will be a busy day, Potts sighed. Security duty on Royal District. Staff Sergeant Andrew Steele watched two soldiers in hazmat suits piling the demon and ghoul corpses into a pile. A group of Rondell mages approached a pile and ignited the pile with their fire magic. Glad I am not doing that, Andrew said. I just cannot understand how anyone could do this, Hamilton commented as she gazed at the destroyed royal homes. It makes me wish I was with our baby. You could go back, Andrew said, giving his wife a light hug. I actually would prefer you to stay with her anyway. But I wanted to be with you, Hamilton said. You're so cute. As time goes by, the two continue to redirect civilians away from entering the Royal District grounds and into the safe zones. In the eyes of every person, the once proud citizens of Sadera are not broken. Andrew, Hamilton said as she pulled on her husband's uniform. Just tell them to go to the refugee center, Andrew replied, assuming what his wife was going to ask. No, it is not that, Hamilton said. I thought Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe was at the FOB recovering. He is, or was. What the hell is he doing? Andrew looked in the direction of his wife and saw his commanding officer. To his confusion, Sharpe was wandering around the area, looking somewhat lost. Also, where is Rory? Hamilton asked. I know Lelei is busy with Fryen, but Rory would never leave his side after what happened. True, Andrew said. With the realization that something was going on, he told his fellow rangers to watch his post and told his wife to follow. Let's go find out. Walking through the ruins of the once Senate building, they noticed Sharpe was not alone. General Chrysis was with him exploring the ruins. This only confused the two as they pondered on questioning the strange situation. Sir, what are you two doing? Andrew asked. Shouldn't you two be at the FOB? Chrysis stared at the young couple and then laughed. Your commander is suffering from what I am calling a dream fever. Shut up, Sharpe snapped, dropping a rock to stand up. I don't recall asking you to come with me. I do as I pleased, Chrysis responded. Let us say, if something is bothering you this much, then there must be something to it. Is that so? Andrew asked. Should I call for backup? No, Sharpe said. I don't want to divert resources away from the problem at hand. I need to do this right now and get it off my chest. Besides, if I start shouting my mission over the net, everyone will flip out. I guess that makes sense, Hamilton added. But what do you mean by dream fever? Andrew sensed an awkwardness among them as the two commanders glanced at each other. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it is clear they intended to go on this mission alone, whatever it is. You realize I cannot allow you two to go off alone? Not after what just happened. We need to go with you, Hamilton said. No, Sharpe said. I happen to agree with the Colonel, Crisis said. You two will only get in our way. Especially you. The dungeon is no place for a cute face like yourself. Trust me. Looking toward his wife, Andrew grabbed her arm and whispered, I am not comfortable with you going down with them. As you said, trouble follows them. We cannot let them go alone, though, Hamilton replied. What if something happened to them? Now we are going, and that is final. Taking an annoyed breath, Andrew agreed with his wife. He knew she was right. If anything happened to them, he would never forgive himself. All right, we won't stop you, but you have to take us along. I already said no, Sharpe repeated. Well then, according to regulation, I have to report this to the chain of command, Andrew said. I think you know what will happen if I do. Sharpe reluctantly agreed to let them come along. What are you two looking for? Hamilton asked. I'm looking for a hidden dungeon, Sharpe finally explained. During my fight with Zorzel, I saw this place. I need to find it. I think I can help there, Hamilton said. I was a royal servant all my life. I had to learn about Sad-Era and its inner workings. Hamilton, being the now Empress's most loyal servant for nearly 15 years, had learned much of the layout of the royal district. A servant life by nature forces them to be observant, having to always expect what their master wished and be able to answer any question as best as possible. However, with much of the destruction of the district, all the traditional paths have been destroyed. It took nearly an hour to find an alternative path below the city, to the old Opperkeimer headquarters. Now traveling through the underground, the tunnels were pitch black. Crisis held a lit torch as Andrew attached a flashlight to the barrel of his rifle, that being the only source of light. As the four ventured to the depths of the once great city, Hamilton glanced at her husband and giggled. You must be loving this. Why would you think that? Andrew replied. I thought this was one of your dreams. Hamilton responded. You have all those manga books. Did you call them fantasy? Am I correct? This is what you always wanted. You were right about that, Andrew said. I always thought it would be cool going down in these places. However, I will admit it is very different from what I expected. Only a fool would willingly wish to come down here, Crisis said. Down in the depths, only the worst that a man could imagine could thrive. For all who venture down here usually equals a dark death. I'm starting to see that, Andrew replied as he marked the wall with an arrow. I just thought being the capital of a major nation would have something cool down here, like what they found under Legrath. You never know, Andrew, Sharpe said. I would say they get more right than wrong at this point, so you never know. As they stopped at a fork in the path, Hamilton pointed toward the left. This way, I think. What do you mean you think? Crisis asked, concerned that they are getting lost. Did you not rebel within this city before? Hamilton strongly replied. If you are so wise, why not lead us through these tunnels? Crisis laughed and then said, that was a good day. Do not pretend you know where you are going if you do not know. Be nice, Crisis, Sharpe said. It is a 50 split, so we are going down Hamilton's path. Feeling a deep frustration regarding why they are down here, Andrew looked toward his trusted leader for clues. All he could see was the commanding officer looking around, studying his surroundings, like that he lost something. While confused with what was going on with his commanding officer, he decided to go on a leap of faith and trust Sharpe. After everything that has been going on, and everything up until now has always been intentional, so there is no reason to question motivation. Sharpe has had to bear a lot of weight on his shoulders. No time to start questioning him now. As they moved deeper into the dungeon network, Sharpe gave the order to hold position, stating that he saw something up ahead. Aiming for their source of light, they saw a corpse on the ground, a sign of relief that it was just a dead body. Andrew began to ask how this body got down this far until it was suddenly dragged around the corner, leaving a trail of blood. Everyone freaked out with the realization that they are not alone. Quickly putting the facts together, there is a high chance that it was not any of the humanoids like humans, elves, and so on. None should be here, or if so, wouldn't be dragging bodies like it was nothing. With recent events and the speed of the drag, it is clear it is something worse. That is when a demon walked around the corner, holding the corpse with one hand as it ripped off the body armor with its teeth. Blood spilled to the floor. The demon then stared directly. Andrew quickly fired his rifle, inflicting damage. The demon, noticing them, charged forward, ignoring the impact from the bullet. The tightness of the tunnels limited their flexibility, preventing the beast from leaping forward and quickly killing them. Hamilton came forward and held her sword as she took the point. The demon rammed into Hamilton, easily knocking her over with its superior muscular body weight. This forced Andrew to catch his wife before impacting the stone wall, fearing that the force could injure her or worse. As the demon let out a roar that echoed through the dungeon, Sharpe fired into it with his sidearm. From the bullet holes, red and black blood leaked out of them. Crisis handed the torch to Hamilton, which she was hesitant to take. There is no shame in being weak. Knowing you are, and still stood against a superior enemy, is honorable. The general unsheathed his sword and charged against the demon. After slicing an arm off, he ran the blade into the beast's side to contain it, stabilizing it so Sharpe could get a clean shot. It approached at point-blank range and unloaded 3.45 bullets into its head, finally killing the beast. "Okay, what is going on?" Andrew asked. "My wife nearly died. God knows what else is down here." "Good idea," Sharpe replied. "You two should go back. I will stay." "Hell, that is not what I meant," Andrew said. "It might be useful if you tell us what is happening." Sharpe hesitated to respond as he figured out what to say. After having a mental debate, he finally said, "During my fight with Zorzel, I was knocked unconscious, during which I had this strange dream about this location deep under the city. This man was telling me that I had to find it. While not wanting to disrespect a man that Andrew had grown to respect, he found it strange that is the reason they came so far. Now he understood why Crisis said dream fever, as this has become crazy. Sharpe is a practical man, not going off mission because of a feeling but reality. Looking to Crisis for a response. All he saw was determination, clearly unfazed by the strangeness of the situation. "And you trust this dream?" Andrew asked. "Yes," Sharpe slowly replied. "When the Balrog was summoned, I had this strange conversation. At the time I thought I was talking to Sarah, trying to figure out what to do next. I got this pep talk from my wife, but later learned she had no recollection of it. I have had this feeling multiple times throughout the war, but never this strong. Some inner voice speaks to me." "I recall that conversation," Andrew said. "We all thought you went to Section 8 for a moment." He felt this angry spirit emitting from his wife. Seeing her, Hamilton gave him the support you friend glare. "You pulled a victory out of your ass, sir. So whatever is going on, I am with you." As the group continued, they ran into a few ghouls that somehow trickled down here. However, most of the trip was uneventful. The tunnel network seemed to go on forever, clearly looking older than the tunnels from before. After what felt like forever, Hamilton noted strange markings starting to cover the walls, some in paint while others are carved into the walls. Sharpe approached the markings, placing his hands on them. Taking a quick look around, he said, "I remember this place. I saw it in my dream." "What was at the end?" Andrew asked. "I have no idea," Sharpe replied. "My dream told me to wake up before I was able to learn more." "Then let's find out." Andrew took point, rifle at the ready, aiming the flashlight down the path. They slowly moved down the tunnel. The markings formed into pictures, telling what seemed to me a story. Toward the end of the hall, what looked like the gate appeared. Around the gate are warriors marching out. "This looks like the legend," Crisis said. "Sadera must be the original camp against the demons thousands of years ago." "Then it is all true," Hamilton said. "We did defeat the darkness in broad order." "You are missing the point," Crisis said. "Assuming these are our ancestors, it shows they came through the gate. The question is why." "I can answer where," Sharpe said. They all stopped with confusion. Sharpe pointed down the tunnel. "That is where Andrew saw it." They found the end of the tunnel and were a large door. To his shock, there was writing on the door that said SPQR. It took hours for everyone else to catch up with the Sharpe group. When word reached the brass of their discovery, it became a priority. Sharpe watched Pina feel the door, touching the letters. "I remember seeing symbols like this throughout the city. We were never able to translate them, and assumed it was some old military marking before the Old Republic, before the Empire. That is because it is a classical-era Earth phrase, Sordin said as she approached. It means dash dot. The Roman Senate and people, Sharpe said. That is correct, Sordin said, impressed that he knew the answer. This is the phrase by the greatest pre-industrial civilization that has ever walked the Earth. Wait, back up, Penis said. How is that possible? How could an Earth phrase from thousands of years ago be on here? Isn't it obvious? Rory said. The gate. Apparently, our world has a longer history than we originally believed. You say that like you already knew it, Sharpe boldly stated. Rory became nervous and began pointing her index fingers together like a kid who got caught stealing cookies. I have my theories. There are so many similarities. I just had no proof to back any of it up. It seems that your theory was correct, Sordin said. Now let us try opening it. We already tried, Crisis said. The door sealed tight. I probably could break through, Rory proposed. I don't think you can, Sordin said. I sense magical properties on this door, and based on these markings, we need what looks like a Roman dodecahedron, or also called a Gallo-Roman dodecahedron. What is that? Andrew asked. We had no idea, Sordin said. We started finding them a few decades ago, and assumed it was just decorations. Interestingly, the dodecahedron had another purpose. Assuming the markings are correct. So, where do we get these keys? Sharpe asked. I know someone in Italy who could help us, Sordin said. Sadera, Alcatraz region. Date, August 10th, 2026. During the past 24 hours, there have been many attempts to open the supposedly Roman door. Hammers, drills, and even an apostle's raw strength have failed to open the door. It was assumed that Fra Yin could pass through it, however he refused, stating that they should wait for this historian to arrive. He wanted to respect the designer's efforts in preserving whatever is inside. While Jackson Sharpe found it frustrating, he respected Fran's perspective. The dark elf values earned knowledge and understood the context of patience. The apostle has never been known to take shortcuts, at least not willingly. First, try the proper path to unlocking this door, and if then, use more drastic options. Sharpe approached Rory and asked, What do you think is inside? I have no idea, Rory replied. Noticing that Sharpe was giving her a glare, she glared back at him. Really, I have no idea what is inside. I am not Superman. You're right, Sharpe said. He is taller. When everyone saw the SPQR markings, the realization that the Empire was not a similar-looking independent developed civilization, but the direct descendants of the Roman Empire. Sharpe noticed that Rory and Lelei were not as surprised as everyone. With Lelei, he could understand that she had a theory regarding this topic. However, Rory cared little regarding the subject. Before he could inquire deeper into Rory's strange reaction, Sordin returned with an Italian professor. Among them are Colonel Young and Extra Security. Sharpe quickly would tell that the Italian only arrived in country today. While the man looked excited from the Roman markings, every mannerism from his body looked terrified. First time in Falmart and brought to the heart of the war. He does not blame the civilian. This is my friend, Fredo Donini, Sordin said. He is a professor from the University of Milan and is one of the heads of his field. Nice to meet you all, Fredo Donini said, voice shaking a little. Everything is okay, Professor, Sharpe said. The area is secured. We are not expecting any hostility. I know, Fredo Donini said after taking a deep breath to calm himself. I cannot believe I am standing in a standing Roman ruin on another world. This has broken all of our current theories. This will change our history books, Sharpe said. Thousands of years before the moon landing, the Imperium of Man was busy colonizing another planet and slaying demons. There were some chuckles until Lelei held up her finger with a cheerful look. Lelei said, That was a joke, right? Once everyone confirmed that it was, she smiled, proud that she finally understood a joke. Now that the introductions are complete, I say let's move on, Yang said. I hate to say it, however, we have urgent matters. Two of the escorting rangers that were carrying a small, secured box sat it on the ground. Fredo Donini opened it and took out a strange-looking dodecahedron. Based on the alloy, the artifact looked ancient. I have no idea that this will work, Fredo Donini said. There has been no study regarding this, and the inclusion of magic has us reconsidering many of our traditional perspectives. These have been exciting times for academia. We are not expecting a miracle, Yang said. We understand this is a long shot, but dash dot. A long shot maybe, but look at these carvings, Sordin interrupted. The markings on the wall clearly show this device is related to this door. Question, Lelei said. If these dodecahedrons are like keys, how do we know any of these will work? Keys are usually designed for one lock. Or, how do we know an Earth dodecahedron will work on a Uros lock? Andrew asked. As I said, we have no idea, Fredo Danini answered. I think we are safe, Sordin added. Earth magic is far more primitive than on Falmart. Even at Earth's peak, we never were able to achieve the level of development you have. If these are truly Romans that came through the gate, they would have needed to construct this quickly once they realized they were stuck. The enchantment on this door would be based on Earth magic. And the truth is, good chance we will never find the key they used here, Lelei said. We only found a few of these, so they're rare. The two took the dodecahedrons to the door. When they had to wait, Sordin and Lelei translated the markings and assumed they found the keyhole. Sordin pressed a stone and pushed it back. Fredo Danini then set the dodecahedron into the slot. Lelei then blasted the object with mana. Nothing happened. After a short debate, they tried another dodecahedron. The same thing happened, so they repeated the process again. 3 in a row now failed. Fredo Danini took out a medium side with all these round orbs that are attached. The device was placed into the hole, and Lelei cast mana into it. The dodecahedron glowed. The orbs around it went from old crusty metal to shiny glow. A bright light emitted from the hole, and slowly the wall split into 4 retracting panels. Once the panels fully retracted, Sharpe took a step forward to the room. The room was strangely dark. Strangely, the light from their torches and flashlights did not light up the chamber, like there was some kind of invincible barrier reflecting the light away. Sordin wondered if this was some type of protection for whatever was inside. Once inside, all the torches magically ignited, brightening the entire chamber. What they saw was unbelievable. At the center of the chamber was a stone grave with a skeleton warrior inside. All around the walls are ancient objects, marble statues, paintings, armor, swords, and far more that are perfectly preserved. It is a time capsule, Fredo Danini said. I have never seen anything so perfectly preserved. Sharpe stopped at the grave, looking at the skeleton inside. The Roman was still inside his armor, sword on his chest. On the armor, he noticed 3 claw marks moving across it. Marks he wished he didn't understand. They were from a demon. He then saw Pina with Hamilton absorbing everything. She has been saying how this is her people's mother, birthed from this chamber, their legacy. That she will use this chamber to birth the Reformed Republic. Gladdened to see the amount of national pride coming from the Empress, Sharpe heard Rory call him over. What is it? This painting. Sharpe looked toward the painting, carefully analyzing every detail he could. It showed legionaries defeating the demons. Behind them is the gate, opened. At the center of the painting is a general, arm raised while standing on top of a demon corpse with giant horns. In his hand is a lance. For some reason, Sharpe felt that he had to focus on the warrior with the lance. The man reminded him of the mini statue his daughter bought for him after saving Italica. General Kiso Sura. This must be when the legionaries traveled through the gate, Sharpe said. Must be when they reached Falmart. I don't think so, Rory said. See how the darkness is fleeing back through the gate? And see how the warriors are facing toward the gate? It looks like they repelled an invader. Not being invaders. Pina walked over. Who are these soldiers? I have never seen that armor before. Fredo Danini said, that looks like the Parthian Empire. A traditional enemy of the empire. Looking closely, he added, based on the factions, this has to be located in the Middle East close to the birth of Christ. It would make sense that both factions work together, this conflict being on both empires' borders. Why is it always the Middle East? Andrew commented. Strangely, this is lining up with the Bible, Sordin said. Assuming any of this is related to the old book, this battle took place at the Valley of Armageddon, or otherwise known as Apocalypse. Wait, I thought Armageddon was the end of the world, Sharpe asked. It is, Sordin replied. People misunderstand this part. The name of the end of the world is the location where it will happen. I think you are right about that painting being on Earth, Lelei said as she stood at the next painting. This looks like they are on the other side of the gate, fighting the demons. Walking through the chamber, he studied all the paintings. Each one told a story. From the beginning, the Legion traveled through the gate, establishing a foothold, making contact with the Elvish kings of the time, forming an alliance. Then a great battle at an unknown location, defeating the demons, with the last painting showing General Kiso Sura being laid to rest in this chamber. While all the paintings told a story lost in history, about a Roman leading the very first people from Earth to a new world, the picture that captured Sharpe was the second to last painting. The general is talking with a lady human in a white robe with a light glow around her. "That woman," Rory said. "That man is talking with Hardy. It seems like Hardy knows something that we do not," Fryen said. "Then I know Vanguard 7's next mission," Sharpe said. V21. Chapter 244, The Divine Truth. Somewhere northwest of Sadran capital. Date: August 10th, 2026. For centuries, Talon committed his life to bringing order to Falmart, just like Eidos hovering above the dark sky. For the longest time, he thought that he understood the world. Half of the world wished to be civilized, and the other half wanted to be barbarians. Without order, slaughter and chaos would rule the day. All the innocents would be rotting in the dirt, while the barbarians celebrated. After creating the Empire, Talon truly believed that things were getting better. His alliance with Rory forged a powerful alliance between the god of war and the cosmos. Strong and enduring, nothing could stop them. But then the other worlders arrived. In the beginning, Talon thought they were just another new enemy like all the others. Realizing how dangerous they were, he knew he must do everything in his power to protect his and Rory's creation and save Falmart, or everything they built would be reversed back into a dark age. Discovering that she sided with these monstrous otherworlders was devastating. He could not understand how Rory could side against her own people, especially siding and even falling in love with a mortal. Suddenly hearing screams echoing through the forest, Talon could tell that a village was in danger, a sound that he is too familiar with. Rushing through the night, he stopped at a clearing in the forest and found a small village. The few buildings are set ablaze as barbarians raided the village. Reaching the first hut, Talon heard a terrified woman scream. Looking around the corner, he saw Nico lying dead in a pool of her own blood. Hearing sounds from the center of the village, Talon quickly moved along the house's alleyways. On the dirt street, there was a large group of Minotaurs and Vardens. With them are 3 female Nikos, while they watched males be forced to fight against each other to the death. Stepping out from cover, Talon walked toward the group. The Vardens heard him coming, and the group turned to face him, spears at the ready. "What is this?" the Minotaur leader asked. "You missed one." 2 warriors from the group approached. Before they would attack, they were sliced in half with no effort. Their bodies fell onto the mud as Talon walked past them. At first, he saw confusion in these barbarians' eyes before they realized what they were dealing with. Some started to panic as they knew there was no escape, while others prepared to fight. The ones who were not trapped and fear-charged and were sliced in 2 with ease. The ones who were frozen did not face any mercy. Seeing the corpse of the barbarians, Talon approached the last Minotaur who sat on the ground. The apostle only saw fear as the mighty male pissed himself as he backed away, begging for his life and apologizing for his sins. Ignoring the pleas, he sliced the Minotaur's head with one swing. When the head fell into the mud, the blood mixed with a muddy brown puddle. Besides feeling pleasure from removing scum from this world, all he could feel was rage. This being the 5th village that he had to save or take revenge after leaving Sadera. This was not an issue before the war, as the Imperial Army once protected these lands, but no more. The otherworlders then arrived and started a war for control of Falmart. Everything they have done has only brought devastation for everyone who were once subjects of the Empire, and he doubts that they even know. All the suffering is because of the otherworlders, however. He still couldn't understand why Rory would join such a faction who cared so little for the daily lives of the people. He hoped that Rory would see the light, and that this war was destroying everything they once worked so hard to build. The more they fight against the Empire, the more towns and villages fall. His words fell on deaf ears, and they only convinced him that he was in the wrong. The mortal he hated so much ended up being correct. The realization that continuing the war only resulted in what he feared the most. Chaos and darkness reigned supreme across the lands. listening to the few remaining Nico villagers crying from the horrors they just suffered. Talon put his broken battle axe behind his back and walked away. Hours of wandering through the forests. The silence of nature removed all distractions, allowing his mind to wander through all the recent events. Stopping by a lake, Talon saw the reflection of Uros, gazing toward his moon, mentally debating if he misinterpreted his god's wishes all this time. If he did, he wondered why Uros didn't stop him. Going through a rough time? I see. Hearing the sudden voice, Talon turned to face the unknown intruder, but saw no one. As an apostle, he had superior hearing, however, he heard no footsteps. Out of nowhere, a human man walked out of the forest. To Talon's surprise, he couldn't hear this man's footsteps. What bothered him was that while he looked like a human adult male, these strange white feather wings were attached to his back. Like a draconian or monarch, however more humanoid. Who are you? Walking up to Talon, the winged man picked up a rock and tossed it toward the lake, skipping on the surface 20 times. I am here to speak with you. Nothing more, nothing less. Finding the overconfidence from this man annoying, Talon grabbed his half-broken axe and prepared to strike. That would not be wise, the winged man said. Tell me, why have you given up on your purpose? I have not given up, Talon struggled to say. Very convincing, the winged man said. And wandering throughout the wilderness is fulfilling your purpose? Talon slowly lowered his axe as the winged man did not look threatening. I do not know what to do anymore. This is all I can think of. I understand, the strange winged man said. Why do you think you are lost? Not thrilled by the question, Talon stared toward the lake, looking at the reflection of Uros on the still water. He has no idea why he felt lost, just that he knew he was. The world he knew and understood is gone. However, he knew deep down inside that what he was doing was correct, but there was this deep guilt and shame. Let me ask you this, the winged man said. Do you regret anything over the past year? With a short silence, Talon said, No, I feel no regret. Then what do you feel? That I failed. I stand by my belief that we must provide stability. Without stability, then there would be no tranquility and only chaos. Like what happened with that village back there. Talon then looked toward Uros. For example, Uros is the god of the cosmos, stability, and tranquility. Without those three things, there is only chaos. It is the natural order of things. If the subjects of this world do not follow this system on Falmart, and the other continents will only be a wasteland. Barbarism is not natural, but man-made for self-empowerment. You are correct, the winged man said. Then you were correct to side with the Empire to fight against the warriors from Earth. That I no longer believe, Talon replied. And why is that? I thought you blamed them for all this chaos. I do, Talon said. But, my village was destroyed when I was a boy by a rogue group of goblins. I swore that I would never allow such an event to happen again. That is why I pushed to form the Empire, to prevent that from happening again. But then, Rory. Correct, Talon said. We had a falling out in the direction of the Empire. And why did you form the Empire? I just told you. I'm asking you again. I did it to control everything. Then why did you side with the Empire when the war started? Hearing the question, deep down inside, Talon knew the answer. He stared back at the moon, looking for any excuse not to respond. Because my pride. I did not like that someone stronger came to destroy my life's work. I think I did not like that someone not from this world could do it better. Speaking those words, Talon felt a heavy weight fall off his shoulders. From the very beginning, Rory was correct to side with the otherworlders. I wanted to keep everything the way they were, and because I was too attached to my creation, I could not see how it morphed into evil. I allowed it to be corrupted into what I vowed to fight against. I see, the winged man said. What do you plan on doing now? I do not know, Talon said. I do not know my place in this changing world. Then the question is this, the winged man said. Do you still believe that you have a purpose? Talon found the question hard to answer. While simple, it was very loaded. He then thought of Rory and how she found a place in this world. I do. I should have been helping Rory instead of fighting against her. Why? Because that is what my God commanded. I follow Uros, not my pride. If these newcomers bring tranquility to this world that will endure, then I should lend my axe. Then you know what to do even when the moment arrives. Confused by how the winged man said that, Talon turned and noticed him leaving. You did not tell me who you are. Next time we meet, you can call me Michael. Michael, surprised to hear an Earth name. Before Talon could ask a follow-up question, a bright light emitted from the man, and he disappeared. Taylor is utterly shocked at the light, as he never sensed such a level of divinity before. He even feels that this man is above that of Uros himself, and realizes that if he decided to attack him earlier, that man could easily vanquish him. Recovering from the shock, his senses told him that he was not alone, and he started to scramble his mind about who exactly the winged man is. Turning around, Talon gripped to his age, staring into the forest. You are a hard man to follow. Emerging from the forest, Mabel, the apostle of Zuffmet. In her hand is her blood sword Diva, emitting a dark red glow, like her eyes. What do you want, Mabel? Talon asked, sensing a strange danger from her as he prepared his battle axe. Mabel laughed. However, her eyes never stopped staring at him. You will serve Zuffmet, Talon. I will free you from yourself, and all shall serve the new gods. As she finished speaking, she leaped forward, sword at ready. Belnego. Date: August 15th, 2026. As the Air Force Tiltrotor aircraft CV-22 Osprey called the approach the religious city of Belnego, Sharpe saw how extremely nervous Rory, she was, as held his arm tight. Even with all the shaking coming from the helicopter, he could feel the tension coming from her seat, a strange sight coming from her. Since befriending the apostle of war and love, Sharpe learned about her fear of Hardy, which goes along with her underground phobia. A goddess who has a strange but highly possessive and abusive attraction toward Amroy's apostle. Taking Rory's hand, Sharpe said, You did not have to come with. We all understood why. No, Rory said. I made a promise to always stay by your side, and I shall maintain that promise. I am not walking away now after everything that has happened. I am ready to conquer my fear. Taking her hand, Sharpe held it tight to show support. He then looked toward the other apostle, Giselle. What should we expect once we arrive? She knows we are coming, so her minions will be prepared, Giselle said. I assume she will be thrilled to finally meet you all in person. Any imperialists we should worry about? Sharpe asked. I doubt they would have gotten the message that the war is over by now. While Belnego is within the old empire's domain, imperial troops were not allowed to occupy it, Giselle said. The empire provided protection from the outside world, which is now Pina's responsibility. It is like that in all temple cities across Uros, Rory added. Think of it like your Vatican City. Sharpe couldn't decide if he liked what he heard. On one hand, he is thrilled that there won't be any League forces getting in the way. However, that also means this is another different faction with their own agenda, and he remembered what happened last time they faced this religious group before back in Mount Tube. Does anyone else have this deep chill running down their spine? Alicia commented. Yup, Frost said. I think we all do. How do we know that Hardy and her guards won't try to kill us again? Alicia asked. Wait, back up, Sophia stated. What do you mean by that? Hardy tried to kill you all? I also would like to know, asked Reldon Masulk, who was sitting next to Sophia Everett. It is not every day when a goddess wants to directly kill someone. A strange silence filled the Osprey as no one responded. When Sharpe got approval to go to Belnego, it was decided to stop at Rondell to pick up many of the Rondell Knights. As the magical city had a strong economic relationship with the religious city, it was assumed they could help smooth out any possible differences that might appear, as Vanguard 7 would be too far behind friendly lines to expect support, a situation the Rangers have grown used to. The one Ranger who was missing was Sergeant Major Randy Dodson, still recovering from his wounds at Alness. Sharpe ordered him to stay behind, which led to an argument about the wounds that Sharpe suffered from Zorzal's ambush. Still feeling the pain on the side, Jerry and the other doctors said he should wait a week, while he would have preferred to wait for a proper recovery. Too much is at stake, and too many unknowns with the path forward. He wanted to get to the city as soon as possible, before Darlco could do anything else. On the lighter side, since leaving the magical city of Rondell, everyone noticed that the new head knight, Reldon Masulk, and Private First Class Sophia Everett had been inseparable, mumbling to each other to pass the time. Sharpe knew they helped each other in defeating the prior Rondel Knight leader Russus during Lelei's graduation. During their flight, Sharpe and Andrew heard comments by the other Rangers wondering if there is more happening between the two. "I thought you all knew about the incident with the flame dragon?" Frost asked. "We did," Sophia said. "You guys kicked it and this apostle's ass." She then pointed toward Giselle. "That is only half the story," Alicia said. According to Giselle, that incident was a test by the goddess of the underworld. The entire operation was a trap for us to see how we would react. "At the cost of my people," Yao angrily said, glaring at her formal apostle. "We worshipped her with all our heart and mind, only to be repaid with death and destruction." "I am sorry," Giselle said, ears draped down with shame. "My goddess commanded me. I could not refuse." "I see," Reldon Masulk then looked toward Sophia. "I regret coming with you now, thrilled to see the team as their usual self." What happened at Sadera could have broken anyone. With the realization of the real enemy finally coming out of the shadow, with ghouls and demons appearing out of nowhere, and then Valkyr. The only reason anyone was alive was because of the last-moment intervention by Roy and the use of high-energy laser weapons against Valkyr and Lelei's hypersonic spell. This apparently caused Valkyr to retreat and cancel his necromancy upon Sadera and the portals where the demons come from. Originally, Sharpe ordered them to stay at Fort Minnick to rest, and he would go on this mission without them. If their mission were to go south, then they would remain safe. They all refused to stay behind, especially the girls who scolded him for putting himself in danger and reminded him that he has a family. Hearing the pilot mention flying contacts, Sharpe stood up and rushed to the cockpit. He saw 5 wyverns with riders in front of them, emerging from the clouds. "It is a greeting party," Sharpe said. "Follow them into a landing zone. However, break away as quickly as possible if they try anything." As the Tiltrotor aircraft approached the city, the wyvern took position around the helicopter, escorting them to the city. The knights and rangers looked through the window, mentioning all the details. Looking out the window, Sharpe saw a massive stone statue of Hardy at the center of a large stone plaza, while Sadera had marble buildings and Ticaret had tall towers. The first thing he noticed was all the religious temples that occupied most of the city. Many were built into the mountain. "This is one of the oldest cities on Falmart," Lelei said. "Older than the Age of Elves. If I recall, Rondel is about 3,000 years old," Sharpe explained. "That means older than 5,000 if it was during the Elf Age." "You have been studying our history," Rory said. "I would say closer to 10,000 years, but it could easily be older. There is no way to know." Bypassing much of the city, the Osprey approached a temple built on the base of the mountain cliffside that led into the mountain. On the mountain side, massive statues of many different races, warriors, and priests are carved into the mountain. Below, a large plaza that seemed to be a landing pass for wyverns, large enough for the wide helicopter. As the Osprey landed, the pilots expressed concern with all the wyverns flying around. Normally, these beasts would have been shot down from a distance, so they are not used to these beasts this close. Once landed on the plaza, the knights and rangers exited. A dozen Draconians and some Amazonians approached. Some are in armor, while others are in robes. "Whoa," Chapman said. "Those are some sexy Amazon women. I would love to go one-on-one with them." "Gross," Lelei mumbled. "Be careful what you wish for," Rory said. "They would probably snap you in two." Giselle waved them over, telling them everyone was under her protection, and Hardy wished to see them. After a brief exchange, one Draconian wearing colorful robes said, "We were wondering when the war would arrive. Ideally, we would prefer to be tourists than soldiers," Sharpe replied. Seeing the confused reaction to the word tourist, he explained, "I mean as guests." "I see," the Draconian said. "Giselle said that you came here to speak with our goddess?" "That is correct. Thousands come here to speak with Hardy." "What makes you think she wants to see them?" "Because I have questions regarding the demon threat," Giselle said. "I know she had a relationship with my world, the Roman Empire, who came here 2,000 years ago." "That is only a legend," the Draconian said. "Not true," Rory said. "In the heart of Sadera, we found proof that the legend was true." "You do not have a voice here, Rory, Apostle of Roy," the Draconian said. "This is not your domain." "Do not speak to Rory like Dash," Sharpe quickly said before being cut off by Rory. "It is okay," Rory said. I am on their holy ground, so I must respect their rules. Not thrilled by the disrespect to one of Sharpe's closest friends, he decided not to press further. Apostle and God rules that he does not understand, and the last thing he needs is for them to be rejected and not get his questions asked. My fellow nobles, Reldam Masulk said, I am here to represent Rondel, and I am here to inform you that the council has sided with these Terrans regarding the demon threat. Sadera was sacked during their city invasion, and you must by now know that Rondel was devastated by a summoned demon from Darlco. We have evidence that Zufmut has his hands in all of this. The council believes that Belnego will potentially be the next target because of her past relationship with the Warriors of Earth. I did hear about the devastation of your city, and what you said about Zufmut's involvement is very troublesome indeed, the Draconian said. He then spoke with the other Draconians and Amazons as they debated what to do. Very well, we will grant you all the audience with Her Holiness. Come this way, the Draconian priest states as he prepared to guide them to the Temple of Hardy. One more thing. Before we go, it is time for you to remove this. My goddess does not like her apostle being shackled like this in her presence. Giselle pointed at her shock collar. You promised? Sharpe reluctantly agreed to free Giselle. Inside the Temple of Hardy, walking through the large chamber made from stone and marble, statues of Draconians stood tall, each holding a spear with many different colored jewels as eyes. All around are priests, missionaries, or people roaming the hall on some kind of pilgrimage. Seeing priests and priestesses giving speeches to their followers, religious gifts being handed out to guests, and donations being taken from many people, all looking to be blessed by the goddess Hardy. With a sudden stop at a massive chamber door, the Draconian guard turned to face Sharpe and said, I cannot follow you in. Be warned that you will all be cut down with no mercy if you displease our goddess. Not looking to pick a fight today, Sharpe calmly said. As I said, we just have some questions. A Draconian swung a hammer into what looked to be a sizable Chinese wong, sending a loud sound throughout the hall. The door slowly creaked open, implying that it only is available sometimes. Feeling the fear coming from Rory, Sharpe looked toward her and patted her on the head. Cheer up, kid. Think about it like this. We won't have to pay taxes later if anything goes wrong. Noticing a confused and angry look on her face, he winked and walked through the door, with Giselle following as Rory caught up, mumbling how she did not like being called a kid and she is much older than him. With the size of the door, Sharpe expected a long journey to Hardy's home. To his surprise, they walked right into a smaller chamber with a stairway heading up to a throne. To my goddess Hardy of the underworld, I, Giselle, have returned to you. As per their request, I have brought the Terrans with me, and I have urgent news to share with you. A dozen torches ignited all at once, brightening the chamber. With the distraction, no one noticed a divinely beautiful human woman appearing sitting on the throne. As Rory slowly moved behind him out of fear of Hardy, Sharpe analyzed the strange woman. Beside her godly beauty, he couldn't see anything special about her, unlike with Valkyr. To his confusion, Hardy stared at him, similarly, exploring every aspect. It almost looked like she was trying to decide how excited she should be or what he might do, like staring down at a pet. Greetings, honorable guests to my domain, Hardy said. Do not be afraid, Lieutenant Colonel. I see all of you as my pets, regardless of which world they might come from. Except for my dear, stubborn, and lovely Rory Mercury. It is silly for you to choose this man over me. Realizing that she had just read his mind, Sharpe wasted no time asking his questions. Then you know why we are here. Yes, Hardy said. I know what has happened at Sadera. The enemy has finally made their move again. What do you mean again? Rory asked as she stepped out. Wait, you knew this was going to happen? The only response from the goddess was silence. What is going on? Sharpe asked. I saw paintings with you interacting with my kind. You knew about the attack on Rondel and Sadera, and we only get silence? I warned you, Jackson, Rory said. The gods do not act like us. They don't communicate like us. That is why we apostles were created, to act on their will. My lovely Rory speaks the truth, Hardy said. I will make you a deal, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe of Earth. Give me my long overdue wife, and I shall tell you what you seek. What? Rory yelled. She then glared at Giselle. You knew and didn't warn me. You know the rules, Giselle said. I am sorry. Luckily, I don't care about these rules, Sharpe said. You already know my answer, Hardy, so why did you ask? Is this another test? Rory knew what the price would be, Hardy said. There must be a price for the answers you seek. And we already paid that price, Sharpe replied. The Roldham Valley event. You sacrificed them to test my people, yet we saved many of them. Also, you owe Yao and her people a huge apology. Again, there is only silence from the goddess. I think she does not accept your offer, Giselle said. Then we are leaving, Sharpe quickly responded, staring directly at Hardy. Wait, then we wasted our time coming here, Giselle said, confused by what was happening. Not at all, Sharpe replied. Hardy knew I would never accept that term, regardless of the stakes. But here's the thing, I already know she knows something about this new threat, and maybe the gods of Falmart might not feel emotions like us mortals, but Valkyr, Darlko, and their alliance with these demons scare the crap out of them. Judging by the fact that Emroy's willingness to intervene in our latest encounter. Especially with the fact that another god's apostle is switching sides due to the brainwashing inflicted on them by Mabel. So, stop horsing around or we are leaving. Rory stepped from behind Sharpe and said, and we know about your relationship with the Roman general, Kiso Sura. Together, you fought the demons and drove them off. We already know your secrets. Very well. You cannot blame a goddess for trying, Hardy said in defeat. I will have to win you over some other way, Rory, but now, a bigger concern faces us all. Without warning, Hardy appeared between the three, disappearing from the throne. It took them by surprise, and they backed away in their own separate direction. As you already know, one day the gate appeared on the plains of Alnus Hill, far earlier than expected. Then the demons came through with the intent to consume our world. They seemed to be a vanguard force, sent in to weaken their enemies and to test their strength. We know that already, Rory said. We all know the legend. But you see, Hardy said, in a desperate attempt to stop them, I was able to take control of the gate and opened it to an unknown world that was nearby. Earth, Sharpe said. That indeed became correct, Hardy said. The intent was to drive the demon army through it and save Falmart. The armies of elves, orcs, and dwarves were successful in luring the demon vanguard back to Alnus Hill. However, much of the demons were pushed through to Earth and their leader through the gate to your world. However, the allied armies were mostly destroyed in the process. While successful, there was still a large demon force destroying Falmart unopposed. Then, an army marched through the gate, a human army. They defeated the armies of hell on their side of the gate. Once they ventured to our side, so the paintings are true, Sharpe mumbled. As he listened to the story, he wondered if that was where the story of heaven and hell came from in the Bible. The tale of Armageddon when hell invaded Earth to begin the rapture. He couldn't believe how one small moment on an alien world greatly impacted Earth's religions. Correct, Hardy said. The Romans and their allies were trapped on this side of the gate once it closed. However, in a strange way for a human, they agreed to assist the elves and dwarves and defeat the demons. Why is that strange? Sharpe asked. Humans are naturally warlike. The gate naturally opens to other worlds to allow races to migrate here, Hardy explained. As the big man calls it, a sanctuary world. The gate opened to your Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago, allowing humans to populate this world. However, this time the humans from your world were far more warrior-like than before differently. A civilized race rather than hunter-gatherer-servant-like. Hold on, back up. Who is this big man again? Sharpe asked. My dear Sharpe, Hardy pleasantly said. By now, you should have learned after everything you have been through. Annoyed by the lack of response, and knowing Sharpe knew that he has been jerked around in the dark for a long time now, he responded, fine. While I love history lessons, I need to know, how does this help us? How did they defeat the demon overlord? Rory followed up. I am disappointed in you, Hardy said as she appeared back on her throne. You saw the answer under Sad Era, right in front of you. Staring at the goddess with confusion, Sharpe tried to recap everything he saw in that dungeon time capsule. The only painting he could think that mattered was the one with the Romans fighting the demons. It is clear every detail had meaning, and that is when he realized that Kiso Sura was not holding a traditional Roman gladius or javelin, but a lance. What was the weapon that Kiso Sura used? Sharpe asked. I do not know, but it was a divine spear from your world, Hardy said. The general said that it was blessed with the blood from a prophet called Christ, but that is all I know. Jackson, do you know the meaning of this? Rory asked. Yes, Sharpe said. We call it the Lance of Longinus, or Holy Spear. The spear that is used to pierce the side of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, during his crucifixion. God like the big man God? Rory asked. Apparently so, Sharpe said. Is the Lance of Longinus here? No, Hardy said. Kiso Sura killed the demon overlord on your world and did not bring it through the gate. I later learned that they intended to bring the lance over. However, the gate closed before that could happen. I can only assume, in some simple reasoning, they wanted to keep the weapon safe on Earth, or save it just to keep their empire from being attacked again. Sharpe ran everything through his mind, trying to put the pieces together. Nothing made sense, but at the same time, it all made sense. In some way, shape, or form, everything was true. Faith became fact. It was so much to take in at once, but knowing how much was on the line, he tried to filter what he needed to know now. It is clear that the gate opened in the Levant 2,000 years ago, and not in North America. Thinking back on the painting, Sordin pointed out that the battle occurred in the Valley of Armageddon. What little biblical history Sharpe knew. If there was any hope to discover the Holy Lance, he had to go there. Thank you, Goddess, for sharing this story, Sharpe said. I think I know where to go. Before we go, I have a follow-up question, Rory said, taking a step forward. Why did you open up the gate again? For a moment, Sharpe started with confusion toward Rory, wondering why she would ask such a question. He then realized that she had a point. With too much information flowing through his head, he forgot that Hardy was the one that opened the gate. Again, only silence. You knew? Rory asked. You knew all of this was going to happen. That is why M. Roy is working with you. That is why he helped us in Sad Era. That is why you have been silent all this time, unlike the first time with the Romans. That is correct, Hardy said. Darkness comes from where you least expect it. Zuffmet somehow communicated with the demon realm and has been corrupted by them. Regardless, he has been secretly helping Darlco gain enough power to summon the gate to their world. And this time, they will bring their full might. So, you needed us to stop them? Sharpe asked. Partly, Hardy said. They were close to summoning the gate, so I opened it before they could. My intention was to buy time, so I picked Earth because I knew you could resist the demons like last time. But why us? Sharpe asked. Falmart was already united under a single empire. Why did the gate open in North America and not the Levant this time? My intention was to reconnect to Kiso Sura people, as he called it, the Empire, Hardy said. You have seen how corrupted the Empire became. I chose to open the gate to Earth because I have lost my faith in them to defend this world, unlike their ancestors. I am determined to bring your kind to this world and stay. I manipulated the late Emperor Molt Sol Augustus to attack your world for this reason by opening the gate to Earth and the conqueror's mindset of him, and the ruling of the Empire fell for it. That explains why Pina and her people always called themselves the Empire, Lelei explained. The name must have been passed down through the generations, and Sadera adopted it without understanding the context. That means you started the war between my people and the Empire, Sharpe said, controlling his anger. A lot of people died in that invasion. That is the case of all wars, Hardy said. I see your mind. You once lectured Empress Pina Colada about your world wars. Do not lecture me about lives lost. I know the wars of your word and the level of barbarisms that came with them. Even the current wars of your world have brought far more destruction and death than anything I have done. This is the war of two worlds, mind you. Much is at stake. Even your world could be under threat. After the demons finish with Uros, they will certainly open their gate to Earth. Knowing how far you have come, as Sharpe listened, he decided it was best not to argue against a goddess. While he is not happy that his country was a pawn of others, it is clear other forces are at work, forces that he does not understand. But why us again? After the Empire went through the gate, I expected to see the Romans emerge through, Hardy said. To my surprise, you came through, and you were not the same as the Romans. Far more advanced than we expected. You see, I was connecting to the collective spirit of Kiso Sura people. Besides reopening in what you call the Levant, it opened in Philadelphia. I can only assume your people are the spiritual successors of the Empire. Thank you for sharing this, Goddess, Sharpe said. I believe I know what to do next. Everyone, let's go. As the two left the Goddess chamber, how do you think your people will take, knowing that Hardy planned the attack on Philadelphia? Rory asked. I have no idea, Sharpe said. Probably nothing, as it is not wise to go to war against gods. Like we are about to do right now, Rory said. Yup, Sharpe said. It is strange how most accomplishments are because people did something stupid. But now, let's deal with one god at a time. V21. Chapter 245 Searching for the Answers. The Ticaret Conglomerate Civil War is in full swing. The U.S. Congress has agreed to supply materials and provide intelligence to the rebels, led by Falson Alton, Nara Tezuko, Azariah Galen. With the fall of the Falmart League, and many of the old leadership either dead or wanted by NATO and the Satara Republic, the rebels have seized the capital city of Ticaret. While the main focus is Darlco, General Stanford has agreed to deploy special forces to the rebels and assist in training, logistics, and overthrowing the last remnants of the Falmart League. With the majority of Ticaret forces scattered across Falmart or have surrendered to NATO, it is expected that the rebels will successfully overthrow the government and purge the other houses who remain loyal to Zorzal. Alnus Liberty News. James A. Byrne United States Courthouse, Eastern District of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, United States. Date: August 17, 2026. The past 3 days have been called the trial of the century, as many in the media call it, which was currently ongoing in the courthouse located just shy a few blocks from the Delaware River. Some even claimed that this case was probably the biggest ever held in the entire state of Pennsylvania, if not the entire United States and the world. The remaining leadership of the Empire and the rest of the League leadership all have been transported to Earth to face trial for all sorts of war crimes conducted on Earth and Uros sides of the gate. Empress Pina Colada, now the new leader of the newly established republic, sat on one row of seats in the courtroom in the James A. Byrne United States Courthouse along with some of her knights, Countess Mui, and others of note, overseeing the trial. She found the exterior of the building beautiful. However, once inside the room where the fate of the formal, most powerful men on Falmart was being decided was underwhelming. In Satara, all the rooms of importance were marble, open, showing grandness. From all the advances and wonders these Terrans have, the bureaucratic nature of these square-sized rooms with wooden walls and furniture made her feel less grand. A trial on this scale would have been hosted in the Senate chambers, showing the scale and might of her people. The Empress expected the Supreme Court would handle such an important case, being the highest court within the United States. To her confusion, the case went to a lesser federal court. Ambassador Willington had to explain to her that the Supreme Court does not deal with these types of cases, only concerning lawfare and the Constitution. I am surprised General Woody is not sulking like the others, Oyloyak commented. Unlike the others, he always was more of a real general. Pina saw the eyes of the general as Woody stood there, staring at the judge. His eyes told of a man accepting his defeat and waiting for the inevitable. He is not going to embarrass himself in front of his enemies, or the shame that he helped Darlco destroy the city, who devoted his life in defending, Oyloyat added. She agreed with that point of view and wished she knew what was going through Woody and the others' heads. At this point, it no longer mattered, and they were out of her hands. They all made the mistake of treating this like an imperial trial, Pina said, blustering, declaring claims, boasting their achievements and nobility ranks. It could have had an effect if this was in the Imperial Senate, but here, it only works against them. Basically, admitting everything you did wrong. They do not understand that it does not work here. During the first 2 days, many leaders like General Herm Fuel Mayo and General Calasta Helvius would yell about their achievements in the war, when the topic regarding the invasion of Philadelphia both admitted to everything that unfolded that day. Even Herm proudly and loudly confessed to the murder of Colt Formal of Italica during the invasion with no remorse, enraging Mui and her sisters. The trial only got worse from there because of the events in Elis, the slaughter, and the betrayal of many legionaries and civilians. The legalization of using slaves as human shields by the Senate, pillaging and illegally seizing civilian properties, and so much more. They also refused to return all the people they had kidnapped and enslaved from the attack in Philadelphia, scattering them across the continent and beyond, or being handed to the Hario tribe for their genetic mutation experiments. From Pina's cell phone, she saw outcry online from many Americans and foreigners from this news. Everyone, including the Falmart League on trial, heard about the result of the other trial regarding what happened at Rondell. Last week, the formal High Council of the Rondell Mage Guild, Drasho Getro, was given the death penalty for taking part in a conspiracy to destroy Rondell and crimes against humanity for killing tens of thousands. Before the events at Sadera, there seemed to be a chance that Drasho Getro could have gotten life imprisonment, as the business with Darlco was an internal matter, with Darlco breaking their end of the deal, and the guild's leadership had no knowledge of Darlco's agenda, as the defense lawyer stated. After Darlco's assault on Sadera, it became clear that the U.S. was at war with the magical city. Any defense Drasho and his comrades had was swept aside, and all the leaders were sentenced to life in imprisonment with the exception of Drasho Getro, who will be getting the death penalty. Do you think they will get the same sentences as Drasho? Oiloyad asked. Of course, Pina said. Maybe some of the lower minions will get a life sentence, but the higher-ups, I do not see anything else but death. Not after what just happened at Sadera. Agree, but I do not know if what happened at Sadera would have made a difference, Oiloyad said. Senators Tywali, Tiberius, and my father did a great job. Yes, they did, Pina said. While most of the pro-peace senators told details of past conversations with the leadership, but with Tywali, his story regarding the Oprichnina and Zorzel using his wife and daughter as human shields devastated the defense. Glad saving them was worth it. While Pina's motive in saving the pro-peace senators from the Empire was to boost her faction and ensure her to have a stable post-war government, having them testify against the Empire and the League became a massive bonus. They laid out everything, every conversation, every detail, every plan, every motive. A part of her wondered why they were so ruthless in their testimony, trying to prove they're different from their former comrades, or maybe a last moment of spit for being betrayed, or some behind-the-curtain deal made with the president to gain favor and guarantee the maximum sentence possible. She will never know, nor does it matter anymore as long as she had a solid government for her new republic. While the Battle of Sadera was a victory for NATO and her Republican forces, it was considered a Pyrrhic victory. Everyone expected a quick and clean victory taking Sadera. Everyone assumed it would be the end of the war, only to find out that the end of this war is the opening to a true war with a true enemy, the demons. Since the battle, there had been massive protests outside the White House, the courthouse that handled the Rondell crisis, and this one. With so much anger and fear, Pina could not imagine any other outcome than the most extreme punishment the Americans had to offer. A sentence she found laughable compared to what the old empire would have done if the roles were reversed. As the Empress expected, once the trial was over, the judge gave the final sentencing for the defendants. Herm Fuel Mayo, Calasta Helvius, Woodila Carelius, and the other military and political leaders were given the death penalty for how they carried out the war, allying with Darlco, and the brutal acts they ordered during the attack on Philadelphia. The civilian leadership who was not directly involved were given life imprisonment at ADX Florence prison. Many of the senators, including Herm and Calasta, burst out of anger. Some yelled insults while Herm let out a chain of abuses, referencing that Darlco and the demons would burn everyone and that he would have the last laugh. Once the trial was over, everyone was forced to leave, as she, the senators and her entourage, as well as Countess Mui and her servants, left the courtroom. The Empress saw the thousands of protesters and hundreds of National Guard and riot police guarding the courthouse and keeping the protesters in check. Most of the signs and chanting were expressing anger, wishing death on all the League leadership, either protesting the war in general or wishing the death of the enemy. Some signs say, "No blood for demon blood," while religious and pro-war groups stating they must defeat the demons, referencing some religious verses that she did not know. Several reporters and journalists swarmed her, the senators and Countess Mui, with a myriad of questions. Ever since the truth about the true origin of the humans in Uros was revealed through Hardy, a massive shockwave was felt by everyone in both worlds. The once called Imperials, especially the human, were utterly shocked that they were from the same blood as the Terrans. While on Earth, massive debates between scientists, historians, and archaeologists flooded the news and social media about how this kind of truth completely changes history. Many state that this truth is to be the second great revelation of the century, aside from the resurface of Earth mages and the Gate. Look at all this anger, Oiloyat commented. Can you imagine if they learned what Hardy said to your friend Sharpe? I see why the president classified the report, Pina said. While Hardy only did it to save Uros from the demons, I feel that she also wants to punish us for straying from the very noble principle we once held, Oiloyat said. The news from what Hardy said was unsettling. All of Pina's life, she worshipped and respected the gods. To learn that Hardy so casually was willing to trick her subjects into a blind invasion of an unknown world, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths on both sides, and resulting in this war. All with the intention of tricking the Americans into fighting a different external threat. After a meeting with the president, the White House decided to keep that fact a secret. The idea is that all this suffering was because of one god conning two worlds for her will. If the truth came out, the president believed there would be mass civil unrest like the world has ever seen. Reflecting on the president's point of view, Pina had to agree with that conclusion. If her people learned that all the suffering and that their country was devastated by Hardy's game, all her hopes of rebuilding and reform would evaporate overnight. So she decided to also keep what Hardy said to Sharpe a state secret. Anyway, Empress, would you like to get something to eat? Oiloyat asked, being slightly red on the cheeks. She saw how nervous he was and found it cute. Besides agreeing, she decided to test him. Placing her hand on her head, she said, I think I will head back and try to sleep the day off. To her surprise, Oiloyat grabbed her arm and said, I was not asking, my Empress. I heard of an Italian place, and I like to experience Earth before heading back home. I want to see what our ancestors ate. Pina stood there. Now her cheek glowed red. I accept. Coffee shop, Alnistown. Date, August 17th, 2026. After thanking the Nico waitress, Lelei Lalina stared at her espresso with excitement. Since coming to this cafe, she has ordered this flat white espresso mixed with Italica milk, adding a thick flavor. That is the third one you had, Jalioalgan said. You really like that drink? I had it the first time I went to Earth. It has a spice called cinnamon in it, Lelei replied. I told you to get it? Nah, I prefer Jack Daniels in the morning, Jalio said. The guys from the 101st said it would help me grow my hair on my, well, let's just say chest. Gross, Lelei replied. Watching Jalio laugh at her response, brushing off her reaction, she found it annoying and humorous at the same time. Realizing that he was staring, she blushed and looked back at her laptop. For some reason, she only found it more attractive. I still do not understand how this strange device will help you in your research, Jalio said. I thought you needed a library. I told you, Lelei said. The Terrans put their libraries on a device they call computers. Like this one. As long as I have a Wi-Fi connection, there are hundreds if not thousands of libraries on this device. Yeah, I remember you saying that, Jalio said with a cocky tone. Invisible information the Terrans have that floats in the air. Yeah, and they say our magic is strange. I guess I cannot really blame them, as they barely understand magic from their own world. Anyway, any luck in what you were finding? Sadly, no, Lelei said. I was hoping to see if there was anything in the many Earth mythologies that could shed some light on recent events. The first demon attack was 2,000 years ago. It seemed like so much of the facts had turned into religious myth. Separating the two and finding useful meaning behind it has been challenging. While she knew the real reason why so much information had been lost, she swore to secrecy not to tell anyone. The gods of Earth tried very hard to hide their presence. She just wondered for how long they can hide, and if they choose to come into the light, how would that unfold? Do not forget the part where apostles can now be mind-controlled, Jalio added. You do not want to get Rory brainwashed. Assuming with her thick head she can. We always try to make Rory angry, which surprisingly is not that hard, Lelei said. There are many legendary warriors or demigods in Earth lore that suffered brainwashing, like in the case of Greek demigod hero Hercules, who was brainwashed by Hera, the god of woman and family, to kill his family, and is forced to do 12 labors to redeem himself. Really, Lelei? Earth lore? Jalio said, staring at him, realizing the words that she had used. Yes, I stand by what I said. After a long laugh, Jalio said, I do not understand why you are doing all this work. You should go ask your Earth God friends for the answer. Lelei felt a sharp sense of panic throughout her mind, remembering the deal she made with Rory, Athena, and Aphrodite that she would keep her mouth shut. She quickly said, "There are no Earth gods. The ancients on Earth made them up to help explain the world around them." Jaleo remained silent, staring at her with a smile. The silence and the consent staring were driving Lelei insane. She leaned in and said, "How did you know?" Jaleo let out another laugh. "I did not know until now. Your blushed cheeks, wide eyes, and the fact you were researching the topic was a big tell." Lelei looked back toward her laptop, embarrassed at how easily he could read her. While she got used to this during her time with Vanguard 7, this time felt different. "What made you think they were real in the first place?" "During my short time with the Airborne, we had many debates regarding religion and all that Earth mythology," Jaleo said. "They were comparing their lore with our reality. They even wondered if maybe the old stories had some truth to it. I always found it strange that Earth did not have gods. Their mythology is so vast and detailed, yet they claim that their world has no god whatsoever. It made no sense to me." Jaleo has always acted himself as a casual, layback guy with little stress in the world. She was surprised by his intelligence. Most wouldn't have been able to put all those facts together and come to that conclusion. "It crossed my mind to ask them, but they are not a forthcoming bunch," Lelei said. "They do not want to interfere with mortal life." "Well then," Jaleo said, "they might not have a choice." Lelei was nervous that Earth gods might erase all the happy memories with her newly found family, like what they're going to do to Rory if she spilled the beans, as a prize for their secrets being shared or asking the wrong questions. "Do not worry. It is not your fault. I will make sure they understand," a voice spoke to her. "What do you mean that you can make them understand?" Lelei turned to Jaleo. "What do you mean?" "I did not say anything," Jaleo replied in a confused manner. "Strange," Lelei said. "I thought you were just talking to me." Hearing a feminine scream, Lelei looked down the path and saw a dark elf in a black and red lace robe enter the cafe. "Over here, Fryen." Hearing his voice, the apostle approached, walking through tables and a waitress with his phasing ability, freaking her and the other customers out. "You realize you were just showing off at this point," Lelei said. Fryen stared at the blue-haired girl with confusion. He looked around, seeing the entire room staring at him with fear and confusion. "I see what you mean. You are friends of Fryen?" Jaleo said, shocked to be in the presence of his apostle. I should not be surprised at this point, seeing Jaleo act childish by asking the apostle dozens of questions. She found it cute and couldn't help herself from giggling, resulting in both men staring at her in confusion. "Sorry, what brings you here?" Lelei then asked. "I have a quest for you," Fryen said. "You are coming with me to the library of Elish. We need to figure out how to stop Valkyr and Zuffmit." "You mean right now?" Lelei asked angrily, annoyed that her coffee date was interrupted. "Yes," Fryen responded. "You heard what Hardy said. High chance that the gods who sided with Darlco will act soon. They either have a gate or are about to summon one to the demon world. We need to act as soon as possible before the whole legions of demons are unleashed." Fryen had mentioned this library only a few times, a place she had never heard of beforehand. With the realization that an apostle is asking for her help to save Falmart, she knew she would have to go with him. He is the apostle of Alange, the god of knowledge. While unlikely, it made sense that there was a hidden place of knowledge that Fryen protected. A part of Lelei did not want to leave. Since Rondell, she has wanted to spend more time with Jaleo as she felt these strange butterflies. Her new mother, Sarah Sharpe, said that it was normal and that it would be healthy to spend time with him to see how he felt. After losing so much recently, she wanted to be close to the remaining friends and family more than ever. However, she also remembered what Rory had said, that she would take action and claim him before another woman could. "I will come with you, Fryen, but I have two conditions," Lelei demanded. Seeing a confused reaction from the apostle, she then listed her demands. "First, I need to tell my mother. I know how you act, and if we leave now without telling her, she will kill me." "Understandable." "And the second?" Lelei then pointed toward Jaleo, catching him off guard. "I want him to come with us." Sarah and Rory clashed over everything as both were opposites. But if there was one thing they agreed on, It was that a girl should always test a man to see if they were strong and how much they cared about them. Lelei decided this was a perfect moment to test. If Jaleo denies it and leaves, she then knows he isn't the one. If he stays, even reluctant, that says everything she needs to hear. Wait, what just happened? Jaleo asked, looking around. Fine, Fryen said. We leave now. But, fine, Jaleo slowly said, quickly packing her equipment. Lelei followed Fryen with a giant glow in her eyes. USS John F. Kennedy, Mediterranean Sea. Date, August 17, 2026. Watching 2F-35, the model that was able to be catapulted off the main ramp from the United States' newest aircraft carrier. Already deployed to the Mediterranean Sea on training, it decided to support Sharpe's mission to Israel. It had taken a few days to get permission and make the arrangements. Being flown to Naval Station Rota, Spain, and transferred onto the carrier as it headed toward Italy to pick up an expert, Professor Fredo Donini. Among them were a few of his staff, carrying their equipment for this mission. In the meantime, Sharpe saw Rory's reaction to one of the greatest military wonders ever built, the Gerald R. Ford-class aircraft carrier. At first sight, she was amazed by the sheer scale of the ship. The thousands of sailors and the number of aircraft were all tightly compacted in such a small surface area. For most of yesterday, she stood on the control tower and watched all the planes take off and land. She even asked 15 pilots if Tom Cruise was stationed on this carrier. Standing next to Rory, Sharpe watched as a Super Hornet took off. I'm surprised you did not go with Lelei as extra muscle, since who knows what's lurking around that ancient library. I considered it, but if me or any of my sisters left you alone for 5 minutes, you probably would die, Rory replied. An ancient library that has been hidden from all you other apostles with age-old secrets, Sharpe said in a teasing tone. In any other context, I would be interested, Rory said. But the truth is, I'm not that good at being an apostle. I go with the flow and do what I want, which has gotten me into trouble a lot. She then saw Sharpe's reaction, remembering all the time he had to bail her out, usually almost getting him killed. If you have noticed, most apostles are uptight about following the ways set by their gods. I have noticed that, Sharpe said. I might have made some big mistakes, but I am happy with how things have ended up, Rory said, watching an Osprey land on the flight deck. I might be a more free spirit. I do feel like that I am part of things. Most other apostles would have never joined you at Koan Forest. It seems like there have been many moving parts, Sharpe said. Are you going to tell me what your role is? What do you mean? Don't think I am dumb, Rory. I know you have been keeping a secret. You have been keeping a secret for a long time now. I just put it in the apostle's secret box. But after Hardy, it isn't wise to keep anything quiet now. Sharpe glanced toward Rory, waiting to see what she would do. She looked up to the clouds for some reason and then smiled. Let us focus on this mission, and after that we can talk. Deal? Deal. Looking back toward the tiltrotor helicopter, Sharpe saw the professor exiting the back of the helicopter. We should head down there. Race you down, Rory said. Before Sharpe could react, the apostle jumped over the railing and fell 2 stories from the control tower onto the flight deck. The sailors around her froze and stared at her as if they had never seen an apostle before. The act of falling so far and landing without being harmed temporarily frightened, but also amazed them. One of the flight officers rushed to the railing and looked down out of concern. What the hell did she do? Is she crazy? You have no idea, buddy, Sharpe replied, shaking his head with a smirk before heading down to the flight deck. Once downstairs, he saw Rory talking with many sailors, bragging about her strength and how easy that fall was. Nice to see you again, Lieutenant Colonel, Fredo Donini said, carrying a bag. Same, Sharpe said. Did you find anything? It is much harder than I expected, and that is saying a lot, Fredo Donini said. Almost all history from that era seemed to be gone or changed to fit the modern narrative. History shows the Holy Lance in many locations, but most are tourist traps. That is why I want to go to the crime scene, Sharpe said. If it is not there, maybe we will find a clue to the right direction. That is a tall order, Fredo Donini said. How do you know this is not an Antioch situation? What is the Antioch situation? Rory asked. During the First Crusade, the Crusaders were trapped in the ancient city of Antioch, Fredo Donini explained. As the Muslims lay sieged while storming Antioch, A monk named Peter Bartholomew stated that he received a vision from St. Andrew that the Holy Lance was buried underneath the Church of St. Peter. After much digging, he found the Holy Lance, which boosted the Crusaders' morale and led them to victory. However, the Catholic Church later found out that the supposed Holy Lance was a fake. "And you agree with me that we should start at Armageddon?" Sharpe asked. "I am honestly out of my depth here." "I agree with you," Fredo Danini said. "The Valley of Armageddon has to have an answer in some manner. I concluded that all the relics we know about must be fake in some way, mostly likely to protect the real ones. Otherwise, we would have discovered their properties long ago. And those paintings and our meeting with Hardy shed some light on its location?" Rory asked. "Well, we now know the legend is real somehow," Sharpe said. "Assuming Hardy and those paintings are true, that we know for a fact the lance dashed up. The Holy Lance, Lieutenant Colonel, Fredo Danini said, or Lance of Longinus. If this weapon is real, it is wise to show it with respect since it has the blood of Jesus Christ on it." Sharpe saw Rory stare at the professor with a strange look, not out of fear or defensiveness, but more like something was confirmed what he had no idea. To the correction by Fredo Danini, if this weapon is accurate, then he realized he should show it respect. "Agreed. I apologize. As I was saying, the fact that the Holy Lance's last known position was at that valley is the best place to start. I am very excited to go on this adventure with you too," Fredo Danini said. "I do hope we find what you're looking for. Who knows what we will find? If the Holy Lance is confirmed to be real, that means other biblical relics like the Ark of the Covenant or Holy Grail could be real." "That is right," Rory said excitedly and then pulled a Sharpe jacket. "We should start a treasure hunting show. We could make millions." "One death trap at a time, please," Sharpe replied. Reference: V21, Chapter 246, The Archangel. Jezreel Valley, Israel. Date: August 19th, 2026. Speeding through the Levant Desert inside a sandcat, Sharpe has been quiet as he listened to Rory and Fredo Danini conversation about history and a quick lesson regarding the Bible and the Age of Heroes. Among them are their escorts, the Yahalom, and Israel Combat Engineers Special Forces. In addition, with them are Fredo Danini's staff, made up of historians and archaeologists. Feeling a small hand placed on his arm, he saw Rory. "You have been quiet for 3 hours. Everything okay?" "Just thinking," Sharpe said as the jeep bounced. "What do you think of the Middle East so far?" "Very different than I expected," Rory replied. "I can just feel the energy all around me." "Feel what?" "The blood. The sand below us has been soaked with so much blood over the multiple millennia. All the battles, campaigns, and duels. Nations, empires, all fighting here for one reason or another. The wealth of tales by soldiers who once marched on these lands would be mind-blowing. I wish I could have been there to witness them." "I think you mean to be part of," Sharpe corrected. "Well, yeah." Sharpe shook his head at her perspective, finding it humorous. Imagining this short petite girl fighting alongside the warriors of great, like Hercules, Alexander, Achilles, and more. He had to agree, witnessing all that history would be amazing. "How much longer until we find the site?" "We should have been there by now if we weren't going so slow," Fredo Danini said. "We have to be careful," Harel said. "Rebel factions from Syria like to hide out down here. There are snipers and cells all over the place." "I thought your Abraham Accords ended the fighting in the region?" Rory asked. "You cannot end 7,000 years of wars with an accord," Harel said. "What that did was normalize relations between nations, not rogue groups. It was a positive first step," Sharpe added. "Still a long way to go through. For everyone, the country up north entered a civil war about a decade ago," Sharpe added. "It has never recovered and has become a failed state. It does not help that the remains of the country are in the sights of much geopolitical competition between a dozen nations." "Wow. Same shit, a different planet," Rory mumbled. As the 6-vehicle convoy headed to Armageddon, an anti-material sniper round impacted the hood of the lead Sandcat. The vehicle slid to the side and stopped. The rest of the convoy stopped, and everyone urgently got out as fast as they could, getting behind them for cover. Once the jeep stopped, limited rifle fire opened against them. Rory slid over the hood of the Sandcat, laughing. "So, this is how it feels?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Harel said. "You are in the line of fire. Get back here before you get shot. That would be a dream come true. Sharpe turned and told Harel to calm down, that she is fine, which confused the Yahalom and civilians. I have been wondering what it would feel like to be shot by something more impactful, Rory answered. So far, I have only experienced being shot by your standard rounds, and that was a cakewalk. Facing off with a sniper and higher caliber rounds. That is exciting. Sharpe saw the reaction from all the Yahalom and civilians. All had a baffled look regarding a petite girl's reaction to the current situation and were willing to stand in the line of fire like it was nothing. This is a terrifying position to be in as an unknown sniper with infantry support pinning the ground down. It would not be long before the unknown about of enemy infantry would surround them as the sniper kept them pinned. One good should, and someone's head would be blown off. If it was not for the fact that he was used to Rory, he would have had the same reaction. Jackson, mind if I go find our little friends? Hold on, Sharpe said. Based on the opening engagement, I think there are 3, maybe 4 riflemen, plus the sniper. I agree, Harel replied. There are probably 1 or 2 more up there waiting to see what we will do. This is the plan, Sharpe said. Rory, you will flush them out. The rest of us, pick off the infantry. What the hell are you doing? Harel yelled. You are sending a 12-year-old out there? She will get blown to pieces. Hey, Rory angrily said as rifle rounds buzzed past her. As she frustratedly spoke, a bullet hit her right shoulder, scaring everyone except Sharpe, but to everyone's shock. She barely flicked from the shot, caring more about her rant than being shot. I am sick and tired of you Terrans calling me 12. I am 963 years old. I have been alive longer than most of your nations. And second, time to go hunting. Rory then turned to her wound and watched it heal. Letting out a sadistic laugh, she started to hum before charging against the incoming fire. Hearing another rifle round zip by, she charged forward at great speed. Sharpe watched Rory as he shook his head, debating how he gets involved with so many crazy people. He turned to the Yahalom and civilians who all were watching with great confusion and fear. Fear is not being killed by the enemy, but fear from not understanding what just happened and how insane this apostle is. Watched as the world they once knew crashed before them. You guys will get used to it. Now back into position and engage. Peeking over the hood, Sharpe saw most of the enemy weapons fire aiming toward Rory as she quickly ran through the open terrain. It seemed like the terrorists realized the seriousness of the threat from her inhuman speed and were desperately trying to kill her. With fighting his fair share of apostles, he fully understands what they are about to save, and it will not be pleasant. Seeing the flashes from the enemy barrels, Sharpe and the other Yahalom aimed their rifles with one acting as a spotter. One by one, the group took out the enemy terrorists. As the skirmish ended and the sound of wind took hold, Sharpe told the professor and his staff to stay next to the Sandcat for cover. He and a few other Yahalom head toward the enemy position, rifles at the ready. Rory, report. I got the sniper, Rory said. He was such a nice man. I think he was calling me a demon. I do not know as I could not understand. I was just too much laughing. However, he did ruin my skirt, so I had to kill him. Roger, Sharpe replied, and then realized everything she said was so normal that he didn't react to it at all. Don't play with your food and regroup on my position. You two are batshit crazy, Harel commented. Is this really how things are on Falmart? This crazy? To Sharpe's surprise, answering the question proved harder than he expected. After reflecting on everything he has experienced, he responded, honestly, this is just another Tuesday for me at this point. Seeing some of the Yahalom walk away in shock, unable to fathom what it was like on Falmart, all he could do was laugh. Sharpe and the Yahalom reached the foxholes the terrorists were hiding at. A total of 7 corpses were scattered around, some with their bodies sliced in half. Each of them checked the bodies, ensuring none were alive, and reported the incident. Rory stopped and looked at the bodies, placing her index finger on her lower lip. As I was slicing off this man's head, I started to wonder, how do they know where we were? Do they know? Are they trying to stop us from our mission or a bad case of luck? Probably not, Harel said. As I said before, this happens all the time out here. Most likely, someone in Affulus saw us leaving in this direction and his buddies laid a trap. And that is it? Rory asked. Are you at war with anyone? That is a far more complex question than you think, Rory, Sharpe said. There is no good answer. On paper, no. However, some groups act like they are. As we said before, Thousands of years of warfare on these lands, and everyone has their opinions on the matter. We should get going." Reaching back to the Sandcat, Sharpe checked on the professor before he could ask if the man was okay, expecting the civilian to be freaking out during his first firefight. All his staff was shaken by the firefight, however. To his surprise, the man was sitting by the tire waiting like he was bored. "Is everything okay, Colonel?" Fredo Danini asked, noticing Sharpe's reaction. "Okay with me, but what about you?" Sharpe said, with no due disrespect, but a bookworm like you would panic after an engagement like that. "Oh yeah," Fredo Danini replied, placing his hand behind his head. "I lived in southern Italy most of my life. The threat of the mob hangs over us all the time. While it is true that southern Italy is ruled by the Cosa Nostra and mob violence is common, a part of Sharpe did not believe the professor. He has heard stories from other soldiers who were deployed to Italy that said bomb threats were so common the average citizen considered it a normal day. However, he couldn't believe living in that environment was equal to what they had just experienced. Right? Get in the Sandcat." Making sure everyone was ready to leave, Sharpe looked over to Rory. He saw her standing toward the mountain, gazing out. To his confusion, she was speaking, like she was having an entire conversation with someone, even though no one was there. "Shortlegs, we are rolling out." Rory placed her hands together and bowed before turning toward Sharpe with a smile. "I think our paths have to divert for now, Jackson." "What the hell are you talking about? This is not the time for games. Trust me, it will only be a short bit. There is something I must do. You go off and finish the mission." Slamming the Sandcat door, Sharpe headed toward Rory. "You know what? You have been acting very funny for a long time now. And that is saying coming from you. You have been hiding something from me, and you will tell me what it is now. I am tired of being in the dark about what is going on." There was a moment of silence as the two stared at each other before Rory said, "You practiced that speech, didn't you?" Sharpe glared at her and said, "That is beside the point. I am armed, pissed, and I want answers." Rory raised her hand to calm him. "Everything will be okay. You are correct. I have been hiding something from you. I promise I will explain everything after this mission is over. And I mean everything. But right now, I must go. There is someone I must talk to." "That makes no sense, Rory. Why can't I know what is going on? Is your reason the same as why Lelei had to hide her involvement with Sordin? Something like that, but I say it makes just as much sense as everything else. I will see you soon." Rory jumped away and then ran off into the desert while Sharpe called out to her. Watching Rory run away and knowing that he cannot match her speed, all Sharpe could do was take a deep breath. "All right, everyone, let's roll out." The group unloaded the destroyed Sandcat, and the 5 remaining vehicles took off. Stopping at the nearby hillside, Rory turned to watch the convoy drive off to Armageddon. Good luck against Brad Pitt. Rory placed her hands on her hips and investigated the open valley. "Your Great Holiness, can we talk now?" Out of thin air, a shadowy figure emerged. The shadow slowly transformed into a man with wings while wearing a white robe. "Are you?" Rory shakingly spoke, as she feels the immense divinity of the winged man, far surpassing her patron god, Emroy. "Yes, I am St. Michael. Greeting your Great Holiness," Rory spoke as she kneeled in respect. "Aphrodite informed me you wish to speak to me." "That is true," Michael said. "I have been in communication with the caretakers on both worlds. And please stand up so you can talk with me more freely. There is no need for formality here. I have to admit, this feels a bit strange," Rory said as she got back onto her feet. "I had all these questions I wanted to ask you, but I do not know where to begin." "Well, Hardy pretty much summed up what is going on in Uros right now," Michael said. "True," Rory said as she realized Michael was probably listening to her all this time. However, she did not explain why all this was happening. "And why now?" "You should have studied the Book of Revelations," Michael cheerfully said. "The story is straightforward. The battle between heaven and hell. The world the humans call Uros was marked for hell's domination for all the world's sins. But why Uros? Why my world?" The big man considered Uros as one of many sanctuary worlds for his children. That is why you see so many different species there, all coming from their worlds to take shelter there. A heaven? Is that what you mean? They're different. However, you can look at it like that if it helps you. When the universe was young, the big man opened the gate world after world, allowing migrants to join one of these worlds for protection and salvation. Right now, Rory wished that Lelei was with her to explain the deeper context. From what she understood, This is an event that happens throughout the stars, and Uros is one of many. What happens to the non-sanctuary world? As I said, they are a battleground and dystopias, Michael said, which is why the big man created the sanctuary worlds. And the gods. All worlds that host his children have what you call gods as their caretakers, all with the intention of maintaining balance. However, as you can see, that is not always so. Why would the big man allow that? Rory asked. If the gods are his caretakers, how can a god like Zuffmik go rogue and try to bring the end times? The price of free will, Michael said. I would expect by now you would fully understand that after your experience with your creation. You might have left physically, but you never left emotionally. There was no need to reflect on what was said. Rory knew Michael's meaning, her experience regarding the Empire and Talon. She has considered both a dark spot of her past and has looked to redeem it. I regret everything I have done in the past, Rory stated. I have been trying to move on. You claim that, however, out of all your sisters and his teammates, no wonder why Sharpe trusts you the least, Michael sarcastically remarked. You have proven to be too dishonest compared to your sisters or even Talon. What do you mean I am lying? Rory strongly yelled back before restraining herself. I am speaking the truth with all my heart. You are saying that even the enemies are more honest than me. Michael stared at Rory with a smile. You have always been a loose cannon, quick to react and relied on others to bail you out. As Rory began to disagree, she remembered all the times Sharpe had to save her. A mortal always has to save an immortal, usually because of her reckless behavior. You are not wrong regarding that, but what does it have something to do with this? You just need to be honest with me, Rory, Michael said. Despite all the atrocities Talon has committed, at least he is willing to say what he truly felt to me. What did he say to you, Great Holy One? Rory inquired. I must know. Michael stood there on the cliffside, staring out at the beautiful desert of the Levant. Tell me what you truly feel first, and then I will tell you. The truth is, when I realized what the Empire was turning into, I ran, Rory said, seeing what Talon had become. I wanted to change, but it was too late. I was alone and powerless to change, so I left the Empire and its people behind. But you didn't truly leave. Feeling her blood boil, Rory yelled, but I did leave. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she reflected on what she just said and gripped her hands. At least I thought I did, but I guess I am doing it all over again. Is that why you side with the humans of Earth? Well, because they could bring the change I was seeking the first time. They have come so far as a civilization and as a species compared to us. They had the power, maturity, and wisdom to do what we failed to do. With a moment of silence, Rory glanced at the rocky ground. At least that is what I told everyone. It was easier to trust and mold strangers than to deal with my past. I hoped Sharpe and his people would fix everything, so when I ascended into the realm of the gods, I knew the world would be a better place. That is why you devoted yourself to Sharpe and his people, Michael said, in the hope that you can redeem yourself for creating an oppressive kingdom in the first place. However, your devotion toward Sharpe is very much like your devotion to Talon. Taking a deep breath, Rory realized that she had a type. Yes, much like Talon, Jackson is an idealistic man who always strived for the betterment of everyone. I saw that when he saved Selena and the village. I learned from my past mistakes with Talon. I let him be corrupted by his noble ideology. Due to this, I committed myself to guide him and to the extent his people to not become like Talon as well as the Empire. Your devotion to Sharpe, which mirrors how you devote to Talon, shows that you have yet to move on. What about your people? Even though I left the Empire, I always wish the best for the people, Rory said. When the Americans and NATO came to this world, I often wished to see Talon and my creation destroyed. But a part of me still does not wish to see the painstaking creation that took centuries to take hold to be destroyed. So yes, I've been lying to you, and even myself, Rory continued. Every time I face Talon, I refuse to understand why he never sided with me, wondering why he was so stubborn and refused to listen to reason. But I see now, deep down inside, I knew that he knew I was lying. Not to him, but to myself, to the point that I brought another man to take responsibility for my deeds. If I just took responsibility, things would have been very different. Maybe I would have had the right to be listened. As the Archangel listened and was thrilled by the response that the Apostle had given. I am glad that you are finally telling yourself the truth. So are you still trying to move on from all of this? Yes, Rory said as she reflected on everything that has been said. I will move on by truly making peace with my past mistakes and not repeat it with Sharpe and to the extent the Terrans. I should have more hope in my creation. Even though the Empire has been a scourge to this continent for centuries, there are still good people like Pina or Chrysis within it who are willing to change it for the better. I am glad that the Empire becomes the Republic once again. That is good to hear, Rory, Michael said. Now that you are truly moving on by being honest with yourself. Now, can you tell me what Talon said to you? Great Holy One? Rory asked. He agrees with what you said. Really? A thick-skulled individual like him gonna agree with what I just said? Well, you think you know him, but it seems you do not know enough. Rory pointed to her finger to correct the Archangel. However, she realized that was true. While on opposite sides, Sharpe and Talon are very similar. Passionate about their beliefs and willing to fight and die for what they believe in. Point taken. But why did you bring this up? Because for you to take the next stage in your journey, you must understand that his children are not slaves of his will. They are free to pursue their paths, which is why his children, even the gods, fall victim to devil's influence. It takes extraordinary efforts and feats to make people change their minds, and it is far harder to do that against the gods, Michael explained. Despite the odds, humanity proved itself that they no longer needed to control their lives and futures. After the gods made that decision, an interesting dilemma happened. Humanity still lacked the guidance of the gods, which forced our Creator to put them in the right direction for a while, or else they were going to destroy themselves or end up like the Empire. Is that why he unleashed the 10 plagues on Egypt, destroying Sodom and Gomorrah and giving Moses the 10 commandments? Rory asked. Correct, Michael responded. It is also the same reason why he sent Jesus to guide humanity as well. Interesting, Rory said. What I do not understand is why Zuffmet is doing all this. Is it to maintain control, or is he in disagreement with you? Zuffmet fell prey to Lucifer's temptation, Michael said. He and others cannot let go of their direct involvement in mortal life and do not like the involvement of their Creator. A new era is starting to unfold, and not all seem to be pleased by it. Fascinating, Rory said. Do you think we can win? That is not the question you want to ask. If it was not the question I wanted to ask, then why did I ask it? Michael looked toward the apostle and shook his head with a smirk. You spent too much time around Sharpe. Sarcasm does not suit someone of your station. Rory crossed her arms, knowing that the Archangel was correct, and her words had different meanings. How do I save the other apostles? That is the question you wanted to ask. The thing is, I have no idea what to do. This has never happened on Uros before. No apostle was ever brainwashed to work for a different god, and I am watching my comrades being turned against me. Explain to me what has happened, Michael said. I thought you were an Archangel, Rory said. Would you not already have the answer? I am here answering your questions. Am I not? Michael said. Knowledge that is given freely has no reward. Part of free will is attaining the answers you are seeking. Getting the point, Rory apologized and continued. The story began in Rondell. After the defeat of the legendary summoned demon, a coalition between NATO, Rondell, and Imperial forces stormed the capital of the guilds. During that engagement, 3 apostles appeared. Mabel Forn, apostle of Zuffmet, Jasus Fizaris, apostle of Syphilis, and Envira, apostle of Law. The 3 apostles had the same eye colors, the demon's dark red. She then explained the other encounters with brainwashed apostles like Martimus Honor. It is clear they are being controlled by an outside force, Michael said. The question is how? Because Zuffmet is the one who is working with the demons. I assume that Mabel is the leader of these brainwashed apostles. I assume so. She has been the one who did most of the talking. Rory thought about the question and remembered a detail from the Battle of Rondell. I have known Mabel for many centuries, and I never recalled her being this violent and very righteous. Yes, she had that Aviancy hot-headedness, but she would never betray her world for demons, even if Zuffmet forced her. Recalling her fight with the apostle, she then realizes something is off about Mabel. Wait, Rory said. Her blood sword diva. What about her sword? The blood sword diva can only mind control mortals but not apostles, Rory explained. It works by siphoning the blood of Mabel. If I recall, Zuffmet was controlling. Of all the gods, He was the god that argued with his apostle the most, surprising how people who believe in order are also very authoritarian. That must be why Marble always stayed to herself. Based on recent events, Zuffmet must have manipulated the blood sword to control his apostle and use her to brainwash others. I would say that is a reasonable theory, Michael said. Destroying your friend's weapon should free your fellow apostles. The question is how? Rory asked. I do not know if you noticed. Our weapons are mostly indestructible since they are forged by the apostle of God of Smith. Duncan, you will find a way. Very helpful, Rory jokingly said. We partly destroyed the Talon axe, so it is possible. However, it will be tough. Mabel would know this weakness and would protect her sword. Plus, all the apostles she brainwashed will be watching her. We are outnumbered. Yes, you are, Michael said. However, you already know. She then bowed, happy for the answers. Thank you for all of your help. I do have one final question. You are going to ask me why. Yes, why not tell this to Sharpe? He is the one who carried this on his shoulders. Or Lelei. She is the smartest person I have ever met. Or anyone. I only just tagged along. I and the old man have our reasons regarding them. There was a reason why you were there when the gate opened. As you know, your time is coming to an end as an apostle, and you would have joined the gods of Falmart, separating yourself from the mortal realm forever. Worthy of what? Michael said, if events come to pass, you will no longer be worried about leaving your new family or foregoing your emotions as a goddess, but only if you carry out his will. Before Rory could follow up, Michael faded away. Standing in the middle of the desert, confused, she thought and smiled, well, whatever it is, at least I will be with everyone till the end. Library of Elish. As the blue mana particles disperse, Lelei saw the darkness of the stone chamber as the light faded. We are here, Frayen said. Follow me? Okay. Lelei grabbed Jalio's hand, and the two followed the dark elf. As they walked up the stairway, Frayen stopped randomly multiple times when they reached a dead end. Each time he placed his hand on the stone wall, and glowing markings appeared in a strange language before the wall disappeared. Where is the library located? Jalio asked. I am not willing to tell, Frayen replied. It would be wise not to ask again. Do you come here often? Jalio commented, ignoring the threat. I noticed you used a crystal to teleport us. Interesting trick. The sages of Rondell would be amazed that you have them. I was here when I first learned that the gate appeared, Frayen answered. Before that, I appeared here once in a while. The only time I come here is because I must seek counsel and add or seek knowledge. Does that mean there are others here? Jalio asked. If you mean if there are other mortals residing here, then no. Interesting choice of words, Lelei said. You said mortals. That means there are other people here. Frayen stopped at a metal door. He placed his hand on it, and the door opened, disappearing into the ceiling. Do not touch anything without my permission, and do not get lost. As the three entered the room, all the torches magically ignited as they did in the Roman chamber. Each flame was green, just brightening the chamber, just enough to see. What they saw stunned them. Hundreds, if not thousands of books, scrolls, and documents are all properly stored inside the strange carved-out bookshelves built into the stone. The dozens of hallways that led away all seemed to go on forever. How big is this place? Jalio asked. 5 times larger than the library at Rondell, Frayen answered. Now, please follow me. As Lelei followed, her eyes continued to wander, absorbing all the massive amount of wealth there was around her. It took her boyfriend to grab her arm, to calm her down as to how excited she was, calming her mind as she wondered about all the secrets and knowledge this place must have. 5 times larger? If I recall, Rondell had the largest library in the world. I know that they think that. How do you maintain the quality of all this knowledge? Jalio asked. If you are rarely here, ask someone how to maintain them. I have a hive of fairies here, Frayen said. In return for protection, they maintain the library while I am gone. For about 15 minutes, the three traveled through the maze of books until they reached the main chamber. By a table, a green glowing fairy was floating by some scrolls. From the sight, Lelei assumed that this was the Hive Queen. I see you have returned, the green fairy said. I was surprised I have not heard from you. I was betrayed, beheaded, and scattered throughout Falmart, Frayen explained. In addition to that, facing off a demon and apostle at war with people from Earth. I see, the green fairy said. Business as usual. Wait, Lelei said. Why are you not shocked by what he said? I thought this place was cut off from the rest of the world. Should you be shocked by what he said? Mortals, why should I be shocked by the information that I already knew? I do not. Lelei looked to the apostle for answers. Are you able to see the world from here? Is that how you're able to watch world events? The green fairy laughed. You spend too much time with the Terran's young Lelei. We might be on top of the world, however. Sight is still a sight. I do not dash. As Lelei was speaking, she felt Jalio's hand on her shoulder. Do not fall for the fairy's games, Jalio said, staring back at the green fairy, realizing that she was being messed with. She remembered what Phryane said about how no mortals reside here. You are the goddess of knowledge? Alange glanced toward the dark elf. You did say she was smart. I warned you, Phryane said. She figured it out faster than I expected. Well, I have gained a lot of experience as of late in dealing with gods, Lelei said. Before getting to the task at hand, tell me, what are the gods of Earth like? Alange asked, flying closer to Lelei. I have never met gods from another world, and I have always wondered if they were just like us. Looking around, seeing all eyes are on her, Lelei said, I only met them once. Rory, on the other hand, has been in constant communication with them about everything when we go to Earth. That is probably because of her apostle status, Phryane commented. They were forced to address the situation when you first arrived on Earth. That is what Rory said. Lelei said, to answer your question, while they are more expressive, they are more rigid than our gods. No offense. None was taken, Alange replied. We understand our reputation, which was by design. Now explain what you mean? I mean, they cut themselves off from the world. Because of that, no one knows that they exist. How fascinating, Phryane commented. It is strange that there are more people who know about their existence on this world than on theirs. That is by design, Lelei said. Getting any collaboration from them is living hell. They believe in self-isolation to such a degree that it made me want to pull out my hair. That is silly, Alange said. The mortals need a guiding hand, or else chaos reigns supreme. That is why they self-isolated, Lelei countered. They felt they were too restrictive. I think their theory became true because of all the advancements in technology. Look how advanced they are. They do not need a guiding hand. At least not to such a direct degree. Not everything is about technology and magic, young one, Alange said. Because they are more advanced does not mean they are healthier, happier, connected to their spiritual self. Glancing at the apostle, Lelei shot a glare. She realized that he fed Alange information regarding the Terrans. What? Phryane asked. Everything has pros and cons, as the Terrans would say. It would be foolish to assume because they flip a switch for light over igniting a torch that they are perfect. Now, a debate like this can happen at another date. We have a task to do. Agreed, Alange said. What brings you all here? Phryane is here to teach me how to better use my magic to stop Valkyr. Lelei explained what has happened over recent weeks. Everything Hardy has done which received a disgusting reaction from Alange. Hardy is always playing her games, Alange commented. Besides, I am surprised Phryane wanted to teach you. From what I understand, you have become a powerful mage for your age and race. Yes, Lelei said. However, as Phryane correctly pointed out, I am young. I have learned many things from my mentor from Earth, Grand High, which soared in, and their knowledge from Earth. However, I have learned that I struggle to control my spells and mana. To fight Valkyr and the god who merged with him, you need to better control yourself, Phryane said. This could take years. However, there are some things I can teach you now. My goal is to teach you a combination. All right then, Alange said. It is time to begin. Reference. V21. Chapter 247 Library of Elish. Today, in front of the Alnus Command Headquarters, the formal Empress of the Empire and Queen of the Eastern Swestual Kingdom has officially surrendered to the now Empress of the Sadran Republic, transferring powers and titles. Empress Pina Colada accepted the surrender, and the two signed the Treaty of Alnus. As the sole survivor that was not sent for trial on Earth, this has become the final step for peace between NATO, Elba, the Republican rebels, and the formal Empire. As part of the peace treaty, Famulus agreed to a long-term peace between their people. The border will become a demilitarized zone. Civilian traders will be allowed. The Eastern Swestual Kingdom will pay an unknown amount of money to help rebuild the economy. It has also established goals of finding alternative ways to expand economic and political ties between the two nations to prevent further conflict. Following up on the ceremony, questions were asked regarding the new and young empress and what her plans were. Her response was to have the senators begin drafting a new constitution to lay out the future of the new republic. Current model examples that are being explored are the constitutional monarchy systems of the United Kingdom and Japanese governments. With the state of the world and how weak the current central government is, the new republic needs a stronger central leader to help guide and implement the reforms needed for reconstruction. However, the young empress wants to turn the throne into a figurehead like in the previous two examples, being more of a ceremony or limited leadership role of the nation than an absolute power. Free Alnus News. Library of Elish. Date: August 19, 2026. Within the lightly lit training chamber, Lelei took a deep breath. She struggled to raise her hand at the target as they felt like string. The air tasted stale as the body tried to consume as much as it could. "Focus, Lelei," Fryen ordered as he ignored the sweat that was dripping down his face. "You will not have time to regenerate in the battle to come." "I am trying," Lelei replied. "Do not try. Just do." In front of the blue-hair mage was the little green fairy, the god of knowledge. As she will be facing a god in the coming battle, it made sense to train against one according to Fryen. Lelei aimed at her staff and quickly channeled her mana. Between her left hand and the staff, an electric energy emerged. To stabilize it, she formed a sphere around it to help manage the intensity of the spell. She then hurled the lightning ball against Alange. The ball exploded upon impact with Alange's body. Seeing the impact, Lelei smiled as she was finally happy that the spell finally impacted Alange. To her frustration, though, she saw the fairy hover as nothing had happened. "I see there is improvement in mana output," Alange said. "However, the spell is still not strong enough." "Are you sure this will have enough effect, though, Fryen?" "It worked once before," Fryen answered. "Valkyr and Zufmet are powerful. Zufmet, though, still needs a host to operate in this realm. We must explode that." "Fryen, why do I feel so exhausted?" Lelei asked. "This chamber was designed to add pressure on the mage," Fryen said. "Why would you do that?" "To make you stronger. As I said before, it would be best if you learned to be more efficient and quicker with casting. You still spend too much time preparing your spells and relying on others to protect you. You will not be allowed that luxury in an intense battle ahead of you." "Okay," Lelei said. "Okay, I will try again." Lelei stared at Alange again. She repeated herself, focusing as much energy into the palm of her hands, using her staff to control the flow of the electric power. She then formed a sphere around the raw point, and once stabilized, she launched the electric energy ball toward Alange. "Definitely an improvement. However, it is still not strong enough," Alange said. "The sphere did a better job containing all that energy. However, Valkyr will be able to counter it easily. He will not make the same mistake he did the first time." Breathing heavily as sweat dripped to the floor, Lelei only stared at the god, feeling defeated. "Let us try again," Fryen said. "No," Jaleo yelled. "Enough for now. She will be of no use to us if she is dead or to hurt to fight." "I can do it," Lelei said slowly as she caught her breath. "She is not an apostle," Jaleo said. "She needs a rest. She will not improve if she is half dead." Fryen stared at the blue-haired girl and then nodded in agreement. "Take some time to rest. Get something to eat. We will try again this evening." Lelei saw her new boyfriend come to take her away, guiding her out of the training chamber. Looking back, she saw Fryen spoke with Alange regarding something. "I need to train. You need to rest," Jaleo said. "Lay down for a while, and then come get something to eat." As Jaleo brought her to a bed, she quickly passed out once she laid on it. After taking a nap for a few hours, Lelei slowly woke up. Sitting up from her bed, she put on her robe and saw the light down the hall. Letting out a long yawning while stretching, she walked down the aisle and saw Jaleo eating while he read some books. "Good morning, Jaleo," Lelei said. "Have you been up long?" "I think it is the late afternoon, but I honestly have no idea inside this mountain," Jaleo said. "That is true." Lelei once inquired about the location of this library when they were teleported. Frey's only response was that it was inside a mountain far away from Falmart. The exact location he refused to give. Besides pushing on the matter, She accepted that it was an honor to be here. Smelling food, Lelei looked at the table as she felt her stomach growl. Do you want some food? Jaleo asked with a smirk. Yes, please, Lelei responded, staring at the meal with wide eyes. You can have some. Lelei walked over and tried to take the plate. However, Jaleo took the plate away. Her eyes grew big as she was upset the meal was taken away. But why? Well, I want you to say please first, Jaleo said. But Lelei sat down, staring at the plate. Jaleo, can I please have the plate? Jaleo sat in his chair, staring at Lelei with a smirk. He pretended to think about what to do before he shrugged his shoulders. Fine, you can. He handed her the plate of food, and she quickly consumed it. Why were you being mean? Lelei asked after filling her belly. Because I wanted to see if you would say please, Jaleo jokingly replied. Why did you want me to say please? Because if you did not, then that would mean you would be a spoiled girl, Jaleo said. Lelei froze in place, staring at Jaleo. You thought I was one of those spoiled girls? No, but you kidnapped and brought me here without my permission. But you did not say no, Lelei quickly replied. Regardless, Jaleo confidently responded. If you did not say please, I could not give you this. He reached into his bag and pulled out a giant chocolate cupcake with white frosting. Lelei's eyes were glued to the cupcake, unable to look away. For me? You dash dot. Before Jaleo could finish saying the simple word, Lelei took the cupcake from his hand and started eating it. Damn, I guess those guys were right. What guys? The airborne guys. They said all women love chocolate. Maybe. You are welcome, Jaleo responded with a laugh. I thought you needed the distraction. Taking a deep breath, Lelei leaned against the table. Yeah, I do not think I can do this. Jaleo nodded and leaned back in his chair. I hate to say this, but I agree. Shooting a glare, Lelei took another deep breath. If you think so, then it is pointless. I did not say it was pointless, Jaleo said. Feeling annoyed, Lelei placed her hand on her forehead. I am not in the mood for games. I know, Jaleo said. Did I tell you I left the Magic Academy? Yes. I know you were a dropout, Lelei said. Are you saying I should drop out? Not at all. I dropped out because I was not getting the knowledge I was hoping for. I honestly felt limited, so I left to see the world. Lelei looked toward Jaleo, not understanding the point of what was being said. You told me this before. Then you know I spent a little time with the 101st Airborne. One thing I noticed with them was that no one did anything alone. Everyone chipped in and brought their full strength together. Yeah, I know, Lelei said. It was like that with Vanguard 7. My role was being the mage. That is why I am here, to cover my end. Jaleo frowned, as he was not pleased with the response. He then asked, how did you defeat Valkyr the first time? From what I understood, Fryan helped you. Yes, he did, Lelei said. At the time I had his head. She stopped for a moment after realizing how strange that sounded. Anyway, he guided me on utilizing my skills and gave me a massive power boost. That is what we were trying to do now. So, it took two of you to defeat the Phantom Lord, but now that he is a demon god, you want to do it yourself? That is not what we are. Lelei froze as the logic made too much sense for her. What is your point? I do not understand why you are trying to fight power with power. After everything that has unfolded, I highly doubt Valkyr will allow you to use the same spells a third time. Even last time you needed a god to buy time and the Americans' energy weapons, and that only fazed him. Listening to him, Lelei couldn't disagree with his logic. She must assume that Valkyr will be prepared for her most powerful spell. For the plan to work, she has to overwhelm the Phantom Lord to allow Sharpe to use the Holy Spear. It is the only option I know that works, Lelei explained. I think there's another way. Jaleo laid out a scroll. On it is a drawn person with glyphs and movements. When you were training, I knew there had to be an alternative to stopping him. As Lelei read the scroll, she realized it was a spell. It showed one mage forming a spell and using it against the other mage. However, the opponent mage is trapped, unable to move or even use magic. Is that a containment spell? I was thinking, besides going on the offense and trying to overpower a god with brute force, why not just trap him long enough to take him out? I already considered such a spell and assumed Valkyr would be able to break any containment. He nearly broke through Roy's barrier, and I do not see a simple containment spell even slowing him down. I know, but remember what Fryan said on why Zuffmet chose Valkyr. I assume because of his superior physical form? It seems that phantoms can channel the power of a god more efficiently than if Zuffmet hosted someone like us. And, and I assume because he is a phantom, that phasing ability they have, it is the source of Valkyr's strength. That is why Frayen wants us to focus on that. It is his one weakness that we know of. What are you getting at? Lelei asked. That is why I am here. As you said, each time we faced him, we damaged him with this type of magic and their energy beam weapons. That is my point, Jaleo said. You are fighting punches with punches. You might have damaged him, but you never actually stopped him. He is too strong, and he even senses that he will lose, and he will just disappear. Wanting to respond, Lelei stopped herself and reflected on past engagements, realizing that he had a point. I see where you are going with this, Lelei said. I agree with you that this is his weakness, Jaleo said. I think you guys should stop trying to match against him with raw strength, but you contain him to let your friends finish him off. That is the point, correct? That is a good idea, Lelei responded. She looked up at the beautiful young boy with a big smile. As they say, flip the script. But I do not think I can contain him long enough. As you pointed out, he is a god now. How long will it take for your friends to kill the bastard? Reanalyzing the scroll, she noticed details she missed the first time. From the drawings, the contained figure is also a phantom. She wondered if this was how people in the past captured them, specifically designed around this one ability they have. While reflecting on past engagements, she realized with some modifications with modern knowledge that it could work against him. If Valkyr is trapped, only for a moment, that should allow Sharpe and Rory to finish him off, assuming the Holy Spear pans out as advertised. All Jackson needs is one shot, Lelei said. Keeping him trapped for a few seconds should be long enough. It also should prevent Valkyr and Zuffmet from splitting apart. It will require a lot of mana and strength, Jaleo said. You will only have one shot at this. Can you come to help me with training? I have nothing else to do, so sure. Just tell your father not to kill me. I heard about Rory tricking Selena on that boyfriend prank. Laughing from the memory, Lelei stood up in high spirits. You came with me to a magical place thousands of leagues from Alnus. Alone. Trust me. You are already dead when we go home. She watched as his eyes grew large from fear, finding the sight cute. Do not worry, he is a bear. After a quick giggle, she looked back at the scroll and noticed that the image did not use a staff. Interesting. It seems this spell requires me not to use a staff. Why? Jaleo asked. A staff enhances a mage's abilities, especially more powerful ones. It is a rare sign in Uros, however. I have seen mages choosing gloves with orbs on them besides a staff, Lelei answered. General Peprios learned how not to use his staff. On Earth, they completely ditch the use of staff or wands and rely on their entire body movements to swiftly cast spells due to how fast and lethal modern weapons are. If used correctly, I should be able to help you with that. Not expecting another voice, Lelei jumped from fear. Turning around, she saw the green fairy god Elange. Please do not scare me like that. Your Holiness, I see, Elange said. Either way, I was listening to your conversation. Jaleo, I must say, has an interesting plan and I agree with it. We can practice on me to see if the spell will work. Now please follow me as I think I know what you need. As the fairy flew down the hall, the two looked at each other and shrugged, and quickly ran down the hall. As they passed bookshelves, torches ignited, showing them the path. Why do you think that spell requires two hands? Lelei asked. To help contain the spell, Elange answered. Jaleo is correct. Staffs are superior with most spells. However, as you already know, nothing is universal and there are always expectations. The amount of concentration needed might require two hands. That is all fine but pointless, Jaleo said. Rondell does not manufacture many of these hand staffs. The general probably had his custom ordered, and I donut they are high enough quality for what we need. Over the eons, my apostles have collected key resources and stored them here, Elange said as he flew. You must have some powerful relics then, Jaleo commented. Maybe we could use some to fight our enemies. This place is not a charity for young ones, Elange said. Everything here has been locked away for a reason. Do not allow the greed of power consume you, as the otherworlders have done. Again, with the anti-technology argument, Lelei commented with frustration. Life in their world has improved so much compared to our world. I saw it with my own eyes. And for the record, they are called Terrans. Elan started, clearly not impressed. Until the other worlders implode on themselves, he said, ignoring the main difference. Power brings destruction. Will all their technology be worth it when facing nuclear fire? He stopped and stared at the young blue girl mage. They showed you a taste of their power. Lelei stopped and remembered the utterly dreadful video she had watched during lunch at the White House of the devastation from the atomic bombs on 2 Japanese cities at the end of World War II. Her fear worsened as she dug deeper into the topic, which she learned about the hydrogen bombs, as well as all the close calls from nuclear apocalypse through war or accidents like the Cuban Missile Crisis. And yet, they still have not, Lelei countered. 80 years, and they're still thriving. The youth, Elange commented. Please compare 80 years against multiple millennia. The gods have been the caretakers longer than you can fathom. With their new power, will they thrive even 1 millennia? I can say the people of this world will, even if they do not have the means to reach Eidos, they will survive the next millennia. Lelei struggled to respond. The concept of time, stretching millions, she could not see. While she has always been impressed by Earth's advancements, she saw Elange point. During her time in Rondell, the age of elves and dwarfs was a consent topic as they were seen as ancient, and that was over 2,000 years ago. Compared to the god of knowledge point of view, 2 millennia is only a blink of an eye. I am sorry for disrespecting you, Lelei said. Elange smiled. Do not feel bad, young one. I enjoyed the debate. These are interesting times, and these are questions that no one has faced. Only the big man knows the true path, and if that is the path he wishes all his subjects to follow, we shall. Until then, the only thing we can do is follow the path that has been laid upon us. The big man, a term Lelei has heard a lot as of late, not just from Christianity or Islam, but especially from the earth gods. Elange explained who he was, the one who saw over all others. He explained how the gods of earth and Uros were just caretakers who took radically different approaches in life. However, all are still following the big man's will. This explanation eventually cemented Lelei's suspicion for a long time that the big man is none other than the almighty God from the Bible. Lelei found that news amazing, never realizing how more expansive the cosmos was, to the point even the Terrans have only cracked the door of the secrets of the universe. Elange flew in front of a bookshelf in the corner, and the bookshelf turned bright blue as a barrier was formed. Once secured, the bookshelf lifted, unraveling a small hidden storage chamber behind it. Inside, a pair of gauntlets sitting on a stone, each having a blue crystal embedded in them. Are you sure those will do the trick? Jaleo asked. Lelei grabbed the gauntlets and put them on. To her surprise, they fit very comfortably, like they were meant for her. Are you sure they will do the trick? Jaleo asked. That all depends on the user, Elange explained. These are the gloves that helped kill Uros, the god of creation. You are kidding? Lelei asked. No, Elange said. The stronger the user, the easier it is for that user to control his or her magic and mana. They are meant for an apostle, however. I think you will be able to handle them, thanks to much unique knowledge you have possessed. Like from Earth, Lelei smirked. Seeing the forced agreement from the god, she said, then I must train. Tell Megiddo, Armageddon, Jezreel Valley, Israel. Date, August 19th, 2026. Taking a step forward, Sharpe gazed out at the valley. He could only think about the history that happened here, which no one knew about. The valley was green with farmland all around as far as the eyes could see. At the center of the valley was a green hill called Tel Megiddo. On top of Tel are ruined remains, which the professor called Megiddo, the only standout form of the natural beauty surrounding it. The age of the ancient city goes back to the Bronze Age and is nearly 3,000 years old. While the ruins had, we finally made it, Fredo Danini said. I cannot believe that this place is supposed to be the end times, Sharpe said. I was not expecting green. What did you expect? Fredo Danini asked. An ancient asteroid? Sharpe turned to the professor and laughed. Actually, yes. I thought that was why we brought drills. Honestly, I expected a wasteland for a place that is supposed to be the beginning of the end, not the 53rd state. What? You know Greenland? The giant place of ice up north? I see. They did warn me you were a smartass. Better than a dumbass. Then why did you join the army? Sharpe stared directly at the professor with a stone-cold reaction. A moment later, he laughed. The responses from the professor need clarification. Sharpe, on Falmart. Fredo Danini seemed afraid and less secure in that Roman chamber. That was expected as the professor was only in country for a day and was sent straight to Ground Zero. While he didn't expect the same fear on this mission as they are on Earth, it seems Fredo was different. If I recall, everything is always peaceful before the storm, Fredo Danini said. Now, what do you think we should do first? Confused by the question, Sharpe stared at the professor. Why are you asking me? You are the expert. Isn't that why you came along? Yes, however, you are the one that had that dream, Fredo Danini said. You might have an insight that I don't. Taking a relaxing, deep breath, Sharpe looked back at the valley, surveying everything he could. Well, it is ancient, right? Most likely, there is a hidden chamber down there. That is very generic, Fredo Danini said. Well then, Sharpe said, the place in Sad Era was underground inside a protected temple. Why wouldn't it be the same here? It is a holy weapon, after all. It is a good conclusion, Fredo Danini said. So, where do we start? I was hoping you would know. Isn't that why you are here? I was worried you would have said that. Should we be looking for something unconventional? Maybe related to the dodecahedron? After what we learned from the Roman chamber under Sad Era, I would say that is a good hypothesis, Fredo Donin said. These ruins have been searched and excavated 1,000 times, so it has to be something no one thought of. Looking for a magical marker of some kind, or some kind of keyhole, is a good start. Something everyone else would overlook. Easier said than done, Sharpe said. Looking at the open ruins, he realized it had to be underground. Going on a hair thread, he wished the professor would take more of a lead as this was supposed to be his area of expertise. Where do we start? I think we should split up, Fredo Donin replied. Once we go underground, I will take the west side, and you take the south. We will see if we can find any clues and go on from there. Reference: V21. Chapter 248, The Battle for the Spear. Tel Megiddo, Armageddon, Jezreel Valley, Israel. Date: August 20th, 2026. I found it, Fredo Danini said over the radio. I will meet you up top, Sharpe responded. I will meet you on the surface, Fredo Danini replied. Setting down the tools, Sharpe left the crew as they began gathering their equipment. He quickly navigated through the ruins, following all the markings that were left on the walls, and headed back to the surface, where he saw the professor holding the holy spear. For an ancient weapon that was buried for thousands of years, it looked like it was freshly made. Seeing the relic, Sharpe stopped just far enough to be outside arm's length. As the professor started to put the spear in a box, he pulled out his sidearm and aimed it directly at the man. Jackson, what are you doing? Fredo Danini asked as he stared down the barrel of the Colt 1911 pistol. Aren't we on the same side? Place the spear on the table and walk over there, Sharpe ordered. The Israeli soldiers all aimed their weapons at the two, confused about what was happening. Sharpe ignored them and kept his aim directly at the professor. Are we? Sharpe asked. You are not Fredo Danini. The guy I met on Falmart was giddily and excited but scared of being in a dangerous environment. And yet, when those terrorists engaged us, you didn't even flinch. On top of that, you know precisely where the spear was. Everything here has been too easy. We are talking about the Holy Lance. Thousands of people have dedicated their lives and failed to find it. We just happened to find it in a day. The Israelis looked among themselves, realizing what Sharpe said made sense. Many lowered their weapons while others aimed at the professor. Fredo Danini chuckled and looked at the spear. It did cross my mind that you might have noticed my lack of reaction. Hearing the confirmation Sharpe needed, he began to give orders to the Yahalom. However, he noticed that they were all missing. Quickly looking in all directions, he found he was alone, that everyone had vanished beside the professor. I have nothing but respect for you, Sharpe. However, I cannot allow you to have this spear, Fredo Danini said. We have kept this weapon safe since, and cannot risk it being used by mortals. Sharpe refocused his pistol, aiming directly at the professor's head. Besides continuing the conversation, he pulled the trigger. The .45 bullet went straight through the professor's head, but it passed through his head like an illusion as no blood was spilled. Shit, Sharpe mumbled. Shit indeed, Fredo Danini jokingly said. Trust me, You do not have to fear me. Sharpe became very concerned about what the professor said. He realized that he was facing off with some kind of mystical being. How the bullet passed through his head initially made him assume that the professor was a mage like Sordin. However, then the man mentioned the word mortals, indicating that he is some kind of mythical being rather than a mage. I can see the fear in your eyes, Fredo Danini pointed out. I do think you deserve some answer after coming this far. First, you may call me Apollo. Sharpe watched as the clothing Apollo wore faded away and replaced it with ancient Greek armor. Apollo, he mumbled. Is this a joke? In some sense, yes, Apollo said. However, I speak the truth. In fact, Rory and Lelei have known of our existence for some time, and even the truth you found in that chamber for some time. Hearing both of his girls' names got Sharpe's blood boiling. Figured, do not be angry at them, Apollo said. When Rory first arrived, she felt our presence due to her demigod status and forced us to confront her. Sometime later, we also decided to interact with Lelei, as we wanted to learn more about this other world. We threatened to erase their minds if they disclose our existence. That is still not a justification to lie to me and hide it from me, especially Lelei. I thought I made myself clear to her after her fiasco with Sordin that she will not hide something as important as this from me. As I said, we did not give them a choice. Since the demon invasion of Terra, we have wanted to remain absent from your people's affairs and would prefer to keep it like that. Unlike the gods of Uros, we do not enjoy interfering in our children's affairs. Think of it as a blessing, Sir Sharpe. The only reason we are having this conversation is because of those encounters. They speak very fond of you, so I took a personal interest in your career. Do not take this personally. I would like to continue this conversation. However, I need that spear first. Apollo shook his head and placed a spear on his robe. You are a single mind, Sharpe. I admire you. However, I cannot allow you to have it so easily. Frustration ran through Sharpe's veins as he could not believe what was happening. Until now his gut was screaming that this was too easy and something was off. His mission was to find this holy weapon that could kill a god and save the day, but now a god is trying to stop him. What made him angry was that his family knew about it and said nothing, preventing him from preparing for this encounter. However, putting the emotion aside, he enjoyed hearing that Rory and Lelei had his back and thought highly of him, which means there is a reason for this. Apollo, Sharpe forced himself to say, struggling to come to terms with the fact that he was talking with a living earth god. I don't know if you have been following current events, but on Uros, a demon god is trying to take over the world. If we don't stop them, Earth is next. Like last time, are you sure about that? I don't have a memo from the enemy, but what are you proposing? Appeasement? That never works against evil. We stand now, or our children will have to pay the price down the road. If the chamber is real, then you should know this. Sharpe watched as Apollo stood there, staring at him. I do not understand. Why did you bother with all of this if you did not want me to find the spear? You knew where the spear was. The only reason it even took a day was that it was what you wanted to drag out the search. But why? You could have told me to go anywhere on the carrier, and I wouldn't be the wiser. Again, the only reaction Sharpe got from the god was silence. He ran every possible scenario through his head, ending in the same question regarding why he jerked around just to fail. He refused to accept because Apollo and Rory went out of their way to drag him out of here for no reason. Only then he realized that this was intentional, just not the way he assumed. You wanted this encounter? You wanted me to see you with the spear? That is correct, Apollo said, finally smiling. You must understand this weapon is capable of killing a god. That is how the Romans defeated the demonic overlord the last time they arrived here. So, Sharpe started to ask as he finally understood the gravity of the situation. You are afraid of us. Correct, Apollo answered. It has become clear that we will no longer be able to maintain our self-isolation. While we understand the grave threat of the demons, our Lord's mortal enemy, we cannot just hand over the only weapon that could kill us to some mortals. This encounter had to be well thought out. I understand the problem, Sharpe said. I still cannot allow you to leave with that spear, even if I have to fight you for it. What makes you think I would give you that opportunity? Because we are here talking, Sharpe countered. Otherwise, none of this would have a point. If what you said was true, then Rory knew we would be having this conversation, but trusted me to find a solution, whatever that solution is. She was not wrong about your will to never give up, Apollo said, amused. You are correct. I agreed to hand over the weapon, assuming you prove your worth. However, you will not be fighting me. Then who am I? Sharpe saw a shadow on the ground of a sword coming right at him. Quickly ducking, a Ziphos blade went right above him. He turned around and grabbed the sword arm, tossing the man onto the ground. However, he found the unknown man's legs wrapped around his and tripped to the ground. After hitting the ground, Sharpe saw a knife incoming. Moving his head right, the knife only just missed. Rolling back onto his feet, Sharpe stood there, pulling out his sidearm. Quickly looking at the man, he saw blue eyes and an ancient Greek helmet. To Sharpe's surprise, the unknown man was already on his feet, staring laser-lock on him. The man was wearing perfectly clean Greek armor and standing with impressive discipline. One of your friends, Apollo? How did you know? Apollo said with a sarcastic laugh. Lucky guess, Sharpe replied, maintaining the eyes locked. And let me guess, you are Achilles. The Greek warrior responded. It is an honor to fight against you. Yes, I am Achilles. I was summoned to protect the spear from all who decide to use it. But may I ask, how did you know? Troy was one of my favorite movies growing up, Sharpe explained. Blue eyes, yellow hair, Greek armor, and the way you move. The only man I know who can pull off the skirt look. I find it interesting that you know who I am, and yet, you are not afraid, Achilles stated. You are not the first and will not be the last, Sharpe replied. Falmart has thrown plenty of demigods at me by this point. But to be honest, it does not matter what you are or if the legends are true. I have to have that spear. He then aimed his Colt 1911, but stopped short of pulling the trigger as he remembered how to defeat Achilles. Besides, the bullet had no effect against Apollo. He highly doubted they would have arranged this type of duel if a projectile could kill them. Should I even bother? That is up to you, Achilles answered as he prepared his sword. Deciding to put away his sidearm, Sharpe realized that these gods would be too wise to set this kind of trap and bring out ancient swordsmen if a headshot could end it in 3 seconds. However, knowing the legend regarding Achilles' invulnerability, there is a weakness, and he must play his cards just right. Well, if we are playing this game, you better hand me a sword. Sharpe turned to Apollo. Unless you gods have no honor. Only receiving a smirk from Apollo, a Ziphos blade appeared on the ground. Grabbing the sword, Sharpe faced one of the greatest of all the Greek warriors. To his surprise, the Greek warrior made a respectful gesture with his sword, approving Sharpe's stance for a sword duel. Seeing the Greek hero walking to the side, Sharpe matched the steps and speed, waiting for the first move. He didn't have to wait long for Achilles as the Greek warrior suddenly charged forward with precise speed, slightly zigzagging to confuse Sharpe. Sidestepping the incoming blade, Sharpe swung his sword to strike the rear of the passing warrior. To his surprise, Achilles flung around his shield and blocked the blade, pushing it back with much strength. As Sharpe was re-establishing his footing, he saw Achilles' sword coming. He blocked the Greek warrior's attack, taking much of his strength. I am impressed, Achilles said. Only one person who ever made it this long. Breaking free, Sharpe re-established a defensive stance. Seeing the speed and skill of this man, he realized that he was forced to stay on the defensive. Comparing me to Hector, I see, Sharpe replied. However, unlike him, I am going to win. Achilles laughed and said, I love your confidence, but I know you know the tale. I saw the movie, Sharpe said. There are 2 differences. 1, I have fought people like you quite a bit now. And 2, you are clearly the legend, but you are no Brad Pitt. Achilles smirked and attacked. Dodging the strike, Sharpe quickly realized the only reason he made it this far in this fight was because of all the apostles he had fought and occasional sparring with Rory. Otherwise, he would be dead. As he was pushed back with the sheer speed and force of the attacks, he finally saw his opening. He changed his foot stance to move the center of gravity. Achilles quickly capitalized on that mistake by swinging his shield to the side to force Sharpe to break his defenses. Once seeing Sharpe vulnerable, he thrust his blade directly at the ranger. Arm locked the Greek warrior and swung him onto the ground, holding the sword arm in place. To Achilles' surprise, Sharpe did not go backward as intended, but toward the blade. As the blade pieced Sharpe's vest, Sharpe got Achilles right where he wanted him. Feeling the strength of this ancient warrior, Sharpe found himself slowly losing his grip. Achilles ripped his arm from Sharpe's grasp and quickly began getting onto his feet. Seeing the opportunity that Sharpe was looking for, he quickly pulled out his Colt 1911 and shot at Achilles' heel. The Greek warrior dropped to the ground. Taking his pistol, he aimed it at Achilles' head. Seeing Achilles in immense pain, Sharpe's theory that the Greek warrior's abilities had been removed was mortally panned out. He bet that if the Holy Lance legend was true, the legend regarding Achilles' heel had to also be true. He saw the Greek warrior stare at the barrel and close his eyes, accepting his fate. Sharpe flipped the safety on and put his sidearm away. "What are you doing?" Achilles asked. "Finish it." "I know," Sharpe said, catching his breath. "But at the end of the day, neither of you are my enemy, and I am not going to kill you for doing your job." Achilles stood up, leaning on his healthy leg. The Greek warrior took off his helmet, and to Sharpe's shock, Achilles looked exactly like Brad Pitt. "Holy shit, you look exactly like him. And that is why the ladies love me," Achilles said. "Good movie and worthy fight." It was an honor. Sharpe suddenly heard this sacred feminine voice. Looking up, he saw Rory rush over and help him sit up, complaining about why men must fight and not talk. "What do you mean when you talk about me doing my job?" Apollo asked as he approached. "You are Apollo, the god of protection," Sharpe explained. "Your entire MO is about helping people. If you did not want me to find the spear, you never would have even bothered helping me. You wanted me to find it. The question is, why do we have to go 5 rounds?" To Sharpe's surprise, another robbed figure faded into the plaza. This time a woman. He heard Rory mention the name Aphrodite. Aphrodite placed her hand over Sharpe. He felt all the pain fade away, feeling refreshed and healthy. Rory helped him back to his feet. "Nice to see you again, Rory. It is nice that we do not have to speak in silence this time," Aphrodite said. "Yes," Rory said. "Keeping this a secret was killing me." "Let me explain." Sharpe dash, Apollo said before being cut off. "Jackson, call me Jackson, please." "You must understand, Jackson. Our Creator touched this spear through the blood of Christ. It can kill us, caretakers on any world in the cosmos," Apollo explained. "Creator?" Sharpe asked. "Let me guess. The so-called Creator is none other than the big man upstairs, right?" "Correct," Aphrodite added. "You must understand, if we allowed you to have this, a mortal with desires for power could use this against us like your people. It might have saved our world once before. However, you should know that power could easily be used for great destruction. If it is that big of a threat, why not destroy it?" Sharpe asked. "Or return it to the big man. If everything that is going on is that big of a threat, why won't he intervene?" "Because that is not what he wished," Apollo said. "I will be truthful with you this time," Rory said. "The reason why I left the convoy is to talk to Archangel Michael. He was preparing me for the coming battle, as you were being prepared here. I will explain on the way back." "What?" Sharpe was shocked by the news, feeling a giant headache coming. "He is real too?" "Yes," Rory answered with a big grin. "Apparently, he has been the one that has been talking to you all this time. You know that voice in your head since the war started." "Regarding the weapon," Aphrodite said, "St. Michael wanted us to keep it, but never told us why." "As your people say, Jackson," Rory said, "God works in mysterious ways." "Makes sense," Sharpe said. "They are agents of our actions, not the masters. The Almighty gave us the means, now we must act." Taking a deep, relaxing breath, Sharpe finally saw the heart of the issue. Now he is more annoyed at himself than he did not consider this before. A weapon of this scale could bring unintended consequences that he cannot fathom yet, and the almighty big man and his angels will not do anything about it for some unclear reasons, much like when people scream his name for help but receive no divine help. Besides, he is deeply surprised that an archangel has been secretly guiding and motivating him for a whole time during the war. He then starts to wonder why St. Michael chooses him to talk. However, at the same time, he feels anger as he thinks back of the trauma of his last failed mission against the cartel, which he cursed God's name and lost faith in him after witnessing what happened to the poor family. "I get it," Sharpe said. "I really do, but we really need this spear." He froze for a moment and made his decision. "And that will be it." "What do you mean by that?" Apollo asked. "I mean, that will be it. Once the war is won, I will return the spear to you. Would you surrender the one weapon that can kill us?" Aphrodite asked. "And you want us to take your word?" "At the end of the day, That is all a man has, his word, Sharpe answered. My duty is to protect my nation, the people we have freed on Falmart, and my family. I'm not looking to start a war with you. I will bring back the spear or get someone I trust to do it if I fall. Either way, the spear belongs to you. Apollo smiled and placed his hand on Sharpe's shoulder. Then you have passed my test, Jackson the Protector. Take this spear and vanish the darkness that haunts our dreams and save both worlds. Seeing the holy spear, Sharpe took it as the holy weapon from Apollo's pawn. I promise, once the war is over, take the spear to Mount Olympus, Apollo said. Finally, taking the holy spear, he nodded in agreement. You have my word. V21, Chapter 249. Alnus Command, Fort Alnus. Date, August 24th, 2026. In the war room, General Charles Stanford stood at the head of the table. Within him are Colonel John Young, General Chrysis, and Brigadier General Smith of the 82nd Airborne, and Empress Pina. For the better part of a week, they have been analyzing and preparing to strike Darlco, and what resources they will need. It is a bold plan, Stanford said. My main concern is a repeat of what happened at Sadera. The first boots on the ground will be cut off without our usual support assist. Nothing risked, nothing gained, General Chrysis said. Boldness is key for victory. Unnecessary risk only leads to destruction, Smith responded. That is how this war started. Calm down, everyone, Pina said. We agreed to go on the offensive if Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe found the weapon, which he did. If we wait, then what happened in Sadera and Rondell will happen again on our land. No one disagrees, Empress, Smith said. This city has surprised us twice now, and I don't want that to happen to my men. I just don't like being forced into a box. If we start now with this timetable, at most we could deploy a brigade. That assumes the enemy waits that long to open their gate, Chrysis added. The moment we put warriors on the ground, it will accelerate their timetable. Everyone understands the danger, Young said. The truth is that we don't have many options. Either we go, or we sit here and dig in. I would like you to go through the plan again, Stanford said. I want everyone to understand everything before we depart. Smith pointed to the map where Darlco was located. To avoid unnecessary danger, we will conduct a combat drop 20 kilometers from the city in this valley here. Infantry, rangers, and engineers will drop and establish a beachhead. From there, the engineers will quickly construct a makeshift airfield for our 3 cargo planes to land and take off. Reinforcements will then be ferried to this FOB, so we can strike the city in force. Hopefully we can deploy enough force before the enemy acts. Because how close we are to the city, we are worried from a counterattack, Young added. The paratroopers and rangers will be stuck in a fixed position with no way to retreat if overwhelmed. I was wondering, why not build the airfield further away? Pina asked. I know you have superior transportation technology. I rode in them on missions with Vanguard 7. This wouldn't be a problem if we were on Earth. But we are not, Young said. So far in the war, we never needed more long-range airlift until now. The problem is we need to prioritize what we deploy. We could deploy more transport for our infantry and be further away, Smith said. However, we wouldn't have room or time to deploy a platoon of Griffin the 2nd MPF or additional airborne assets. Or if we try to do both, then we reduce the amount of infantry. You fight with what you have, Empress, Chrysis said. Not with what you want. Never truer words, Stanford commented. We will have to rely on our bomber fleet to weaken and hold back the enemy. Speaking of the fleet, Smith replied, most of our fleet will be out of range, leaving our few bombers and airlift being the only ones able to reach that far. This damn city is almost on the other side of the continent, so if they have air support like what happened in Sadera, the infantry will be on their own. I might be able to get the Air Force to deploy additional B-1S Lancers from Earth, Stanford said. Timing will be tight though. Looking over the map, Stanford asked, a drop in normal conditions is hazardous. Couldn't we just launch an armored spearhead straight there to rendezvous with the 82nd? Now that the Empire has been defeated, couldn't they alleviate any Imperial holdouts who have yet to learn that the war is over? I already ordered Legatus Fabius Aulus and his Legion East, Pina said. He should be handling those holdouts and cities who still don't know that the war is over. I talked with Major General Morgan Howard regarding a land invasion, Smith said. It can be done, however by the time they reach us the battle would be over. Either we would have won, or they would be needed here in the defense of Alcatraz. In addition, this is unknown territory, Yang added. As we already pointed out that most of these cities wouldn't know that the war is over and there has been a regime change. We don't know if cities will surrender, especially with an armor column at their doorstep. Then we will need every man and machine possible to defend this region, Crisis pointed out. Absolutely hating the situation and the option, Stanford analyzed the map and planned carefully. The defensive option is clearly off the table. For the first time in the war, he wondered if this was how the old Imperial generals must have felt as now the roles were reversed, having to defend their territory from an outside force. While an armored spearhead force is preferable, however, saw no way it could reach Darlco within the timetable they have. The timeliness of a week is something they made up based on how quickly they can mobilize a response that far. They have no idea how credible that timeliness was. It was clear that if they were going to go on the offensive, then speed is the key. Dropping and deploying a small but effective force seemed to be their only option that met their goals. All right, Brigadier General Smith and General Crisis, your forces have a go-ahead, Stanford said. Begin as soon as possible. Hold on. I will also be going with on the operation, Pina said, giving her brother a nasty look. I will lead the legions into this battle. I told you before, Empress. No, Crisis responded shamelessly. Let me remind you again that you made me general of the army, and I will act as such. The front lines are not your place. I do not care, Pina said. I am not being sidelined now after everything I have done to get here. Seeing the tension between the two, Stanford expected something like this. Crisis was a seasoned general, while Pina recently took the leadership of not just the military in a nation. The general is correct, Empress. Stanford saw a shock reaction from Pina as she did not expect him to side with her brother. You are not a soldier anymore, but a leader of a nation. A very fractured one at that is only being held together by my army occupying your cities. You have competent generals. You need to utilize them. While not thrilled, Pina nodded and looked at the table. Yang pointed to the road between the proposed air base and Darlco. From there, we will march against the city and take the city. Can I ask a question? Pina asked. This is an open forum, Stanford answered. Be free to speak your mind. I know how hesitant your people are in deploying WMDs, but with how dangerous Darlco has become and the threat of the demons, would nuking the city seems reasonable besides going through all this effort? By your standards, Darlco already has WMD Rondell and Sad Era. What is this WMD and nuking you are speaking? Crisis asked. A bomb that can wipe out a city with a single blast, Pina answered. I saw footage of the sheer destructive power of these weapons while on Earth. You had such weapons and never deployed them, Crisis said, shocked by the news. Why is this not a first priority? Because the destruction is so massive. All the negative consequences outweigh any benefits, Yang said. They are not just another bomb. They are the bomb. If we used it against the Empire, it would only hinder our short and long-term goals. Regarding Darlco, this has been discussed with the President and Joint Chiefs, Stanford said. Nuking the city is considered a last resort. If the battle is lost against Darlco, or if the Demon Gate opened and the demons cannot be contained, I have been given authority to deploy the weapon. Why wait so long? Crisis asked. Because what if it doesn't work? Stanford said. We have no idea if a nuke can destroy a gate. Area 51 has been studying the subject since last year. However, they have no idea. Our current science does not understand enough on how the gate works, Stanford added. Especially now we know it has a relationship with the gods who summon them. If we drop the bomb and it does not destroy the gate, then we screwed ourselves as now we cannot deploy ground forces to contain the enemy. I see, Pina said, placing her hand on her chin to think. And I think we can assume these demons are resistant to this nuclear poison you spoke of. It is called radon radiation, Stanford corrected. They're coming from hell, so who knows, Yang pointed out. The point is, we do not have the knowledge to make an informed decision, Stanford said. If our ground assault fails, whatever bomber that is still on station will drop a B-61 gravity bomb. If that is what we do, how will we evacuate everyone? Pina asked. Silence covered the room as no one wanted to address that question. Crisis was the one who answered. There isn't one, Pina. It is a one-way trip. The general is correct, Stanford said. If the mission is a bust, There will not be enough time to evacuate everyone, nor will the enemy allow it, Yang said. Between Valkyr and his demons, it would be impossible to organize a retreat. We would never get everyone out, assuming they were not overrun by a horde. I understand, Pina said with a distressed look. All right, Stanford said. I approve of the operation. Dismiss. As the officers left the room, Stanford noticed that Pina remained. Can I help you? Pina stood there, taking a frustrated and nervous breath, almost like she was worried. Yes, Pina said. Why did you agree with my brother? Exactly what I said before, Stanford replied. But I want to be out there. I have been fighting side by side with my Rose Knights, with Vanguard 7, and with my legionaries. I do not want to be sidelined now, when the fate of the world is on the line. Then you never should have become Empress, Stanford responded. Stanford understood how the young Empress was feeling. The price of being successful and becoming a leader of a nation. He smiled, remembering when he claimed the chain of command, realizing the burden of command. The transition from being on the ground versus being at headquarters. Ma'am, look, Stanford said. This is going to be a new reality for you. You are no longer a leader of a rebellion, but a leader of a nation. What you want no longer matters. The only thing that matters is what is best for your country, and that means not throwing yourself away on the front lines. You have generals, staff to do these tasks for you. Pina took a deep, frustrated breath and grabbed the table. Is this how it is going to be going forward? Yes, it is, Stanford said, taking a drink from his coffee. We all go through it. I still remember when I was a platoon commander, going on patrols with my men in Iraq. But even then, I had to have my NCOs take the lead on my orders. We are not grunts. We have command responsibilities. Your experience with Vanguard 7 was more an exception than the rule. Let that rare insight gild you as Empress. You are right, Pina said. I knew that. That was why I gave my brother leadership of the army. I guess I just was not ready to accept that. Besides, I highly doubt your president would allow me to go on such a dangerous mission now that I have SAD-era. I was not going to bring that up, but yes, Stanford said. Too much was sacrificed to risk you dying in such an operation. Pina began to laugh. You know, I hated my father for never allowing me to go anywhere, and I considered my brother, Zorzel, a coward for not fighting on the battlefield. The reason I created the Rose Order of Knights was to see the world, to be all I could be, to have a life. Now, I am starting to see what must be going through their minds. I see myself being stuck back on the throne, trapped in the same halls I desperately wanted to escape not so long ago. I am back to where I started. The seat of power is all-encompassing, but also cursed. Don't sell yourself short, Stanford said. Your father was an arrogant ass who blindly blushed his nation into war with another planet with zero consideration. Your other brother was just a spoiled brat who was just protecting his inheritance. Nothing more. You are correct, Pina said. Thank you, General. Life can be strange. Yes, it can be, Stanford said. Anything else, Empress? Not at this time, General. Thank you. Darlco, the Great Plains of Falmart. Kagash Poprala and her husband Gauric followed closely behind their demon god Valkyr, that who's willingly possessed by the god Zuffmet, passed through the wicked streets of Darlco. Crowds of mages, sages, and presents who are all loyal to their city, all celebrating their master. The war has been going far better than the city leadership expected. While Hardy tried to delay her intervention, became a blessing in disguise. The war proved to be an excellent distraction, allowing the two to move through the countryside with the Empire blessing. No one could have imagined taking the demon corpses from Aaron Labyrinth could have been this easy. Even infatuation with their Rondell rival, without any suspicion, was far easier than ever hoped. With Rondell being knocked out as a threat for at least a generation, probably two, that only left the Empire and NATO. As before, that goal required little effort, playing the Empire arrogance and NATO lack of knowledge of this world against them, allowed them to be on the verge of opening their gate. As the crowd cheered for their recent victory at SAD-era, there was some damage from the sudden bombers from Alnus aircraft. However, damage was little, only restricted to residential areas. The heart of the city, which was built within a small mountain range, an ancient dwarf city repurposed and became Darlco, the city of dark magic. Heading to the stone railing, Kagash saw the ritualistic open coffee on a large wagon. With the exception of the missing head, the rest of the giant body lay motionless. While most corpses would have rotted away, within months the thousands of years old demon body still had all its flesh, as if it only perished yesterday. "Is that the demon, Mommy?" Fagrish asked. "Yes, my baby little boy," Kagash replied. "This is why we went to Rondell, and why we had to come back here." "Where is the demon head?" Galric responded. However, Kagash was forced to translate for him. She could tell he desperately wanted to be a father, but the hardy curse took that away from him. This has been the dynamic of their relation for over a decade, which has caused great pain and strength between them. She earns the days where she could hear his voice as he once had, being cursed to speak a dead language for the rest of his life. All because of the goddess Hardy's traitorous deal to where he agreed to this curse, and in return saved his now wife, Kagash, from her family. In return, she spent all her life learning the language. Sadly, her husband and son were never able to have a proper relationship without her as a translator, something she hoped Zuffmet would solve. She translated as her love told the story how their master now merged with the god. Zuffmet took the demon head to Sadera, which summoned warriors from hell and defeated the Imperials and otherworlders. With two of the most powerful cities now laid in ruin, nothing will be able to stop their plans. "Very cool," Fagrish said. "With the rest of the body, is that how our Lord will bring the rest of the demons?" "Yes, my son," Kagash said as she moved her hand through her son's hair. "The new gods will replace the old dash dot. And will I be able to understand my father?" "We hope so," Kagash said. "But we will finally be free to live our ways. Our time has come. You both have served me well." Hearing their lord's voice, Kagash saw Valkyr march toward them. He stopped and gazed at the corpse. "We can finally complete our destiny." Hearing her husband speak the dead language that he was cursed to speak forever, before she could translate, Valkyr responded. "Tell your husband there is nothing to fear," Valkyr said, shocked that her master understood Galric. He never was able to before, which made her wonder if he now could, thanks to the blessing of merging with Zuffmet. "None of us doubt you, my lord," Kagash said. "It is just strange that the time has come thanks to an ancient corpse." Looking back at the demon corpses, Kagash continued, "I mean, even with the blood of this beast, it still required dozens of mages to summon one of their legendary beasts. Bypassing Hardy Gate and opening a second one will be challenging. For mere mortals, that would be correct," Valkyr said. He looked at his hands. "Taking this form has allowed me to gain imaginable power. Something I once considered impossible until I learned of Valkyr phasing ability. Now, I have the best of both realms." As he spoke, Kagash couldn't tell who was speaking. At different parts it seemed that both were talking. While she did not fully understand the rules the gods play by, she knew that if a god wants to interact with the mortal realm, they must possess someone. While this allowed them to engage with their followers directly, it also means they lose much of their abilities. That is why mortals rarely see their gods outside their temples and rely on apostles. Somehow, either Valkyr or Zuffmet found a way around the rules. Valkyr, being a phantom, has the ability to phase into a realm that most eyes cannot see. "Opening the gate will not be a problem for me," Valkyr said. "Tell the sages to make the final preparations and form additional protection around the temple. I want to open the gate as quickly as possible, and we must assume the enemy will try to strike." "I do wonder, my lord, will the other gods intervene?" Kagash asked. "Like how Emroy did?" "I dare them to try," Valkyr said, hinting that he wanted them to. Then her husband asked a strange question regarding the other worlders. "What will they do?" "Honey, what can they do?" Kagash asked. "Once the demon gate is open, all their technology is meaningless." To her annoyance, Galric persisted in the matter, reminding her that the reason Rondell was not completely ruined was because of the otherworlders. Vanguard 7 and their leader, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. "He is correct," Valkyr said. "We do not know what the Earth gods have that could counter us. Last time my advance guard came to this world, the warriors from Earth had a weapon that killed my minions, so we must assume if they come before the gate finally opens, then they have a weapon to fight us. I was hoping to level Sadera to the ground and keep any secrets the city had away from the otherworlders. With Emroy intervention, we must assume I failed with that objective." "I believe that is impossible, my lord," Kagash stated. "Regardless, we will be ready." A mage in dark red robbing approached. "My lord, our scouts discovered the otherworlders invading. They are setting up camp in the Sleedham Valley." "That is too soon," Even for them, Kagash said. The report said that they fell from the sky with these balloon clothing that slowed their descent, the sage said. Daring, Valkyr said. Tell Mabel to prepare for war. Summon the army. Protect the summoning temple. As Valkyr and Galric walked away, Kagash kneeled to face her son. This is going to be a bloody battle, my dear. I do not want you to be nearby. I want to watch, Fagrish said. I want to watch you two kill those other worlders and see the gate. I know my love, Kagash said, placing her hand on the boy's cheek. I want you to stay safe behind the city walls. Once we banish the other worlders away, I promise we will show you to our new gods. Okay, Mommy? Fort Minnick. Date: August 25th, 2027. Hearing the pounding rain outside of the home, Sharpe sat staring at the coffee table. On the table are 3 items. The top part of the holy spear that he was given from Apollo. The M1911 that was given by his dying mentor, Major Harper. On the other side was a bottle of whiskey. It was late at night, and almost everyone was asleep in their bedrooms or in Selena's case, sleeping on the couch next to him, resting for the big day to come. Dinner was exciting as everyone told stories of their latest adventures. I see she is tuckered out. Hearing his wife's voice, Sharpe leaned back onto the couch. He saw her in a nightgown, holding the baby. Yup, she dozed off 30 minutes ago. Why don't you put her in bed? Sarah asked. Looking down at the kid, Sharpe had to mentally correct himself now. When they first met, she was about 12 or the age they agreed to. Since then, she started to grow into a woman with the age 14 coming up soon. How he wished he did more fathering in that short amount of time and hoped to do better going forward. I don't think I can pick her up as I once did, Sharpe replied. Besides, I would rather not wake her up and she isn't hurting anyone. Cute, Sarah said. You should go to sleep. You should know by now I cannot before an op. I know, Sarah said. She walked over and sat beside him, setting 2 glasses on the coffee table and poured the whiskey into them. I still think you should. After handing a glass to her husband, she asked, What are you thinking about? How the hell am I supposed to kill a god with a broken stick with a knife on it? Hey, show some respect, Sarah said. I know you are tired, but don't start that now. Taking his wife's head, he led in and kissed her forehead. You're right, just a lot of responsibility to think of. Didn't you talk with Rory about the gods? Sarah asked. I expect she might have a plan. Glancing toward his wife and looking back at the pistol. Yes, we had a long conversation about the earth gods and the big man. More than I could handle in one conversation. She knew about them from the very beginning. Apparently, all of this has been in motion since the gate opened. I told you she was a little devil, Sarah said. What did the brass say? I know, Sharpe said. But I guess when a god tells you to keep a secret, I say that is a pretty good reason. We all have our roles and need to accept them. What about the government? They agreed that their presence will be kept as a secret for now and be dealt with after the war. Makes sense, Sarah said. One issue at a time. What about the spear? I am going to honor my agreement with Apollo, Sharpe said. The brass was not happy about that, but I have the president backing me on this. A weapon that can kill a god. I can see why the brass wants to keep it. It could be very nifty. That is pretty much what they said. They want it just in case our gods want to become hostile. Rory made a strong case on returning the spear, saying it would be better to have an alliance with them besides enemies. The fact that they have not interacted with us for 2,000 years was a strong selling point. Noticing the pistol on the table, Sarah asked, Why do you put your sidearm on the table? During my fight with Achilles, I had to use it to take him out, Sharpe explained. I think that fight was more intentional than I originally thought. Rory made a convincing point that if I try stabbing Valkyr with this lance, I will die before I get close. It makes sense, so Lelei and Arpeggio spent the last few days enchanting and modifying it to be able to fire the spear. Creative, but that means you will have one shot, Sarah pointed out. You cannot miss. I know, Sharpe said. I don't even know if it will work. Achilles required shooting his heel. I have no idea if that applies to Valkyr. And on top of that, there is his phasing ability. It sounds like a lot of ifs on this op, Sarah said. Sounds like a normal day, honestly, but what is concerning me is that I doubt they will just let you get close enough to kill him. The thought also crossed Sharpe's mind. Each time they faced Darlco, they overall won. It required a last-moment intervention or a last-minute tactic change to survive. By this point, Valkyr and his agents have to know they are coming. They knew who a threat to them was. He knew something had to change, looking at his wife and seeing a concerned look on her face. Breaking a smile, Sharpe jokingly said, "What is messed up is this is still less of a headache than the little devil." "I heard that," Rory yelled. The two looked at each other and laughed. Reference: V21, Chapter 250 Beachhead. Outskirts of Dalco, Great Plains region. Date: August 24th, 2026. Vanguard 5 regrouped after removing their parachutes, landing in an open valley. Captain Bailey Robinson looked up and saw the cloud streaks from the 3 C-130's engines that had just transported them and a company from the 82nd. He felt that they were now trapped, deep behind enemy lines with no way to escape if things go south. Hearing whining, Bailey heard his warrior bunny wife crying. With a smile, he looked toward Delilah, who was on the ground, thanking her God to be on the ground. "You could have waited back at base." "No," Delilah slowly replied as she held her arms. I cannot believe that you people do this. I mean, who jumps out of a perfectly good airplane? If bunnies were meant to fly, we would have wings. Then you need to drink Red Bull," Specialist James Ward commented as he took off his parachute, causing many of the other Rangers to laugh. "Or the ones who failed high school," Sergeant Oliver Harris replied. "If you don't understand gravity, you cannot fear it." Bailey walked over to his wife and kneeled. "This is why I wanted you to stay home." "No," Delilah said. "I know these lands. I just need a moment." "Take as long as you need," Bailey said as he patted his wife on the back. He looked at the rest of his unit and saw them gathering their gear and securing the area. "Finally," James said. "I was starting to get worried that we wouldn't get a drop in this war." "That would be a war crime in my opinion," Private First Class Daisy Wallace jokingly said. "Not really," Private First Class Adam Hopkins said. "Biggest one in this war has been the fact that James here still gotten rejected." "Need a move on man," Daisy said. "I keep telling you, she never going to take you." "You say that," James said. "Wait." Daisy stopped and stared at James. "Noriko said yes? Why didn't you tell us on the plane?" Adam asked. "Still processing something that had happened," James replied. "Damn man," Sergeant Oliver Harris said. "Congratulations. That took you long enough. What pickup line did you use?" "I visited to say goodbye," James said. 3 Nina showed up to kidnap her son, and I fought them off before Crisis intervened. She then kissed me, and we became a thing. That would do it," Daisy said with a big smile. "Every girl wants to be rescued by a hero. I had a feeling she was playing hard to get." "Really?" James asked, confused. "Knock it off, everyone," Staff Sergeant Trenton Hicks ordered. "We are deep behind enemy territory, so keep your eyes sharp. You can gossip after the war." "Sir," Adams said. "I have made radio contact with Vanguard 2. They have made contact with the 2nd Platoon, 1st Brigade. Still no contact with the command team. There is too much interference in the air." The magical interference has been a new element throughout the war, something that military scientists and engineers still don't fully understand. Being this close to the magical city of Darlco, Bailey is not surprised. "Probably from that city," Bailey said. "Good that we can still maintain local COMS. Have anyone made contact with the enemy yet?" "As of now, no," Hicks said. "Seems like we have a clean drop." Thrilled by the news, it seemed that the enemy was not prepared to counter their landing. Unlike the Alcatraz region, which has many forests and mountain terrain like in the Pacific Northwest, this region seems to be more like the Great Plains of the Midwest. Outside of a few small forests and hills, nothing but a sea of grass as far as someone can see, so there was a fear that the enemy could easily spot and counter as the airborne were regrouping. He knew this peace would not last. If the enemy were smart, they would try to overrun their beachhead before they could amass enough troops to counterattack. However, if the reports are true about the enemy plans, then it might not matter. If Darlco opens their gate, then no amount of troop level here would be enough to counter that. After everyone got their gear together, Vanguard 5 left their drop zone and headed through the tall, grassy meadows. Delilah took point as she agreed to be their scout. While not from this region of the Great Plains, her people once originated and preferred the open plains. 2 uneventful hours passed by, to Bailey's surprise. He wondered if the enemy even knew they were here or that they had gotten used to combat conductions in Alcatraz. The one benefit was witnessing the multiple, lonely mountains scattered in the distance. All of them remind him of Devil's Tower in Wyoming. Delilah explained that these types of mountains were scattered everywhere. As the unit spoke, everyone froze as Delilah signed for everyone to stop. In the tall grass ahead, they heard a noise. Hicks directed 2 rangers to investigate while everyone else had their weapons ready. As the 2 rangers approached, 2 Nikos rolled from the grass. They fell flat onto the ground and saw everyone. Out of fear, they quickly hugged each other as they stared at the Americans. It became clear that this was the first time they had ever seen any from Earth. "Hold your fire," Hicks ordered. "They're just kids. Should we contain them?" James asked. "They might give up our position." "No, let them be," Bailey said. "The enemy has to know we are here, and we are in no condition to drag them around." Delilah told the Nikos to run, which they quickly listened. Deciding to reach the rally point as quickly as possible, Vanguard 5 continued their march through the tall grass. On the way, they linked up with Captain Charlie Johnson's team, Vanguard 2, who also reported the lack of enemy contact. After an hour of marching and having little contact with the wildlife, the group reached the rally point, a large open field where hundreds of airborne and rangers were gathering. While it was hard to see, in the distance Bailey already saw engineers starting to construct the makeshift airfield, soldiers making sandbag bunkers and digging foxholes. No time was being wasted as everyone prepared for reinforcements from Alness. Seeing where the Rangers' command post was located, close to the 1st Brigade command post, Bailey ordered the team to do an equipment check and prepare to be deployed while he went to meet up with Colonel John Young. "I am impressed how quickly you guys can establish a base," Delilah commented as gazed around. "It should be no time before the airfield will be built." "We still have a few days," Bailey said. "But when you are single focus and with little red tape, you can accomplish a surprising a lot quickly. Do you think we will win?" Delilah asked. "I know this is not how your kind likes to fight. Challenge breeds greatness, as my superiors would say," Bailey said. "This might not be the fight we want, but we will remind them why they should fear us." "You are very overconfident," Delilah stated. "Are you not worried that this is a one-way trip if we fail?" The truth for Bailey was that this being a suicide mission did not bother him. It was decided by the brass and the White House that if their mission failed to stop the Demon Gate, then one of the bombers would drop a nuclear bomb on the city, regardless if there were friendly forces in the area, as there would be no way to evacuate them. "Of course, I prefer to live," Bailey said. "However, I understand what is on the line. I just compartmentalize that fact and solely focus on the task at hand. Worrying about that will only cause that to happen." "That is crazy," Delilah said. "All I can think about is our babies." Bailey laughed and hugged his wife. "Don't worry, we will see them again." He walked into the tent and saw Young standing over a table along with his staff. Other Vanguard team leads are also there, being given their orders. Overhearing the conversation, the other teams are being sent out to scout the area. Some of them will set up observation posts as an early warning system, while others are being ordered to scout out the region. "Welcome to the war, Bailey," Young said. "Was just enjoying the sights," Bailey replied. "We ran into some Nico children, but nothing more." A platoon from Alpha Company ran into a village about 5 kilometers northeast, Young said. "They said there were not that many of them to fit a fully populated tribe." "Bastard cat people," Delilah said angrily. "I bet they moved into our lands." "I hate to say it," Bailey said. "They're not really your lands anymore. It has been, 5-6 years now. It was only a matter of time before someone else would move in. You cannot be angry with them for just wanting to find a place to call home." Delilah Fish shook, however, took a deep breath. "I understand. I just feel like it is wrong. But you are right. Now that you two are finished," Young said, "I want your team to move up the main assault path and see what the enemy is up to. I also want you to get a good view of the city as if Darlco is going to attack. This is the time. On foot, the enemy won't get far, so we should have some breathing room," Bailey said. "I know, but it is better than nothing," Young replied. "I want you to take your team to the ISV. Infantry Squad Vehicle is a small open utility vehicle designed to be dropped by aircraft or helicopters to help give airborne infantry extra mobility. While great to get to where you need, the design has very little protection." Regardless of the grunt's opinion on the design, what impressed Bailey the most was how extra equipment like these even got here. Needing everybody as humanly possible in the first wave, Airmen figured out how to transport these vehicles and other materials for the runway inside one of the B-52s besides carrying bombs. While risky and thinking out of the box, it saved precious time and manpower that would have been needed to build and protect the airfield. God, I hate those things, Bailey commented. Still, better than walking. Don't engage, Young said. Figure out what we're going up against. I bet they saw our landing and must be planning a response. The captain was surprised by what he saw or lacked of. Just like the landing, his recon mission has run into little resistance. One enemy patrol linked up to an outpost, so Vanguard 2 was split from the mission to deal with them. Vanguard 7 drove toward the magical city of Darlco. As the team approached, the green grass meadows slowly turned into a dark wasteland. Trees stand as usual, however the leaves are dark rather than healthy green. The same effect with all the surroundings. Talk about a cliché, James commented as the Rangers got out of their vehicles. Demon invasion and everything dying around us. They are not dying, Dohate said. They are changing. The plant life by the airfield was normal, however this has changed. What do you mean? Daisy asked. Everything looks dead to me. Delilah walked to a bush that was pure black. Taking a sniff, she turned toward everyone and said, "These plants are still alive." Dohate is correct. They are changing into something else but are still plants. I know what this is, Hicks said. They are terraforming? Terraforming? Delilah asked. It means you change the land into something more desirable, depending on the species, Bailey answered. Remember when you asked about my nation's goal to go to Mars and how long-term? We will need to change it so we could breathe. Something like that. That is freaky, Daisy said. But why? I thought they wanted to kill us all. If they wanted to kill everyone, then I doubt Darlco would do all of this just to get themselves killed, Harris said. Assuming the old book is true, they want to claim this world and everyone in it. As I think God knows what is true anymore. Stay focused, everyone, Hicks said. Don't let the politics of the world get in the way of our mission. Team 2, watch the rear. As the team split to get into position, Bailey headed over to a large crater that had the best viewpoint of the city. Those bombers really did a number on the land, James said. Hopefully they wiped out the city, and we can call it a good day. Between them and the Creator, they saw dozens more craters that led to the city. From the city, they can see smoke, some destroyed buildings, and parts of the city wall broken. All carpet bombing runs from the B-52 and B-1 bombers making long-range strikes from Alnus. The Rangers set up their observation post over the city. They set up high-resolution balancers which are connected to a laptop feed. The city was built into 2 of those Devil's Towers mountains, providing natural protection. It looked like stone, and the design looked like something the ancient dwarves would create. Delilah said there were stories that dwarves once settled there and ruled over these lands. However, the dark races overran it long ago. However, over the city structure were vines, torches, skeletons, and all the signs of a dark mage city. Damn, look at that, Bailey mumbled. What do you think? Look at that over there, Delilah said. I think they're going to open their gate outside the city. Makes sense, Bailey said. The amount of devastation at Philadelphia when Alnus Gate opened was massive. It almost feels like they are daring us to attack, Delilah commented. They must be pooling their mana to create a strong enough barrier to protect the gate. Long enough until they summon it. Looking at the scope feed, 8 beams surround a recently built tower that is at the center. 5 tall stone towers overlap the temple, acting as some kind of protection. A slimy, black organic layer just like what was consuming the nearby grass and plants spread across the tower protections. Like a creep that was swallowing the temple whole to protect it. Now we know where the gate will appear, Bailey said. Seems like our bombs cannot penetrate that protective barrier. Must be additional protection we cannot see. I do not like this, Delilah said. Where is their army? True, Hicks said. I expected them to assault the airfield. Hold on, I see enemy movement, Harris said. Bailey was surprised by who said that Harris was looking west from their location. From the general direction, the enemy is around the main path for the planned assault. Are they attacking? No, Harris replied. They are doing something though. Zooming in on his binoculars, Bailey saw a large formation of people. To his fear, mages, and lots of them. With the amount of them, They could easily overrun the airfield. However, they were not gathering for an attack, but digging. Mages lift dirt from the ground as others install fortification within the hills. They're digging in, Bailey said. They have to know where we have to attack from and set up a string of defenses. Quickly, it seems. But why? James asked. Why not just attack? They have the numbers and enough mages to cause a lot of damage. Probably because they do not have a standing army, Hicks pointed out. Think about it. When was the last time you saw an army of mages by themselves? They are always integrated with a larger force, never independent. That is true, Delilah said. Mages rarely go alone, as they do not have the endurance or flexibility of normal soldiers. As your kind says it, they are assisting enhancers. Close enough, Bailey said. At least the airfield is safe for now. Sir, Adam said, Colonel Young ordered us to pull back. A WASP UAV detected Imperial forces south from the airfield and are inbound. That lasted, what, 3 seconds? Bailey said. Why Imperialists? Daisy asked. I thought we won that war. Shouldn't they be on our side? Don't forget, the news probably hasn't reached this far yet, Bailey said. Good chance they have no idea that the war is over and are just defending their territory. We better hurry. Reference.